Live across the ditch and right around the world. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket.
No, my huddy, my welcome, one and all to Hagley Oval. It's a lovely, cool but sunny morning in the Garden City. Things, though, will heat up in the middle once play begins at 11 a.m. local time, some 56 minutes away. A tantalising day in prospect. Can New Zealand build on that productive second day and wrestle some form of control? Or the Australian bowling attack reassert their dominance? It's all in front of us on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket. Fans are coming in great numbers. We're heading to a capacity crowd. New Zealand set to resume 134 for 2, a slender lead of just 40 runs. Our pre-game is for Nilex, experts in watering. Alongside me, Daniel McHardy in our commentary position, former New Zealand Test captains Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith. Smithy, we had a quick chat out the back. It's, very productive day, but New Zealand got to go again because you know Australia are going to make their own adjustments. But this could be an absolutely fascinating day for the big crowd.
Morning, Daniel.
Yeah.
Jeremy, and to all our viewers who aren't viewers or listeners as well, but some will be watching the transistors and car radios looking to see if they can see us. You probably won't.
Frustrated.
Yeah, frustrated, obviously.
You're looking dashing, though.
You do, actually. Resplendent.
I don't know, just
Sunday.
Whatever's closest at hand, really.
Very good. Cricket, that's why we're here. Look, it's a 5-day contest, Test cricket. Generally, not many of them go 5 days these days, but you have to win the majority of the days. And that's what New Zealand have to start again fresh today. They won yesterday, quite clearly in my mind. They fought themselves back into this Test match, and not only that, they've got their noses in front, I feel. Even though this is a terrific Australian side, and we keep talking about that, there's a lot of depth in whatever they want to do. But I look at it this way, and I struggled out of the Australian contingent of supporters in front of me to get the exact number. But my memory of Australia chasing against the West Indies is still very clear in my mind. They couldn't get 216. They could not get 216. A fellow by the name of Shamar Joseph knocked them over with a devastating spell of bowling. But that number will be in their minds. So anything that New Zealand can do in excess of, if New Zealand can bat for 2 sessions here, that'll be tea till tea, and if they can score 70 or 80 runs in that time per session, they don't have to go hell for leather. That takes the asking rate over 200 runs. So that's what they have to do. But it's small leaps along the way as opposed to big targets which you think you can get to. They've just got to start again. Ravindra and Latham. Latham was outstanding. He's been brilliant in this Test match. And Ravindra was nervy, wasn't he? It was a very nervous little time for all New Zealand cricket supporters watching him go through. Clearer day, nice day for batting. The prospect of being out on a bat on a very good pitch now. I think it's a very good pitch. Look, I think New Zealand have got a right royal chance here. I'm an optimist in that regard. I think they have. It goes against what people have predicted going into this Test match, but I believe New Zealand have a right royal chance here to form a really good lead and go on from that. That's the way I'm looking at it, and that's the way I'm going to start the day.
I'm holding 2 scenarios, really, and one each way, really. I mean, I know it's a bit uncomfortable on the fence, but those are the 2 things that I can see happening. And the first one is the Australia way. They work their way through New Zealand. They might pick up 3 wickets in the first session, and then the new ball arrives, and so they get 5, and they clean New Zealand up after lunch, sometime after lunch and tea. They might be chasing, say, 150. They're 40 ahead now. They get another 100. When you're losing wickets, it can be a bit tough to really push ahead. So that's one scenario, and Australia get there perhaps 4 down. That's another possibility, and that might be towards the end of the day's play, or maybe earlier, depending on what happens. Just New Zealand don't quite have the depth in the bowling. I don't think that Australia have. And so but the other one is a more interesting one. I think that the rate of scoring and how things have gone with this pitch, it is getting a little bit better, I think, for batting, and easier for batting. But the Aussies do have a number of options, I think, and they bowl so consistently and hit those areas just around that off stump and nibble it enough that, they're always going to be contenders, I think, despite the fact that the pitch is getting better. But if New Zealand can continue the fight, the thing about Test cricket that Ian mentioned right at the start is absolutely vital, that once you get to an even position, and it's kind of even, you must hang in there. You must not give ground away to the other side. And so if New Zealand can somehow continue that fight, and Australia keep bowling that off stump line, and we hang in there, and New Zealand could maybe lose 2 wickets in the first session and get sort of about 85 or 90 in that session. So they're suddenly at lunch, they're 120 ahead or 125 ahead, and then they move it. Then the new ball, you might say, might pick up a few wickets after lunch, but at the same time, runs can come more quickly as well. So you can find that if they can reduce that second spell, if they can get through to lunch and then only lose 3 in the next session, you're 7 down, something like that. And, and then the tail have done okay actually here, haven't they? And they can produce another 20 or 30. You end up over 200. So there's the other one, and then it's a case of can the New Zealand attack? Does Henry have to return and do all the work again? And let's hope he gets someone else who can do something as well. So those are the 2 scenarios I see, and that scenario might take us into the next day. I feel so old. I can't believe we've only had 2 days cricket. Mm-hmm. We've fitted a hell of a lot of cricket into 2 days.
Absolutely. Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney are our experts for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. No one likes playing under pressure, Ian. When will Australia start feeling pressure if they're still out in the field? Is it tomorrow morning?
No. They'll start feeling pressure around about tea time if they're still bowling at tea time. And Jerry's right. They've got a number of bowling options. But some of them will be getting a bit tired by then, and maybe before that. So the front liners will be. They'll start with a blast this morning. They'll give it the Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins blast, and why wouldn't you? And if that doesn't work, the initial blast, if that doesn't produce a wicket or 2 in the first hour to an hour and a half, they'll start thinking, no, this pitch is not the Basin Reserve in terms of assistance for Nathan Lyon. He should have to work a good deal harder to get people out. On this surface.
This won't suit him this
No, so there you go. I mean, they'll start to feel it. I think if they don't have a really good first session this morning, Australia, and that means getting 3 to 4 wickets, if they don't have that, they'll be feeling it. Don't worry about that.
Well, those guys have got, Stark's had 11, Hazel's had 13, and Cummins had 11 so far. So even add on 5 to that, and you're through the first hour, so 16, 18 and 16. And then you go again, you might give Green a few, you may give Marsh a couple here, but then you're wanting to go back, and if you're not taking wickets, then you go back to those people and you try Lyon, but he's not getting it to turn, it's not bouncing for him. So there is the possibility they could start to feel a wee bit of, they'll put in that case everything on the new ball, won't they?
There's pressure on, admittedly, on both sides. The lead at this stage is not sufficient for New Zealand to feel remotely comfortable about proceedings. Now then, who's at the crease? Tom Latham, who has been resilient, and there's no reason to think he won't turn up to this ground again and be resilient again today, but it only takes one delivery to get rid of him, and that's what Australia will be saying. Get rid of Latham, we've probably got rid of the backbone of their resistance. So for me, key players today. Obviously these 2 at the crease. Ravindra has to play a test innings today, and he has to carry on with that. He's got to resist that urgency to fall into the trap. Really must. Whether he's been able to do that or can think about doing that. And then you've got, for me, a really key player in this, Daryl Mitchell. I think he's massive in this. Showed good resistance at the Basin Reserve second innings. Similar type innings there, if he can find some allies along the way, becomes a really important thing, because I rate Mitchell as a very mature thinker in cricket, and he's a bit of a stumbling block for Australia today. So these 2, Mitchell, and then you've got Blundell, who showed as if he might be coming to a bit of touch in the first innings, and the unpredictability of Phillips. I mean, Phillips plays like he did at the base, and he can turn a nice lead into a pretty good lead if he plays that way. After that, Not a lot of confidence.
It's going to be quick.
It's
going to be fast, whatever happens.
Not a lot of confidence, I'm sorry. And I think I've got, like everyone around the ground, I've got reason not to be confident.
Yeah, I think that's utterly fair. The players are completing their Ream warm-up. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water that's steady, hot and strong. A few heavy jackets on the Australians. It is a cool morning, but bright sunshine. We're heading, though, to a high of 23 degrees. So, beautiful day ahead. The wind better for the bowlers today, Jerry. It was quite a stiff southerly yesterday. It swung around northeast, and it's quite a gentle one. I think the Australians will enjoy that.
Yep, that means they can use any bowler either end, doesn't it? So that's good. The pitch itself, I think it will continue to ease under these sorts of conditions where you have just slightly drying sun, and I think it's going to get quite hot. What did you say? 20? Yeah. So that will help, I think, get any, just moving a wee bit of moisture from the pitch, any residual moisture. As we look out here, it does look, it's certainly a different colour than when we started the match. There is a bit of damage around, and that's the only thing created by those little bruising areas. And so you will get, but it won't be as real hard movement that we've seen so far.
There's still a little bit in there for the bowlers, isn't it, Smithy? I thought Williamson and Latham showed the most control we've seen from a New Zealand batting, but that's stating the obvious. And then Rachin Ravindra went out, and it looked a little bit more hectic.
Oh, look, there's plenty of encouragement still, I think, from a bowling point of view. What are we looking at in terms of overs here till they get a new ball? I mean,
30. So just after lunch.
Yeah, it's after lunch. Yeah. So, okay, they've got a session with an older ball, but they'll still find those areas. I mean, there isn't a day where Hazelwood doesn't find the areas that he needs to. And Stark's a big factor here, because Stark bowls that unpredictable ball that very few people play. I mean, and that is benefit to the side. He doesn't bowl line and length like Hazelwood. He hasn't even got Trent Bolt's control as a left armour. He's no Wazzy Macram in terms of that. But what he does do, he brings pace, he brings rhythm, and he brings that unpredictable, unplayable delivery every now and then that gets people out, and that's why he's in this side. And then Cummins is Cummins. Cummins just gets people out.
370 wickets, hasn't he?
He's gone past Lily. He's gone past Lily in this Test match.
So, they've all got really good records, and you don't just earn a record just by turning up and putting your whites on. So they will test New Zealand, and it's whether New Zealand can resist and be very disciplined about it, not trying to go for big shots too early, working their way into. I mean, it sounds dull and conservative and those things, but against this sort of attack, you don't get many freebies. Yeah. You don't get freebies. You have to work.
We saw that from Hazelwood in that opening spell. He bowled one half volley, didn't he, Smithy? Hit to the boundary. The next ball's picture perfect. Yeah. Hits the seam, beats the outside edge.
Oh, look, who, as a captain, who wouldn't want Hazelwood?
Oh, no.
Who would not, as a captain of a cricket team? I mean, who wouldn't want to have Josh Hazelwood in there? Because, you're really, your job's quite easy. You just
like a wind-up doll, isn't it? You just turn it. Well, not a doll. That's a silly thing to say. But just to turn the key and just set him up at one end, and away you go.
Off you go.
Yeah.
I get.
And he bowls into the pitch, and he's a tall man, and he hits the right place.
Mate, he is amazingly good. Amazingly good, and you lose your voice praising him really day after day, but because he turns up day after day and does exactly the same thing and bowls in the areas which people do not want. To be challenged ball after ball. It's like, the corridor uncertainty. I like to call it the Hazelwood Highway.
Okay, there you are.
That's it for me.
I would have brought Mitchell in last night instead of Ravindra.
Yeah, I would have too, but they got through. Just.
And it'll be a nervy start again, I'm afraid.
He's a free player,
he wants to score. He's a young kid and he wants to score.
Is that what you'd whisper in his ear?
What?
Play your natural game? Or are you going to try and rein him back in?
Oh, I think you let him play, don't you? I mean, he's aware. Surely. He's not dumb.
No, but what you're saying to him is, this is how they're trying to get you out.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't let them. I mean, it's a fairly simple sentence. Yeah. This is exactly how they're trying to get them out. So you resist. They'll get bored with that plan if you resist.
They'll come to you.
They'll try something else. They'll come to you. You can play through the onside.
We saw that late on, didn't we?
You can play through the onside. Let them come to you. And when they come to you, it's a small victory. It means they've abandoned that plan. And they'll go back to it, and every now and then they'll give you that carrot outside off stump. Don't be sucked in. Don't be sucked in.
It's not a new message, Daniel, I'm afraid.
No.
You know, it's what happens, what every batsman wants to do, really. Don't go looking for them. Let them come to you.
We'll find out if Ravindra's on a road to somewhere. SEN's Damien Fleming, by the way, just got a note, calls it the Hazelwood Hallway of Hesitation.
Oh, well, see, Flem, you're never going to beat Flem.
No.
I mean, goodness.
He loves all that.
Flem is a wordsmith
Flemo.
extraordinaire. Yeah. I thought Flem was in the country. I
thought he'd be here.
Well, I don't know. Where is Flem?
Well, he's welcome.
He's renewing his contract.
Is he? Is he really? Is he?
I don't know.
Jeremy?
Don't start a fire now, Jerry.
Flem would bowl well on this pitch. He'd bowl damn well. I was going to say the B word, but it's Sunday morning, isn't it?
Botheringly well.
He was here briefly. He flew home when Wellington started. I think he was a bit upset he didn't get to bowl on the pitch.
Oh, I know. He was on an earner. That's what he was, Jerry.
Right.
He was on an earner.
Brilliant.
Just a little clippage of the ticket.
Exactly.
Clippage.
Yeah. Brilliant. Our pre-game is for Nilex, experts in watering. Up next, we'll head down to the pitch with Adam Collins and Chris Harris. Have a look at condition. We'll also hear from Black Caps coach Gary Stead and the Australian batsman Marnus Labuschagne.
Is there an announcement there?
No.
He's opening the bowling today.
Steady's in next. As far as speaking on behalf of the team about the state of the game, nothing more, nothing less.
Okay.
Mr. Ian Smith. Stay with us. This is SENZ Test Match Cricket. 20 minutes after 10 o'clock local time, 40 minutes away from day number 3. Beautiful day in Christchurch. Play set to start in 35 minutes, bang on time, heading to a high of 23 degrees. Just a gentle to moderate northeasterly breeze. The conditions the Australian bowlers will face. Latham and Ravindra to resume on 65 and 11 respectively. New Zealand 134 for the loss of 2. They lead by 40 runs. It is time to head out into the middle, head down for our pitch report thanks to PGG Wrights and Turf, New Zealand's industry-leading turf experts. Here's Adam Collins, who's out there in the middle with Chris Harris.
Adam Collins with Chris Harris out in the middle. Bit going on here. A lot of interest in the surface. The strong view seems to be that it won't get better for batting than this. And look, it'll need to be for New Zealand this morning.
Perfect day for batting. And as you said, there's lots of activity. You've got Andrew McDonald and Daniel Vittori trying to work out what's their best way of getting through this New Zealand order. But day 3, look, there is a little bit of scarring. I heard Jerry talking about it, but not much. I don't think there's going to be much turn. I think the one thing that's going to really interest Nathan Lyon, who I believe for Australia is going to be a key today, is that northeasterly, I think he might like that breeze, just curving away from the right-hander, and then what little turn there is, trying to get that with a little bit of bounce. So, I mean, obviously you're always going to get the seam attack from Australia, which is going to test you, but if Nathan Lyon can camp himself at one end with this breeze, that's going to make New Zealand's job very, very tough. But great day for batting. Yeah, it's a smashing day. Barely a cloud in the sky. Line indicating before that the breeze will dictate which end he bowls from. So it came from the Botanic end a little bit yesterday, but yes, the scarring on the pitch or otherwise. There are some footmarks there. There is something to aim for, but the breeze is so strong that he'll take advantage of that. He will. So he'll be probably looking to bowl from the Port Hills end. Yep. And there is some footmarks for him to aim to. I think the footmarks that will really interest him are a little bit too full, and New Zealand won't mind him bowling into those. But look, we know it's the best day for batting, day 3, and I think day 4 will be great as well because it hasn't scarred up much. So, big job. I mean, we seem to say it every morning, such an important first session for New Zealand, but it's key that they don't ideally lose any wickets and perhaps one at the most. And, of course, Australia's plan will be to get 2 or 3. And the numbers bear that out as well in terms of the pitch here being better to bat on the deeper you get into the test match. We saw a thrilling 4th innings chase last year when Sri Lanka were visiting. We should be so lucky for New Zealand to bat to maybe, set Australia something 250-ish. Then we could have a hell of a finish. I think 250 will be a great chase. And I think the thing with this Australian attack, from New Zealand's point of view, it's really tough to start against. They don't make it easy for you. So that's why it's so important. If you get in, you've got to make the most of it. And I think you're absolutely right. 250 would be a magnificent chase, and what a test match would have. We should be so lucky. Looking forward to getting up into the box and covering, hopefully, a thrilling 3rd day on a gorgeous morning and afternoon in Christchurch.
Thanks very much, Adam and Harry out in the middle. You'll hear more from those gentlemen. Harry first up, he's going to join Garth and Bharat after our next break. But before that, we've got lots to get through as we wrap up the pitch report thanks to PGG Wrights and Turf. So I'll be catching up with New Zealand head coach Gary Stead. But before that, let's check in with the Australian team. And one man who's been talked about a lot, but really positive signs for Marnus Labuschagne, who made a hard-fought 90 in Australia's first innings before a spectacular catch saw his innings come to an end. Glenn Phillips in the gully. He's taken some amazing catches this summer. But anyway, Marnus Labuschagne spoke to the media after last night's play.
It's not much I can take from two. But it's probably just more an intent thing, just looking to score. That's probably what people saw if they were looking for something positive. There wasn't much I was offering there. So I think it was the intent, and then obviously to get out the way I did was unfortunate. But obviously the innings, this innings in particular, I think that intent from the first ball, trying to put the opposition under pressure, it was certainly a lot better. Yeah, was there a point? I mean, if there was a point, I probably should have realised it earlier. I think sometimes, a certain wicket, forces your hand a little bit, and this was probably one of those wickets where it was a wicket where if they bowled well, it was very tough to bat. It was nipping around, but you could score the whole time. If they missed full, you could drive. If they missed short, you could cut, you could pull. So there was that nice pace in the wicket, which was good for scoring. Now, sometimes when you're playing at the Gabba or you're playing at Adelaide, where it's a bit tennis bally and slow, it can be tough to probably play a similar innings with that. You might be able to have that same intent, but you probably can't drive the ball on the up as much. There's a few shots that you can't always play. So it's finding the right balance for the different kinds of conditions. And it was nice to find it at the right time. Sometimes when the wicket's a certain way, it's sometimes, or you're facing a certain bowler, but with the conditions so in the favour of seam bowling, and if they're bowling the ball in the right area, it just forced my hand and probably helped me out, just getting out there, showing intent, trying to put the bowlers under pressure, or trying to get more balls in my scoring zones. And that was nice to be able to sort of create those options where usually, I've been a little bit of late sort of sitting and trying to grind out innings rather than putting the bowlers under pressure. You always like to score runs, but in what way, what pressure? Obviously, to score runs for my team, yeah, absolutely. I want to score runs. I want us to be winning games. I want us, when we're on top, to stay on top. If you ask me, did I feel like I was going to lose my spot, I'd say no. I'd say no. But, that's what the confidence of this team has done. The coaches, the selectors, the captain, they're very clear with, trusting in the players and trusting that we do have the best 6-7 batters in the country here. And, if you're going through a rough patch, what we've been able to do over a period of time is everyone's picking up each other's slack. When someone's not doing well, someone else picks it up. And the wicket certainly looks nice. It looks tough. Bit of seam there when they're bowling well, when we're bowling well. It's hard to put a number on it, but we're happy to chase, hopefully, whatever they get.
Marnus Labuschagne speaking after the day's play yesterday. Our pre-gamers for Nilex, experts in watering. Up next, Garth, Galloway, Chris Harris, Bharat, Sundaresan. Plus we catch up with New Zealand head coach Gary Stead.
To say it is another beautiful day. I'm Garth Galloway. I have with me Bharat, Sundaresan and Chris Harris, and we'll be talking to them in a few moments' time. But first, let's listen to Daniel McHardy, who caught up with New Zealand coach Gary Stead.
Gary Stead joins us ahead of day number 3. He's got a smile on his face. He must be proud of both the batting and bowling on day 2. Probably your best day of the series.
It was a good day. Australia are a quality team, and we know that. We just really needed to stick to, I guess, the way that we wanted to play and just be really consistent with it. And I thought we did that well. I thought we showed really good fight with the bat and the ball yesterday. And you look up and it's only 2 days gone, and it feels like there's 3. There's been so much happen, I think, in that time. So, looking forward to a big day today.
Matt Henry's just been a giant for you recently, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I think that probably shows what consistent cricket is done, and it's been a very hard team, I think, for him to break into. But that opportunity came around, and he's made the most of it.
Glenn Phillips in the gully. What can you say? Like, seriously, it's almost laughable. The string of catches he's pulled.
Well, I look back to the South Africa series as well, and I think his catch, I forget who it was, but it sort of changed the course of the game a wee bit, and I can count 4 now that are a ripper of catches in the gully. So yeah, it's great to watch. I thought actually yesterday Tom Blundell coming up to the stumps was pretty instrumental in that as well. He made Labuschagne, I guess, change the way he batted, and I thought that was courageous of Tom to do that.
It was always going to be challenging. Gee, they're frighteningly accurate with the ball, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and that's what makes them as good as what they are as well. It's pretty relentless, their attack, and they're all sort of 2 or 3 inches taller than our bowlers, and just get that little bit more out of the surface as well. But that's the challenge that's in front of us. We are acutely aware of that, but if we have a good day today, then you never know what can happen.
Yeah, really important partnership. Williamson gets out in the 50s. That never seemingly happens recently, but it was important that Rachin Ravindra got through that tricky period, because he did sort of battle himself a bit.
Yeah, and Rachin came in and says, geez, Tom and Kane were making that look pretty easy out there, and it wasn't. And that's nice learning for him to get through as well. So, look, he's going to be a fine player for a long time, Rachin, and he's still working out his test game. He's only very young in his test career, but it's an exciting day for him ahead.
Did you make many adjustments between innings from the failure of the first to what we've seen to start the second?
Look, I don't see that. I mean, it looks like a low score, but it seemed that we nicked everything that sort of went past the edge, and that can happen on day one of a test match. I thought they bowled really well. I don't think we made a whole lot of errors. It was just their accuracy was too good for us on that first day. But equally, I thought we bowled superbly well as well. And it just shows, and when you look through, I think the scores of the batters through this series, that it's been tough to get started.
What is your role when a side's having a string of low scores against an opposition? Is it more trying to make them believe rather than a technical element?
Yeah, it's pretty hard, I think, to change what you've got in such a short time. So it's really about understanding decision making and understanding, I guess, their confidence levels and how you can keep growing them in that as well. And look, our guys are all very good players, and that's why they're here playing for New Zealand. It's really, just making sure that they believe that and they go out there and they execute the plans that they say they're going to.
So heading into day 3, the game is very much alive. No cricket side likes playing under pressure. Australia are in that category. You've got to play very well to get them under pressure. You're on the precipice of that. What's the number for where they might be under pressure?
Well, look, there's still 3 days to go, so 270 overs means there's a lot of cricket left. I mean, our goal will be to bat as long and as deep as we can into this game. And if we're batting somewhere near the end of the day, you'd think there'll be hopefully enough runs with the way our guys play that there's going to be a decent score to chase in the 4th innings. But the pitch is very good. It's probably at its best right now. So there's a lot of hard graft and I think a really good day of Test cricket ahead.
I'll wrap this up. A decent score, though. They look a little bit more vulnerable in the batting department. That's probably fair.
Well, if we bowl well and we can nick a couple off early and you put the middle order under pressure, we know they're stroke makers. They like to come out and I guess exert their dominance on the bowling side as well. But if we bowl well and we prove we can do that in the first innings, then we're every chance.
Appreciate your time, Gary. All the best for today.
No problems.
That's Gary Stead talking with SEN broadcaster Daniel McHardy. Our pre-gamers for Nilix, experts in watering. And again, just to reiterate, it's a beautiful day here in Christchurch. A forecast high of 25 degrees. Merv Hughes has arrived. He's out in the middle. Flash of days gone by. 212 wickets for Australia at 28.38. He's not in his game playing weight at the moment. He's put a little bit on, but he's in the Crocs that he bought yesterday, and he's looking out there. I just saw him having a chat to Josh Hazelwood. Wonderful character, Merv Hughes, and he's got a tour party who are down in front of us. They seem like an intelligent lot. They're interested and engaged, and Bharat, Sundaresan, I had a chat to one of them and said, what's going to happen today? I said, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. And they said, oh, no. And he was being quite modest. And then I said, well, what's going to happen today? And he said, it'll be all over, mate.
And also Australians are very, very, they get really riled up if someone goes Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. They won't give you the oi, oi, oi anymore. They get really annoyed by that.
Why?
I think they just feel it's too passé, that it's become a very touristy, kind of cliched, stereotypical thing. So they've moved on from it. I'll still give you an OA though.
You're a good man. You're a good man. Well, what is going to happen today? Chris Harris?
Morning, Garth. Morning, Bharat. Well, we're just watching some replays, and I just can't help but think back how important may that drop catch from Carey right at the end of the day of Tom Latham be in this. You know, Tom Latham has been short of runs by his standards. He's 65 not out. You just feel as though that would have really not opened the floodgates for Australia, but give them an opportunity this morning where they're coming bowling to perhaps, I mean, Ravindra's been there a little while, but 2 new batsmen, how much easier their day would have been. I think with Tom Latham being set, if he can get set again, we know how good he is at getting big runs. I think he's an absolute key. Easy to say because he's 65 not out, but I think he needs to at least double that. So that's why I just wonder how important that moment's going to be later in this game.
Yeah, I agree. It was a strange move by Carey. He just seemed to me to be late going across to his left in front of first slip. He got his gloves into that awkward position. He struggled with the bat a little bit. What was it? Let's just reflect on the West Indies series and Alex Carey's performance throughout that. Is he vulnerable at the moment?
Well, he got a 50 or a 60 in Brisbane in the first innings and looked good for his second Test 100, and then it was his dismissal that kind of set the collapse in, and then West Indies were able to take a first innings lead or give Australia a reasonable total chase. He made a 50 in Sydney as well. So in the last 4 Tests, he's made 2 half centuries, and he's pretty much been very good behind the wickets with his keeping. But that drop catch, it just came on the worst day possible because he also did not get out in very, let's say, it was a little embarrassing the way he got out because the sweep shot has been such a friend, which was my piece in the paper yesterday in the Australian, that his relationship with the sweep shot historically has been great. They've been best friends, but it almost feels like it's let him down. It's generally the reverse sweep that he gets out to a lot, and it wasn't even a full-blooded sweep. He just tried to play the paddle, hit the Q end of the bat, and for him to get out in that fashion and a few hours later drop a crucial catch, or what could be a crucial catch, kind of tells you a little bit about where he is, but I'd be surprised if his place in the side is vulnerable. They've been very, very confident about that.
It's funny as an all-rounder how if one facet of your game isn't working too well and you lose a bit of a confidence, how that rubs onto the other, and all of a sudden the one that is going well, you feel more pressure. But let's not kid ourselves, it was a really tough catch, but it was one that you'd expect him to take.
Well, we're used to such high standards from the Australian wicketkeepers. They've had a plethora of wonderful players behind the stumps for Australia over the years. It's only one drop catch, and Carey's a very fine player, and as you say, a significant contributor with the bat for Australia.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the facts are the numbers have dropped. He was averaging 39.56 at the end of the last home summer. So you're going back to January 2023. That average has gone down to 29 now. So that's a big drop in batting form in that sense. He's played some crucial innings here and there, the WTC final being the best one. But going back to that drop catch, well, we're calling it a big moment, but it's New Zealand's responsibility now to make it a big moment. We've seen New Zealand get into some strong positions, and as I was walking in today, seeing, just listening to what the chatter in the crowd, they sense it. It could be a historic day for New Zealand. And let's face it, 30 years they've gone without really challenging Australia. That one win everybody talks about in Hobart.
Well, we're allowed to talk about it.
I know, because you have nothing else to talk about. But I kid, but they've had moments, there have been situations where they could have made the most of it and put a lot of pressure on Australia. Today has to be the day. Clear skies. The Australian bowlers are still fresh, but if they can get them into their second and third spells today, end of a long stretch of Test cricket for the Australians, I think they can make them pay. But New Zealand can't waste this opportunity. It won't come around again.
No, and I suppose the other thing, Chris, for the New Zealand side, I mean, it's incredible to think, to me, and Jerry and I were talking about this as we drove home last night, we're only 2 days into the game, and for some reason it feels like we're in day 5 almost. But the pitch, should be at its absolute best. Chris, you've played a lot of cricket started in Christchurch, and you know the ground well. This, to me, seems like a classic Hagley Oval pitch where there's a bit of movement early on. There's still some grass on the pitch. The batting conditions should be perfect today, but these Australians will still move the ball around a little bit.
Oh, this Australian attack's going to be tough on any surface, but I think this is a really good test wicket. There's a little bit of seam, which keeps the seamers interested. The person that's probably the least interested is Nathan Lyon, because there's not a lot of spin to speak of, and I don't think there will be throughout this game. But it is very good for batting. If the seamers bowl that sort of length, we call that sort of corridor of uncertainty, which is just back of a length, hitting the top of off, it's challenging for the batters. But if they slightly miss, we know how good the pace is, so it's good for hitting through the line. The outfield's super quick. Look, for me, the key today, believe it or not, even though there's not a lot of spin, is how well we play Nathan Lyon. As the seam attack gets a little bit tired, because they haven't had to bowl a lot of overs this series, all of a sudden we're going to get Stark, Cummings and Hazelwood up into those 20 overs plus. That's when I think New Zealand has the opportunity to make the most of it. So Nathan Lyon, for me, will try and camp down here at the Port Hills end.
With Stark's footmarks and so on.
And if we play him well, we've got to try and force him almost off, because what they'll do is then rotate the seamers from the Botanical Gardens end with what breeze there is. So it's really important how well we play Nathan Lyon and don't give him an opportunity.
Absolutely agree, and it's a chance to become a hero. If you're Rachin Ravindra, if you're Tom Latham, if you're Daryl Mitchell, this is your chance. Make a name for yourself. Put your team in a position where New Zealand can finally beat Australia. And 50 years from now, they'll be celebrating what you've done here.
I think the feeling is that, if, for example, New Zealand were able to establish a lead of somewhere around 250, that might make for very interesting viewings tomorrow. So we'll leave you in a moment as we just reflect on the position of the game. Those thoughts from Bharat, Sundaresan and Chris Harris. We're grateful for your expert comments. 134 for 2 when New Zealand resumed. Latham is on 65. Ravindra is on 11. New Zealand lead by just 40. They've lost Young and, of course, the crucial wicket of Kane Williamson. And all of the players have been out warming up. They'll be back out on the pitch in about 10 minutes' time. And we look forward to bringing cricket to you in 10 minutes. Our pre-game is for Nilex, experts in watering.
5 minutes away on this glorious third day, not a cloud in the sky. Adam Collins with you, Ian Smith with me. The first session will be for Before You Dig, lodge a free inquiry online. Smithy, feels like every day I spend in Christchurch, I look out this window, whether it was 8 years ago or throughout the last 3 days, and it looks the same. What a beautiful setting for what will hopefully be a thrilling finish to this series.
It's a vision, isn't it? It's a beautiful vision. It's not a vision that our Australian listeners are used to, and we welcome them and say good morning to you if you haven't already joined us prior. But it is the way New Zealand cricket needs to go. Boutique grounds with big grass embankments where kids can come and run around and patrons can sit, get a vantage point that they can feel comfortable with all day, but move around. And that is part and parcel of the way New Zealand cricket want their Test cricket to go. And we've got grounds like this. You saw one, half of the Basin Reserve is bank. The Bay Oval is pretty much all bank. And Seddon Park in Hamilton, which is where we play the bulk of our cricket, is the same. And even University Oval in Dunedin has got a good grass. So this is what you see and what you come to expect if you're a visitor to our country, and what you get used to if you're a local patron. It's just got a nice feel about it. And this one in particular today has a really nice feel about it. Lovely, fine Sunday morning. And there'll be some patrons here who have been here all 3 days. Some might be feeling a little bit worse for wear, but they'll improve as the day, because, as you say, the weather is fantastic, but the position of the match is also lovely. I mean, it's a lovely position to go in on the third day. They say it's moving day. Well, this test has already moved so far because of the amount of wickets we've seen and the action that we've seen. But what I like, Colo, is the fact that when you come to a day of Test cricket, you don't quite know who's going to win. I think that's a perfect way to set up, and I'm sort of in that camp at the moment.
Yeah, I think when Will Young was dismissed in the third over of New Zealand's second innings with about 50 overs left on the day, you're thinking, well, if you've got tickets to a third day, you may not see one. But the flip of that is that now we've reached this juncture with local boy Tom Latham, 65 not out at the close last night. Did get a chance late, dropped on 59 by Alex Carey, but still here. He's got more test runs than anybody on this ground. has the muscle memory of making runs on this ground. Got a good start in the first innings, left the ball so well yesterday for the most part. He came back through to lunch. He gets a dance partner or two. This test match will start twisting.
It is amazing. As we see the two teams, you can hear the ripple of applause in the background. We see the two teams mosey their way out. Alex Carey leads the charge. He loves to get the ball from the umpires and get it in the gloves. He'd be smarting from the fact he put down Tom Latham last night. It was nice to see the last 4 or 5 blokes walk out from the Australian point of view. It was the polling group. And they all gave themselves high fives as if to say, right, we can win this test match today for Australia, but it's on us to make sure that New Zealand are not batting into the third session. And if that is the case, it's an easy-paced pitch. I think it's best for batting today. It will be best for batting. And the ringing of the bell, which is significant today, it's been done by Jana Wadsworth with her dad's cap on. Now, Ken Wadsworth, fantastic wicketkeeper batsman, set the bar really in terms of wicketkeeper batsman in this country, and his daughter was given the honour of ringing the bell this morning. Jana, who's already been in the commentary box, good friend to a lot of cricketers around New Zealand, and the memory of her father, Ken Wadsworth, poignant.
I saw his Duncan Fernley in the glass case inside yesterday that he struck the winning runs with back in 1974. Corresponded with this week. Jeremy Coney was playing in that match. That was a different kind of test match, but history doesn't repeat, but sometimes it rhymes. Good morning, Jeremy.
Morning, Adam and Smithy. Yeah, nice to see Jana there. 4 rings. I don't know whether you realise it was 4 rings because the last shot Ken played went for 4. She told me this morning.
Yeah.
And her, her mum Wendy is there as well. So that's great. And they want to say thank you so much to all the Australians that came out and played in the testimonial match for Ken. They wanted me to pass that on.
All right, we are now welcoming audiences joining us for the first time today right across Australia. Our pre-match has been for Nilex Water Your Garden, with Nilex available at Bunnings Warehouse. Josh Hazlewood to bowl the first ball of this third day. It'll almost certainly be decisive in this test match. A glorious day at Christchurch. New Zealand are 40 runs in the black. Tom Latham, Ratchan Ravindra, the 2 men in from last night. Ravindra to face the first ball. Hazlewood away from us, round the wicket, couple of slips in a gully. Ravindra right in behind it, defending out towards mid-wicket. I'm Adam Collins, with me, our experts Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Funny thing about overnight, isn't it, Smithy? You can believe anything with those hours of play. No ball signalled retrospectively from upstairs. That all helps. The lead's now 41. Where in those hours where you're not at the ground, you start developing scenarios about what might happen, and most of them are along the lines of, if New Zealand can bat for half the day, we could have a thriller here.
We could. I keep going back to this test match at the Gabba where I last saw the Australian side try and chase down a fairly meagre total.
Hazlewood to Ravindra, driving out towards wideish mid off. Takes on the captain, gets through, albeit after hitting the stumps. Overthrow on offer, and they take it. So in essence, 3 runs from the first legal delivery of the day. No ball then. A couple there. Ravindra up to 13. The lead's 43.
Nice little bonuses there for New Zealand. No ball and an overthrow. But yes, that was 216 they couldn't chase down at the Gabba. Okay, we'll throw in Shamar Joseph. It was unbelievably inspiring. But it was a total that everyone going to the ground thought Australia would chase down. They didn't. And memories of that will be lurking in some of their minds.
The batsman has made good his ground. I'm ready for my decision on the big screen. Thank you.
It's only in there by about a metre and a bit.
Just confirming what everybody knew, that he was comfortably home.
Every team has its plimsoll line.
Oh.
The plimsoll line is where you overturn a boat if you go too much weight in it.
Hazlewood passes umpire Erasmus. Ravindra leaves outside the line of the off stump.
And so it sinks. And so every team has that line, and if you can push that team towards that plimsoll line, you've got more and more of a chance. Good start for Ravindra. 2 press forwards onto the front foot, 1 a defensive shot, then 1 from straight deliveries, everybody, not wide deliveries, and then a quick run that's turned into 2. So it's okay. That's what he wants to do. Leave the wide ones alone.
Yeah, and that's why You're such an adored commentator. Here I was thinking that Plimsolls were shoes.
Hazelwood bowls, Ravindra leaves late. That's good batting.
Well,
Close to his off stump, withdraws the blade.
But you can't push teams to them.
I didn't realise
they already are there.
I didn't realise when I went into Hannah's I was buying a boat that was going to sink.
Well, they are big shoes.
Oh my God.
The Plimsoll line, there's one. To tuck away for another day. Very good, Jerry. That line in the past for Australia has often been found in the second test of series where they've won the first, for what it's worth. Hazelwood, away from our southern end. Bowls to Ravindra. Edges, and it lands just in front of second slip where Stephen Smith is situated. Genuine edge, but did take some weight out of his bottom hand.
That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, because Ravindra, of anybody, plays fairly hard at the ball. And you would think that edges would carry. This one is just outside the off stump, coming back in on the angle from round the wicket, and it hasn't carried. It's quite well short.
What I will say is that from Arinda's point of view, that wasn't a flourishing drive of that line, and that's why he got away with it a bit more. It was a defensive shot with relatively soft hands, but he's been driving at that line in the past.
Hazelwood to the crease here, bowls to Ravindra, who leaves alone again. Not far away from that off stump, but that's what he wants to do. He wants to let balls go early, something he's struggled with so far in his test career.
Which is quite curious, isn't it? Because he is an opener. That's where he plays when he plays for his province, for Wellington. He generally opens, and so he should have a good idea where that off stump is. He should be working like mad on that. Of course, the difference is that here's a bowler coming around the wicket at him on the angle coming back in. It makes you a wee bit more uncertain.
And there was a hint of reverse late yesterday as well from Hazelwood. Last ball of his over, Ravindra on the leg stump line, tucks it down the fine leg. There's half a shout from the cordon, but there'll be no review upstairs. Leg by rather than bat. But he does keep the strike. 1 over gone on day 3. Ravindra 13, Latham 65. The lead moves to 44 at 2 for 138. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. So Australia went 1-0 up comfortably a couple of years ago in Sri Lanka, and then lost the second test, a test that we were covering for SENZ, Jerry.
Yeah.
And the same happened in that series that you were covering, Smithy, the West Indies series earlier this year. Won in Adelaide fairly comfortably, and had the tables turned in Brisbane. So, yes, winning the first test easily as they did at Wellington.
Any theory about that? Hypothesis?
Nothing meaningful. It's just more correlative than causative, I suppose. But it's simply the fact that, Australia haven't won a series away from home too often. They beat New Zealand in 2016. They beat Pakistan magnificently in 2022, but nothing else. Yeah, they've drawn a lot of series away.
That's the second innings Plimsoll line. That's what I put it down to.
I think that's it. It's going to be Captain Cummins bowling around the wicket to Ravindra. His first ball of the day. Ravindra defends from the crease, out to cover, no run. 2 slips of gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Josh Hazelwood beneath us here, just outside our window at fine leg.
Have an extra slip early on?
I like to think that I can leave cover open.
You almost, with Ravindra, say, here's some runs for you.
I'll push mid off a little wider, okay, so he can go 3 or 4 paces wider, because Ravindra is not a straight driver as such. But I take out Labuschagne with his hands in his pockets, and I leave that gap for him.
Cummins up, bowls here. Ravindra plays over the cordon, gets 4 for it. It was flashy, but it was safe because it was on the up. First boundary of the day, not without risk. He's 17, 2 for 142. Lead is 48. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito to you, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, it's as I say, just a wee bit of bounce outside off, and he's sort of chipped it over the top of green, which is not easy to do. And he's got to remember green is a factor there, and it's actually come off the top edge of the bat. Really, it's not an edge itself, but towards that outside middle of the bat. Got away with it. A little bit lucky.
Almost an uppercut watching it back. Cummins bowls to Ravindra. Well forward, pressing out to point, takes a quickish single. Latham up for the challenge. Good start for New Zealand. Ravindra 18, lead 49.
A lot of people listening will be thinking, don't try and change this guy. You're trying to change this guy's whole technique. We're not really.
No.
We're just asking him to be a bit more selective, because there's nothing more attractive in the game than a Ravindra cover drive, and when he's playing them beautifully, they are very easy on the eye. We'd never want to take that out. We just want him to be a little bit more selective, a little bit more patient in between times.
We love the way he plays. I don't think we should change the fact that he tries to score runs either. I think that's excellent. He's got that enthusiasm of youth, which is great. But you'll get out more often than you'll score them, I'm afraid.
First ball
especially against these guys.
for Latham on day 3. He's on 65, facing Cummins, stays around the wicket, tucks him down the fine leg. That'll feel good. Might consider a second. Happy with 1. Hazelwood does the fielding beneath us. Latham 66, 2 for 144. A lead. The lead, I should say, is an even 50. Every run being clapped. Not a blade of grass spare on the grass banks here. And Latham's such an important part of this story today. Top scored in the first innings, struggled over the last couple of years, but on his home ground he's always been a different player. Back to Ravindra, 2 left in Cummins set. Passes umpire Menon, bowls round the wicket, leaves alone. Length outside the off stump as well. Into the gloves of Carey, who put Latham down on 59 about quarter of an hour before the close of play last night. From a keeping perspective, Smithy, your analysis on that drop?
He should have got it. I mean, I set high standards. You should set high standards for your test keepers. If you went and asked Alex Carey right now, should he have got it, he'll say, yes, I absolutely should have got it. He got an awkward 2 hands to it, but it wasn't a really well-timed dive. It was more of a lunge at the last second.
Lurching, wasn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't what you'd call a classical dive away to his left, so that contributed.
Ravindra facing Cummins, bowls here and he defends into the offside. Wants to look to run, but there's nothing to cover. Positive start from New Zealand, adding 10 runs in 2 overs. It's 2 for 144. The lead's 50. Latham 66. Ravindra 18 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
All right, boys, pad up, because it's time to go out and bat for all the Kiwis waiting to be parents. Blokes aged 20 to 45 can help fertility associates change lives and grow families with our best innings yet. As a sperm donor, there's a wait list of up to 2 years for these hopeful mums and dads. So let's chase that total down with a quick single or an all-day batting masterclass. Just visit spermdonor.co.nz.
We're here with Rosine, the paint professionals use. Josh Hazelwood's bowling from our Port Hills end. Mentioned before, Smithy, that the target that Australia had in Brisbane a couple of months ago, 216, they were all out for 207, so the Windies won by 8 runs. The other interesting reference point is chasing at Hagley. It's quite a good place to chase.
Okay.
6 wins and 2 losses, but a couple of quite punchy chases in there, including a thriller from New Zealand this time last year against Sri Lanka. Latham facing Hazelwood. Over the wicket to him, change of angle, defends into the onside, no run. So New Zealand last year against Sri Lanka was set 285 on the final day, and they got there in just 70 overs. And that was an extraordinary finish, final ball, a bye run. Kane Williamson.
And the dive from Wagner, was it?
Dive from Wagner. Wagner,
yeah.
That's right. So that was all out here.
An injured Wagner.
Wagner.
Yeah.
And that was unusual because they lost the session to start the final day. Needed to go up 4.5 and over. Got there 8 down. And England chased a lot here as well. Hazelwood, 2 slips the gully. Bowls to Latham, who defends into the onside. Another win here, the other highest. Yeah, a couple in the 200s in addition to last year. So my point here is that if Australia don't have a great first hour, they needn't snatch at this. They're only a couple of wickets away from being in a good spot again.
Having said that, New Zealand have 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
They have 8 wickets in hand on a pitch that's improving. They should confidently be thinking here, we can bat for most of today with 8 wickets. It has to be more fight from 8 down than that we've seen.
Hazelwood passes umpire Erasmus and bowls to Latham and presses out to point. Again, Ravindra wants 1 inside the ring, so to speak. You can see that assertive running that so far so good for them, but no run there.
If New Zealand can get out of their tail what Australia have got out of theirs, we're in for a really interesting test match. If they can get 60 to 80 runs out of their tail, we're starting to talk about a decent sort of a target for Australia to go at.
Yeah, you're wanting runs from Kugelheim and Henry particularly, aren't you? The other guys I think we've seen aren't going to supply quite those runs.
Hazelwood bounding in, bumps Latham, who ducks it. And also when Phillips enters the arena, right? Like if Phillips is walking in, let's make the lead 150 at the fall of the 5th wicket when he's carted to bat. Phillips bats for an hour and a half from there. Given we know he always goes at roughly a strike rate of 80 to 100.
Yep.
That's an important part of the game when it comes.
Every man Jack is a really important man today. I mean, I look at Mitchell. I think Mitchell's crucial to New Zealand's cause here. Mature, handles situations well. He's key.
Senior player now, Mitchell. Hazelwood bowls. Latham defends out to mid-wicket, knows the call.
But this half hour, this first half hour, is just so important about calming the dressing room a little bit, and the men that are in it. Yes, it's possible to bat out there if we really work hard, and these two are at the moment. They're defending quite nicely. They're looking for runs as well. If there's a gap and they hit into a gap, so far it's okay. There's been one or two loose shots that give the opposition half a sniff. That's the way that Ravindra does play.
Not a lot of sound as Hazelwood gets to the crease. All eyes on Latham. It's on leg stump again, and he turns it through the onside for 4. Beautifully timed from the hometown boy. Moves into the 70s with a boundary. 2 for 148. The lead's 54. That's on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Stay with SENZ after the cricket. There's a world of sport waiting for you. Start your day with SENZ Breakfast with Israel Dag and Ricardo Ball from 6 a.m. weekdays.
There's just always things going on, you know, these laser lights.
Then the doyen of New Zealand sports broadcasting, Ian Smith, from 9 a.m.
We'll have a lot to talk about.
Mark Stafford's on standby to take your calls and more from 12 till 3 before the run home with Kirsten Beeve. That's Stephen Donald to you from 3 p.m.
A must.
SENZ. It's Kiwi for cricket, but so much more as well. It's Kiwi for sport.
First session on day 3 at Christchurch for Before You Dig Australia. New Zealand have had a problem in the first hour of play throughout the series, haven't they? And I know they were wicketless on day 1 here, but generally speaking, they've struggled to start well. Well, they've started well so far today. Cummins ran the wicket to Ravindra, defends into the inside part of the blade, spits out to backward square where 1 or 2 men are set back, gets 1, he's 19, the lead's 55.
And that last over of batting against Hazelwood was exactly what Jeremy and I have been talking about and saying, come to me, bowler. So Latham leaves well, he ducks well, he evades well, he defends well, and Hazelwood runs out of patience, goes a little too straight, not overly straight, a little too straight, and Latham says, gotcha. I gotcha. I was waiting for that one. And boy, did he play it well. That's what you call great test match batting.
Latham, 70 from 161. Round the wicket, Cummins to him, goes back and defends, knows the call. I wonder how... It's all retrospect now, but Latham might have been right on the precipice here in terms of his test career. Double failure at Wellington and had such a tough time of it over the home summer. Presumably Conway comes back and all the rest of it. To step up this week for the team, but for himself as well, how important?
I'm not sure he was under pressure for his place in the side. It's not a truckload of openers turning around and saying, I'm better, I deserve a chance ahead of him. But within himself, there would have been personal pressure, yes.
Cummins up, bowls here, leaving alone is Latham. I suppose my point is that, you know, if Young strums a 50 or a 70 and Latham misses out twice, it could tilt a wee bit for him. It could be his own plimsoll line, dare I say it. But on the other side of it, he's come out here and played with real patience and as Smithy pointed out then, class as well. Has a chance to capitalise here from 70. Can he go the whole way through this session? Cummins turns at the top of his mark, bowling his 13th over. 1 wicket to his name. That was Williamson. Bowls here and pushing out to mid-off, a delivery that's on middle and off line, on that angle that Cummins so likes.
Good length, wasn't it? Just nearly, there was a sense of sneaking through from Cummins. And the man now drops back from by the umpire, saving 1 now. That's head. He goes back to sort of a catching position. Not right to the boundary. Looks like 3/4 of the way, yeah, for the pull stroke. Don't know whether Latham saw that or not.
Almost a catching position more than a run-saving measure. Bowls here, Cummins. It's on length left alone by Latham outside the off-stump as well. Got a message in here for you, Jeremy. In regards to the plimsoll line, you could say New Zealand in ballast, but they need to be fully laden. A lead of 250 would do nicely. That's from Trenton in Queensland on 0433 98 11 16.
Very good. I like that. Always intelligent people up there. Queensland.
And an interesting text here about the World Test Championship. If the Aussies do lose, their path to the final of the World Test Championship would mean winning well against India at home next year, which won't be easy. Fair point from AG. Cummins bowls and Latham drives straight, but cut off at mid-off. Nice bit of fielding out there by Mitchell Marsh. It completes the over. Ravindra's 19, Latham 70, lead 55. 2 for 149 New Zealand. That's all on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
It's the Black Caps and White Ferns Summer of More. More action, more vibes, more epic crowd energy, more sixes, more catches, more good times with your mates, more culture, more fans, more you had to be there moments. 32 matches, 9 cities, and 6 international touring teams, including the England women's team and the Aussie men's team. Don't miss the Black Caps and White Ferns Summer of More. Get tickets now at nzc.nz.
SEN, SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, the paint professionals use. Hazelwood and Cummins in operation so far. Won't be long before we see Nathan Lyon. Only bowled 6 overs yesterday, Smith. He didn't see him before stumps, which was interesting.
It was interesting, actually. It really was, the underuse of Lyon, yes.
Hazelwood bowls, pushing on the front foot. Here's Ravindra out to cover, no run. Catching up with Lyon before play today. He likes this end, the Port Hills end where we're situated. The wind, the nor'easter today, he thinks will suit him. So blowing.
If he has to bowl 20 overs, New Zealand are in great shape. And that's a target for them as well, because...
Well, it's been a seamer's wicket right from the word go, hasn't it?
It has been a seamer's wicket. So swing, Jeremy?
Pardon?
Swing, not really?
Haven't seen a lot.
No.
Stark a little bit with the new ball.
Yes.
That's about it.
Pitch getting better and better for batting. Hazelwood up. 3rd over of the day. Defending here into the offside, albeit off the inside part of the bat. Ricocheted off the pad, no run. Bat and pad closer together than it was a couple of times last night we saw with Ravindra when trying to play away from his body. Such an important innings in his young Test career, this.
Not defining, but certainly if he gets through it, it'll teach him some lessons. He's learning.
Talent's clearly there. Hazelwood asking the right questions. Bowls to him, Ravindra. Middle of the bat out to mid-off on the drive. Plays that well.
And you can hear in the background Australia like that.
Yeah.
You can hear the slip cord and saying, basically saying, yes, you're freeing him up. That's where we want him to be driving, and 2 in a row, basically looking to force through the offside.
Exactly. Now, can Hazelwood, he's an experienced campaigner. Can he get to drag Ravindra slightly wider and keep him going across the crease a little bit and still play that drive?
Hazelwood halfway through his over. Away from us to Ravindra, who does drive lavishly, does beat cover, misfield. So Labuschagne with work to do to stop the boundary. He'll slide and throw and keep it to 3. So Ravindra into the 20s. He's 22. 2 for 152, another little milestone along the way, leader 58, but on the up, away from his body.
Absolutely.
That'll be more of the thinking from the Australians, I'm sure.
Well done. You don't mind that bowl. It was actually sort of almost misfielded as well, but yeah, that's exactly the sort of plan that they're trying to utilise against someone like Ravindra. Anything that's out there, he just can't seem to stop himself playing. The bat on an angle slightly.
Latham's turn on 70 to face Hazelwood. Bowls here, leg stump line, through mid-wicket for the 2nd time. The timing's spot on. Cummins will have time to haul it down just in front of the hospitality marquees. 3 more for New Zealand. Punchy start. Latham 73, lead 61. They've added 21 runs this morning. 2 for 155. Run a minute.
Nice batting. Again, nice batting from Latham. Really is. Dominating. I hesitate to say almost dominating Hazelwood, which is a phrase you really don't look to use too much in commentary, but here we are. Ravindra's back on strike. 2 threes in a row.
Yeah.
We're at about the line here.
Last ball of the over as well. Catching men behind the wicket. Hazelwood bowls. Ravindra defends right over the top of it under his eye. Well played. Ends the over. That leads up to 61 at 2 for 155. Latham 73, Ravindra 22 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Harness life, it's more than racing, like the Chivalry Championship where the lads race to help the lovely ladies at the bar. And they're off. Pretty Boy and Smooth Talker fly out, leaving Mr. Nice Guy well behind. Will he finish last again? It's neck and neck with Smooth Talker picking up the pace on the outside. Pretty Boy snatches the lead, but watch this. Mr. Nice Guy comes out of nowhere to steal the win. Be part of the action at the next race day. Details at harnesslife.nz.
Day 3 at Christchurch for Rosine, the paint professionals used. Jeremy Coney's jumped out, chuck on his plimsolls and find a dance floor, being replaced by Chris Harris for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Harry, good morning. Oh, sorry, I'll better turn you on.
Good morning, Anna, Smithy, listeners. Good start for New Zealand.
21 runs in 5 overs so far. Cummins up, bowls here. Latham beaten, edging it. Cummins thinks so. Umpire Menon keeps the finger down. Big moment for the captain. Corden weren't that interested. Cummins very much was. 10 seconds, will he review? Australia have all 3, Smithy.
I think he'll review. It's Tom Latham. Yeah, he'll give it a go, but Tom Latham not at all concerned about this unless he plays a great game of bluff.
I think it's just hit his back leg, hasn't it? That's what it feels like.
It just felt soft. The contact
TV Umpire
felt
2
soft.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out.
Bit of both.
I've checked the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Michael Goff upstairs for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13IMAR. First replay, Smithy.
Well, I just thought it was a soft way. I think it's missed the inside edge of the bat and hit the back leg.
Gap between the bat and the ball.
The only thing is it just a feather as it goes past. Just a feather on Latham's bat, and this is the moment of truth. There is perhaps a feather there. There is a feather there. What a great review.
Yeah, take it back. Okay.
It did hit, and that was the softness.
No gap between the bat and the ball. I've got a spike on ultra edge.
Wow.
So Nitin, please reverse your decision from not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen. Signal now.
What a moment in this test match. Tom Latham, who's done so much right. The slightest scratch on his inside edge. Pat Cummins was the only man really appealing. Backed himself with DRS. Gets it right. Latham gone for 73. New Zealand lose their 3rd wicket with a score on 155. Chris Harris. That feels significant. Australia away on day 3.
Oh, it's a massive breakthrough for Australia, and no surprise, it's the captain that's delivered again. Pat Cummins, superb, and a superb review as well. You could see them discussing it with the slip cordon and saying, there may have been an inside feather, and that's all it was. And that is a huge breakthrough for Australia.
Now, I'm not playing cards against Tom Latham because he bluffed me from this far away. He just looked so comfortable with the whole process until he saw the registration on the inside edge, and there was 2 noises. There was the back leg, which did slow the trajectory down towards Alex Carey, but it was just that fine little scratch on the way through. And it was a delivery which was seam up, slightly scrambled. It did move back in, but it just a feather, absolute feather. Latham looked around and then he tried his luck.
So it's moved back a long way as well, hasn't it, Harry? I mean, off the seam, on the angle, the way that Cummins out of that trench that he loves.
Yeah, it was a terrific delivery, and he had to play the line. It was off stump, and it was one of those ones that was such a feather. There's absolutely no deflection of the ball. Without that DRS, you couldn't have told that he had nicked it. So fine.
The delivery of the day for Maccas. Don't miss a single delivery with Mick Delivery.
I'll tell you who else is happy is Alex Carey, because it hasn't cost Australia much, that drop last night.
Correct.
It's a partnership of 44. Mitchell's in, shimmies forward, plays with the ball under his eyes off the front foot to Nathan Light at point no run, knows the call.
And straight away put in a very fine leg slip for Daryl Mitchell. So obviously you've got plans to everyone, and you implement it. You see straight away, you look around when a new player comes to the crease, what is the change in the field, if any? Yes, Mitchell Marsh has gone across into a leg slip position, about the same depth as Alex Carey is.
So Cummins towards us, towards Mitchell. 2 slips and the leg slip, delivers here again on the front foot, pressing out to cover. Gets his first run. 3 for 156. Every run being cheered by the Hagley Oval audience. They know just how crucial this passage of play is.
Well, he's a local now, Daryl Mitchell. Was really a Northern Districts player, hails from the Waikato area. Of course, we all know his heritage, but made the move to Christchurch. I think wife from down this way, Harry, or there was a reason he came down here?
Yeah, I think his wife got a really good job down here, and good news is he was happy to come down and we were happy to have him.
Yeah, sure. Not that you see him very often, but...
No, but when he does play, he's been a great addition to the Canterbury setup.
Brilliant record here at home. Average of 65 in Test cricket, 2 centuries and a few more playing domestic cricket here at Hagley. Century last year against Sri Lanka in the first innings as well, just 12 months ago. Cummins to Ravindra. Plays off the front foot out to cover, no run.
I know he's only 2 balls into it, but I just quite like the intent that he's come out with. First ball, walking down the wicket. Second ball, defending to cover, getting off the mark. I think he's always switched on, but it just shows me he's out there for this battle, and this is the sort of thing that I think he cherishes, these opportunities.
Yeah, one of the things to notice about Daryl Mitchell is his calling, his loud calling, and that's how he introduces himself to his innings, his own way of getting into it. A lot of players do that, actually. Try to get themselves in by what they say and how they go about it.
Ravindra's faced 55 balls, slashes out to deep point where there is a man set back. Keeps the strike with a single. So a successful over. My apologies, still 1 ball to come. 23, a lot going on. 3 for 157, lead 63. On the up though there, wasn't it? Not with that risk.
It was a good shot. Yeah, I like that point about Daryl Mitchell. I think you mentioned about Manus Labuschagne as well. When he starts commentating, that means he feels comfortable at the middle and he's in his best space, and it's the same with Daryl Mitchell. When he's up for the fight, his calling is very, very loud, and he's just letting the opposition know that he's here and his intent.
And knows what it is to play against Australia. Of course, played club cricket in Perth, averaging in the mid-50s in Test cricket. Cummins to him here, beats Mitchell. Played at a ball that he could have left on length. Cummins has 2 for 30. With the wicket of Latham falling in that over, caught behind for 73. 3 for 157 the score. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Get so much more with the great garage store from Garage Auckland. 10 years warranty, real security. Garage Auckland. Quality, real durability, servicing you since 62. Get so much more with the great garage door from Garage Auckland.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket with Rosine, the paints the professionals use. Daniel McHardy alongside Chris Harrison, Ian Smith, day number 3. And bright sunshine in Christchurch. Very enjoyable opening 30 minutes of Test cricket for certain, as New Zealand's gone from 134 for the loss of 2 to 157, but they've just lost Tom Latham. What a review by the Australians. Hazelwood now away from us. Port Hills in from around the wicket, bowling to Ravindra, who comes forward, glides the ball straight into the ground and into the gully.
Morning, Daniel. And interesting that Australia have decided that they'll drop back point, and that is Travis Head, who in fact is it no, it's Travis Head, yes, gone back to deep backward point. Now he's not on the boundary, but it suggests to me that they're going to just bowl a little wider to Nert. Now they've got him in a driving mood, Ravindra, that they want him to drive. There's still the danger area is gully and the 2 slips and the keeper, but they want a bit of protection in case he plays it well.
Hazelwood in again, past the umpire, short of this time. Paddle pull, slapping the ball down towards long leg. They've got 1. That's all they will get as Stark releases quickly, 158 for the loss of 3. Should they have a third slip in? He tends, when he does flash, he often gets it quite wide.
I think it's probably the position that they're thinking most about, an extra player in the cordon. But they're also, I think, thinking to themselves, well, how many players have been dismissed, caught around third slip? They're much more interested in the hip area here of Daryl Mitchell. So the plan from both ends is to have a leg catcher, a leg trap. It's Mitchell Marsh on both occasions, which means that they're pretty interested in bowling a bit straighter to Mitchell and asking him to perhaps work it through the onside. If he gets it fine, he's in trouble.
Mitchell on one, faced just 3 balls, sees Hazelwood arrive into the pads, tucks him away neatly. Just backward a square, long chase for head. They'll get 2. We'll ponder a third. The call is yes. They come back. The throw will not be in time. Christchurch crowd enjoy that. Good aggressive running. 3 to the New Zealand total. They lead by 67 now, 161 for 3.
A great indication of just how accurate Australia are. We saw that last ball from Pat Cummins to Daryl Mitchell. I think he's got out twice this series on that length, just outside off stump, climbing about a 5th or a 6th stump line. He was fortunate enough to miss that last ball in the last over, but that's just how accurate they are. They would have known exactly that's the area they can get him. And it only took them 3 balls to find. Fortunately for Pat Cummins, it went past the outside edge. But if they do get straight to him, as he did there, he will punish them.
Now back around the wicket to Ravindra. Comes forward, opens the blade, in control, works it past Green in the gully. And that man that Smithy was talking about head around to his right to collect, but a single, 163 for 3.
Not a quiet little Sunday morning get into the test, is it?
No.
Run a ball, it's action, there's a wicket. I mean, it's intriguing.
I love this, though, with the deep point, 2 out on the leg side. What I love is New Zealand, or Ravindra there, playing with softer hands, allowing him to get that gap and to get 2. That's a great way of New Zealand putting some pressure back on Australia.
Leader 69, Hazelwood in again, who was so good in the first innings, bowls fuller, wider of off stump, and there is no run.
Smithy, you've done a lot of commentating, obviously, of the Australians in recent times. How much is this is protecting runs? I mean, obviously, they're still trying to get Ravindra out, the 2 slips in the gully, but they know how free he can be. Deep point, deep square leg, deep fine leg, and the new ball, 23 point, well, 1 ball away.
I think it's a bit of a bob each way type situation. They'll test him with width and length. Maybe he'll take on the pull shot. They've got a man back, Nathan Lyon, at sort of a deep backward square leg, just behind square.
Last ball of the Hazelwood over continues around the wicket. There is a bounce underneath that. Ravindra goes. At the end of the over on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. New Zealand are 163 for the loss of 3. They lead by 69.
Sports fans rejoice. The voice of sport in New Zealand has his own show.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant performance.
That's right. You can catch Ian Smith every weekday on SENZ from 9 a.m.
For God's sake, how many hints do you want? That's right.
Cricket, rugby, even rugby league. You better believe he's on the WAS train.
Tune in, all right? We'll be tuning in. Look, Kevin.
Mornings with Ian Smith. 9 till 12, weekday mornings on SENZ.
Test match cricket with Resine quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. 163 for 3.
Thoughts? A couple of overs away from probably seeing Nathan Lyon at the Port Hills end?
Possibly, but you normally you'd say that, but you've still got Marsh, you've got Green, you've got the bounce factor. So many options, so many luxuries.
The captain's bouncing in again as Cummins bowls to Mitchell, hurries him up, gets a portion of the bat as he works it again through the square leg region. He'll trot back for a couple as Mitchell advances to 6. 165 for 3.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Mitchell. Busy at the crease, running hard, good intent, loud calling. Just feel as though he's up for this battle.
That would be a good battle, Mitchell and Lyon.
Yeah, early on.
Mitchell on a pitch which it's not turning much like the Basin was would be looking to hit him straight down the ground.
Absolutely.
In the air as well. That would be a really tasty encounter.
Mitchell battled hard and Wellington make a significant score into the ribcage as he turns to the onside. No run.
So what they've done straight from the get-go, Harry, and you talk about the conservative nature which is coming in as well, a bit worried about run rate, taken out leg slip, bolstered the onside field because Mitchell's handling it well off his hip initially.
It's a big scoring zone for him early in his innings, isn't he? I also like Nathan Lyon perhaps to the left-handed Ravindra.
Yeah.
We've talked about foot marks, probably a little bit too full, but you sort of feel as though it's worth a little look. And obviously, double-sided coin, it gives the seamers a little bit of a rest leading into that new ball as well as they start to get into bigger overs.
Cummins bowls full outside of off-stump, pushed into the cover region. Ravindra came a long way down, sent back, gets back in plenty of time. I loved the first innings battle between Cummins and Mitchell and Wellington, Smithy. Really hard-fought period of play for Mitchell. Went past the bat a number of times, Cummins did. Then there was a short one, he pulled him. and just sort of freed Mitchell up a little bit, and then next ball was the dangler outside, a little bit wider, and he just followed. All the skills and intelligence. That's why you've got a record like Pat Cummins. It already has 2 for 32. Bowls full, pushed to point. No run. Very assertive call.
Still a little bit quiet, isn't it, in the ground? Feel it's an important stage of the game and everyone's watching intently, not too much talking.
They know their stuff, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They know how delicately this is. Another wicket now for Australia. They're in the driver's seat. A really nice partnership which exists till lunch. New Zealand have got it back. It's just so good.
Well, most of the people here have got tickets for tomorrow, so
have I.
Yeah.
Pretty interested.
Who are you giving them to?
Certainly don't want to go home late this afternoon. My wife might be listening. Why not? So why wouldn't you want to come home?
Oh, we can't get flights.
No, I'm going to Galloway's.
All right. Cummins moves past the umpire outside of off stump, but nips back close to off stump as Mitchell leaves alone.
It was that great story. You're either home this afternoon, see Louise, or what is it, Rogan Josh or butter chicken?
Very good, Harry, yes.
But as Smithy would say, every day is Valentine's Day in his household.
Actually, that is not my quote. I have to honour that and say that belongs to a fellow by the name of John Hawkesby.
Yes.
One of New Zealand's great broadcasters over the years. Who told me that.
2 slips and a gully as Cummins goes full, targeting the stumps. Mitchell pushes back past the bowler. There will be no run. Stark is around to field. The end of the over. I think the helmets have been run on. Interesting. We'll see who's bowling after this very short break.
Hey cricketers, don't get caught at the crease this summer. Pad up at Cricket Express, New Zealand's trusted specialist cricket store. Their staff play and love cricket, so you can relax knowing you'll get the best advice. Visit any Cricket Express store and their experts can help fill your kit bag with the right gear for you. Whether you're a batter, bowler or a keeper at any level. Now that's worth some runs. Visit Cricket Express's 6 pitches around New Zealand or cricketexpress.co.nz.
165 for the loss of 3 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. We will have a change of bowler. It won't be Nathan Lyon, though. It will be left arm fast of Mitchell Stark. He's taken off the shades. And Maggie Green, he's ready to rock.
Real interesting things just happened, Daniel. Just as we've gone to break, 2 helmets have come on from Matt Renshaw. Sort of thought that meant Nathan Lyon. All of a sudden, those helmets have gone off. Mitchell Stark's now come on from the Port Hills end. It's almost as though they've got together, changed the plan, and Stark said, actually, you know what? I'd love to have a wee go down this end.
Yes, the danger level doesn't decrease, though, does it?
Might increase with the pacey bowls.
Well, I'm thinking if you're out there, you're thinking, who do I want to bowl? And like you said, it doesn't really matter. It's going to be challenging whoever it is.
Who's Mkawaja?
Well, if that's an option, I'll take that.
Take that one.
Yeah.
If only you could choose who's bowling.
But then you'd be so careful. You wouldn't want to get out to Kawaja.
2 slips in a gully as Stark will operate from over the wicket, bowling to Ravindra. He goes past the outside edge as he tries to drive.
No, that's my first thought from a New Zealand perspective. No, I don't want to see you doing this. That's so wide. That's tantamount to how he got out on the very first innings of this test match. That wide. And there's a little television close-up of him there, as if to say,
oh dear, I've done it again.
I got drawn into that, and it was only the first ball, the loosener from Stark as well.
Quite a little look on the Bunnings Trade replay screen as Stark in again over the wicket, but straighter this time. It's a good defensive stroke, push back to the bowler. 138k. The first one looked like a bit of a loosener, but he won't take long to be up and running at full tilt.
Yeah, pretty clever from Stark, though. From Ravindra's point of view, I don't mind him playing that shot if he's lined up Stark and he's looked for a couple of balls or a couple of overs, because it's a very full length by his standards. But it's a very high-risk shot. First ball of a new spell, and you haven't seen him today. He didn't really swing. He just didn't play down the wrong line, didn't he?
Stark is 1 for 39. He got rid of Young in the third over of this innings. Very late in a defensive stroke is Ravindra as he pushes the ball to Green in the gully. 2 mimes there, was he? Wanted to lead, then had to play.
His first mind is to score runs. I mean, and you love it. That's what you want to see. And you know, his bailout clause is almost a nerve-wracking one as well. A bailout is when you decide, no, I can't drive to that length and that line. And the best bailout is the leave. And not really prominently in his vocabulary at this stage is leave for Ravindra.
Lead is 71 as Stark bowls Fuller. Beautiful straight drive to the offside of the wicket. Marsh sprints after, but it's a rescue mission to go collect it from the boundary. That is a glorious stroke. Ravindra to 30, 169 for 3.
And Harry, who plays a lot of those himself, will tell you that that's a lot safer option because you're offering more of the bat and you're hitting straighter.
Yeah, it's a much better line as well. This one is a line on off stump, and Ravindra has shown the full face and just punched it straight back past Stark. You just wonder, for me, when he got that 240 against South Africa, that ball that he played and missed, first ball of the over, he'd normally crash that through cover, and it's almost, he knows he's got to play straighter, so he's trying to play straighter, which doesn't allow him to throw his hands through those wider ones.
The response from Stark be shorter, lifting, but well played and pushed into the open point region for a single. 170 for the loss of 3. Ravindra is 31. He's at 2 boundaries now, 2 Azito boundaries. Do it with Azito, do you?
It's good cricket, that. 4 down the ground and then with deep point back, just getting high on his toes and defending down, comfortable single. Keep doing that. Stark particularly will get frustrated.
Mitchell is taking his guard and some scratching.
No surprise, there's not really any swing for Stark with this ball almost 59 overs old. I have a feeling this will be quite a short spell from Stark.
He's pushing up into the northeasterly breeze. Big, huge puff of dust away on the far side, as we've seen a lot during this test, as Mitchell onto the front foot, playing in front of his front pad into the mid-wicket region. There will be no run. The end of the over, New Zealand lead by 76, 170 for 3.
Harness life, it's more than racing, like the Chivalry Championship where the lads race to help the lovely ladies at the bar. And they're off. Pretty Boy and Smooth Talker fly out, leaving Mr. Nice Guy well behind. Will he finish last again? It's neck and neck with Smooth Talker picking up the pace on the outside. Pretty Boy snatches the lead, but watch this. Mr. Nice Guy comes out of nowhere to steal the win. Be part of the action at the next race day. Details at harnesslife.nz.
New Zealand 170 for the loss of 3. They lead by 76 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Started the day. Just 2 down, 134 on the board. Latham 75 and Ravindra 65 for Latham. He got through to 73 before Pat Cummins. A brilliant review, a feather edge, inside edge before hitting the back hip, carrying through to Kerry. They had a chat, they reviewed. It was a wonderful one. Kerry now 7 catches in the test match, 5 in the first, 2 in the second, as Cummins continuing. It was a bouncer sailing high above the head of Kerry. He takes. Good morning, still morning, Bharat.
Good morning, guys. So, just looking at my watch here for 11:45 a.m. New Zealand time, so 4:15 a.m. India time, so I can be slightly culturally insensitive. Just looking at Rachin Ravindra's driving, you know what it reminds me of? Driving on Indian roads, because we don't stick to the lanes there. I don't know if you guys have ever driven in India, but he's shown that if you just put him in within those 2 white lines, he's really good. He's really good behind the wheel.
It's a bouncer that he pulls away very fine. Bit of a top edge, but in control and sailing away to the fence. Couple of bounces, smashing into the advertising hoardings right in front of us. 174 for 3. Another Azito boundary. Do it with Azito, do you? He's 35.
And there are other good things about his batting. He's always positive. That short ball, he was in control. You'd think, yes, it got a bit of the top edge. Because if, going back to his driving, if Ravi Shastri was India or New Zealand coach, he'd have said, young man, give me your driving license. I will give it back to you when you earn the right to drive.
Wow. It's inspiring. Gummins right on the money on off stump, pushed into the cover region, no run. And what did you have to do to get the driver's licence back generally?
Drive straight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've got to add to this because he's just so into it. I sort of agree, and I think translating it, what he's saying is Ravindra, when it's wide of off stump, we've just got to leave it, be happy to leave it. And as soon as they get straight, happy for you to drive down the ground, straight back past the bowler. But we've just got to be tempted to leave those wider ones, because if you keep chasing them, they're going to keep bowling it there.
Stick to your lane, Rachin. That's all.
Stay in your lane. You
pretty much.
want to curb him. He's defending on the crease line into the offside, no run.
But in saying that, I don't think to have a driving licence in India, you need to stay in your lane, because nobody does.
No, that's true. Yeah, over there, if you stay in your lane, you'll get nowhere.
You'll actually probably lose your licence. He's driving way too straight. Something's wrong.
And also, you don't have to pass any driving tests to get your driving licence.
Well, that always helps.
So the keys to driving over there?
You know what? I always believed Indians make great shot-leg fielders, because that's how you drive. You have to have reflexes. You need to be alert 365 degree.
Cummins changes the ball from the left to the right hand at the last and angling across Ravindra. No stroke.
I'm not just saying that, but for me, the Indian drivers are the best drivers in the world. You go to a 3-lane highway where there's 6 or 7 cars wide.
They know how to merge.
Well, they just never hit each other. I mean, I'm sure there's accidents, but I've been there a lot and I haven't seen that many.
No, not really. Yeah,
it's incredible.
It's a lot of live and let live about driving in India.
Every time I have a close call with my wife, she goes, "Oh, that was so close." I said, "I need to take you to India."
Yeah.
I'll show you close.
Is there an analogy to using an indicator like in New Zealand?
No, you don't indicate.
No one
you
likes
just stick your hand out.
Oh, right. Cummins to finish his over. Driven with a straight back. Ravi Shastri gives back the driver's licence. That ends the over. 174 for 3 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
That gloomy second bedroom. All it needs is brightening up. So how do you get started? Do you need to seal the walls before you paint? Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best paints, prep and painting techniques for your project, so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
Well, that was a short spell for Mitchell Starc, pushing into the breeze on the Port Hills end. 1 over, and he's out of the attack. And it will be Nathan Lyon as the helmets are rushed out. Our experts, Chris Harris, Bharat, Sundaresan. Within place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, Harry called it, didn't he? I think they wanted to go to Lyon in the previous over itself, but then maybe Pat Cummins and maybe Mitchell Starc himself had a word. Give me an over, let's see if there's any reverse swing or anything. There were a couple of balls which did reverse late yesterday.
Lyon's going to start around the wicket immediately to the right-hand up Mitchell, short of length, and worked wristily to the onside, but can't be mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I think Starc just wanted to have a look to see if there's any reverse. There wasn't. Almost got a wicket with his first warm-up delivery to Ravindra. But I love this field for Mitchell. There won't be a lot of spin, hence the reason Lyon coming down the wicket. He know how strong Mitchell is down the ground, so there's almost a long on, 10 yards off the fence in front of us.
And he's a reverse sweep into a gap, a point down towards a deep backward point who was Starc. There is a single to be taken, 175 for the loss of 3. It'll be interesting to see how they adjust now with the left-hander.
Generally starts with a defensive field, doesn't he, Nathan Lyon? Until he gets into his rhythm, gets into his work. Wouldn't be surprised if it's quite defensive for Ravindra as well.
Just looking at Mitchell play that reverse sweep, he tried it so often in Wellington on that bouncy pitch, barely made contact. Here, much more in control. It's a shot he backs himself to play. He plays it really well across formats.
It's just a more consistent bounce here. He's very good at it, practices it a lot. He's also very strong down the ground, and I think Lyon's aware of that, hence the reason he's come round the wicket and bowled a little bit more back of a length to Mitchell.
Ravindra waits for Lyon, using his feet nicely, creating some space and hitting the ball at the top of the bounce past the bowler towards long, off for a single. 176. Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick up. It didn't. So it's 176 and the lead is 82.
Yeah, I can see Cameron Green beginning to warm up as well. These are good signs for New Zealand.
Come on, Nate. Come on, lads.
Yes, they've lost that one wicket.
Lime belongs to Mitchell, turns to the onside. There's going to be no run. AG is texted on via the Australian line, says, key to driving in India, good break, good horn, good luck.
That's very good.
It's pretty accurate.
Very accurate, yeah.
Here you go, guys.
And no ego. Yeah, you can't have an ego.
Really? I'm out. Here's Mitchell, reverse sweep, and it's anticipated by Steve Smith, who's gone across from slip and got a hand to it. It's bounced. Incredible reactions.
Well, you started running in that direction, Steve Smith.
Ended, 3-4 metres from his original position. Great work. He's back at slippers. Mitchell now whips the ball comfortably past short leg out towards deep square leg where Cam Green fields. A run taken to end the over. 177 for 3. New Zealand lead by 80 through our coverage with Rosine. The Paint Professionals use continues after this.
The hallway with dated wallpaper. Yeah, some people might call it chic, but to you, it just looks tired. What's the easiest way to remove old wallpaper, though? Are you putting off your decorating project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Rosine colour shop for all you need on the best wallpaper, prep and hanging techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Rosine.
Well, Mitchell Stark, after a one-over spell from the Port Hills end, will be swung around and will now attack the New Zealanders from the Botanic Gardens end. Having a long chat to Pat Cummins. So he'll start over the wicket to Mitchell. 2 slips and a gully. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg. The field set. Mitchell is 8 off 16. Ravindra's 36. The lead is 83. Sense of anticipation in this ground. You think it's empty, it's not. Capacity crowd in, waiting nervously as Stark angles across the right-hander. Very full, but wide, no stroke.
Yeah, it makes sense to me now, him wanting to have a wee look at this Port Hills end, just seeing if there was any reverse swing, because with the northeasterly, it's going to help the ball reverse into Ravindra and away from Mitchell. There was no movement at all.
Yeah.
Hence the reason, go back to the Botanic Gardens end, where that breeze is going to help you with your orthodox swing into the right-hander and away from Ravindra, so it makes sense. And also Port Hills end is the end that I'm sure Nathan Lyon would prefer to bowl with that breeze.
Stark at the top of his mark, running in towards us, past the umpire. Crunching drive, wide of mid-off for 4, lovely stroke, over pitch, put away. Mitchell moves to 12 with an Ozito boundary. Do it was his Ozito do you.
That's a wonderful shot. That for me is on the ups, not a half volley. He's going to get any width. He's happy to throw his hands through it. And that's the intent he's showing right from ball 1 with loud calling. He wants to impose himself on this game. Any opportunity he gets to score in his area, he's going to take them on.
So he's allowed to play those drives.
He is. Yeah, he knows to stick to his leg.
It's also the position he's getting in as well.
Just checking. Just checking. Stark galloping in. No stroke, and it's more angling across.
And even technically speaking, because he's always going at the ball, his body is always moving towards the ball, unlike Ravindra, who stays very still and likes to stay beside the ball. He just gets into better position, so he can drive on the up a lot more comfortably than someone like Rachin Ravindra.
Well, there's an element where he's taken his shoulder and his head to the ball, whereas Ravindra, as you said, standing still and throwing his hands away from his body, and that's where you lose the element of control.
Chopper makes its way across the skyline. We're heading to the hospital not far from Hagley Oval. Stark from over the wicket. Goes wide at this time, trying to tempt Mitchell. Not interested.
Not much happening for Mitchell Stark here. Just balls being angled away from the right-hander.
I like that control from Mitchell, though. The ability just to play a shot where he's hit through the extra cover and then Stark's gone, okay, well, let's see if you go a little bit wider, and he's left the next two balls, which to me shows he's right in the zone. He's just only going to take it in the areas he feels comfortable. He's not going to come after you. It's good control.
Can't see that chopper.
Can hear it.
Disconcerting. Maybe Garth's arriving. Sure. Stark from over the wicket. Was full, pushed up towards mid-off. Labuschagne gets there in front of Cummins. A run.
Queue's too long here in the cafe, so he's chopping off to get a round of coffees.
Just gone.
Oh, he's just one.
Just gone home to work on your dinner tonight, Harry.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Oof, no pressure.
He's really talked up this curry.
He has. He does. Yeah.
I know it's.
He's a confident driver when it comes to cooking.
Well, I guess we're about to find out, aren't we?
181 for 3. The lead is 87 as Mitchell digs a full ball out. Works into the gully region at the end of the over. And New Zealand with Mitchell 12, Ravindra 36, 181 for 3.
Save with PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
LoveRacing.nz is your home of thoroughbred racing. Keep up with all the latest racing news. Study the fields and form. Watch the action live or catch the race replays. Whether you're new to the sport or racing's biggest fan, join the action at LoveRacing.nz.
Nathan Lyon to continue from the Port Hills end, his second over in this spell as we inch towards the drinks break. Opening hour of play nearly behind us. It's been fascinating. With New Zealand starting the day 134 for 2, losing Latham. The only scarring today, gone for 73. Line bowls leg stump and moved around the corner with very soft hands towards that long leg by Ravindra. Interesting to see the field for Mitchell, who loves being assertive, loves hitting powerfully down the ground. He's not really getting the length for that. Line's quick through the air. He's on the shorter side, isn't he?
He is, and just like we saw him in Wellington as well, he's not really found his rhythm yet. He's struggled at the start of his spells. Yes, he did get that early wicket of Tom Latham, but he would be the first one to tell you it was.
It's a gift.
So once again, rotating the strike against him is crucial at this point.
Mitchell waits, looking to sweep, and it's gone under the bat, and there's an appeal. That's premeditated. He's got himself in a right tangle, his Mitchell. Gets away with one. So there's a slip, a short leg, and on the 45 on the onside. Deep square leg, mid-wicket, long on, is about 3/4 the way back. That's the onside field. Lines over the wicket as Mitchell comes down, hits high, powerfully, and it's hit the rope. That should be 6, is it? They'll go up and check. We can check the Bunnings Trade replay scrape. That is a Macca's moment. I'm loving it moment, delivering you Macca's favourite straight to your door.
Love this from Daryl Mitchell. We know how strong he is down the ground. He's used his feet beautifully. He hasn't got to the pitch, but he was confident just to hit through the ball, and it was a much better shot than the previous one, which was a little bit fuller. He's tried to sweep, and that was just a wonderful off drive. I love this from New Zealand because it's not letting Lyon settle. They know his role obviously is to come and pick up wickets, but also is to contain, and New Zealand will be aware of this.
Just checking. Ray Erasmus has not made a signal yet. So Young gone for 1, Williamson 51, Latham 73. Those are the players out. Cummins has 2, Stark has 1. Tom Latham now the leading run scorer with Magnus Benroe. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Peichel.
Yeah, this is what Mitchell did not do in that second innings against Nathan Lyon. Is he batted for a long time. Again, maybe it was an extra bounce. It looks like it should be 6. At least the replay show it is 6. Murray Erasmus.
We should just do it for them.
Yeah, well,
at the rope, 6.
It'll be faster.
188 for 3. Line bowls to Mitchell, reverse sweep, and Steve Smith launching himself to his right. Is it a bump ball? He's got the right hand to it and nearly held on to it. Spectacular stuff.
It's a bump ball.
I think it's a bump ball, yeah.
So great stop, though.
Twice in 2 overs he's done it.
Mitchell needs to think about that. As he's now sedately onto the back foot, pushing straight back to Lyon.
Such a freakish slip fielder, Steve Smith. Not just his reflexes, but just his anticipation is of another level.
Lyon bowling in sunglasses and bright sunshine, goes a little bit wider of off stump. No runners, the call, theatrical call. To end at the over, the lead is 94. It's 188 for the loss of 3. And the tour group in front of us all stand up because they know it is time for an open country drinks break, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps, thanks to Open Country. At this very short break, it's a 94-run lead, 188 for 3. Mitchell 18, Ravindra on 37 back. And joining you will be Adam Collins.
Get so much more with the great garage door from Garage Auckland.
Every Aucklander deserves to have a strong, safe, secure Garrador Auckland garage door. From Wellsford to Waiuku, Garrador Auckland service the whole of Auckland, and with a 10-year warranty, they're hard to beat. GarradorAuckland.co.nz.
Get so much more with the great garage door from Garrador Auckland.
We hope you're enjoying the cricket on SENZ. There's plenty more sport where that came from, like SENZ Breakfast. Start your day right with the very latest breaking news in the world of sport with Israel Dag and Ricardo Ball.
Do you want to give us the news, mate?
Phil Jordan, Crusaders All Blacks fullback. He's going to be out for 2024. It's going to be fireworks, Rick Dog. I'm absolutely pumped for this series against the Australians.
Join us every weekday from 6 a.m. SENZ Breakfast with Izzy and Ricardo.
Bunnings Trade is here to help you this tax time with 134 Trade. Call 0800 134 872 for on-the-spot product inquiries, fast quoting and on-site delivery. Tax time sorted. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. Dinner sorted. And you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. Mick Delivery. Delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Cummins up, bowls here, Ravindra plays over the cordon, gets 4 for it. It was flashy, but it was safe because it was on the up. Ball lies on Latham, it's on leg stump again, and he turns it through the onside for 4. Beautifully timed from the hometown boy. Cummins up, bowls here, Latham beaten, edging it. Cummins thinks so, umpire Menon keeps the finger down.
There is perhaps. There is a feather there. What a great review.
What a moment in his test match. Tom Latham, who's done so much right. The slightest scratch on his inside edge. We're at the drinks break on day 3, first session. We're here for Razine, the paint professionals use, and gee, what an hour of play that was with New Zealand building their lead from 40 to 94. They did lose Tom Latham along the way. That inside edge you heard before from the bowling of Cummins. He was out for 73. Put on 44 with Ravindra, but from that point, this pair have put on a further 33. Ravindra still there on 37 and doing his bit. Daryl Mitchell riding shotgun on 18. Adam Collins in with Jeremy Coney, Bharat Sundaresan. It was an eventful little drinks break there, actually, fellas. We had on the big screen as Cummins starts, Stark starts the new hour, bowling to Ravindra. Ravindra goes back and defends down the pitch, no run. Jimmy Wilder was interviewed, who's going to be joining our coverage at lunch with Daniel McHardy. He's here watching his 200th test match. He's been going to test cricket since 1960-61. Most of the time he had his twin brother Robert with him, who passed away a few years ago. So Daniel McHardy will pick up the story later, but they just recognised him on the big screen in front of everyone and received an ovation from the whole crowd, which is a very special thing for a man who's been touring, well, for as long as I have been anyway, and following the Australian team around the world.
Yeah, they chose the right moment to go to him during the drinks break. If you'd gone in between and all, he would have told you off like he did me.
Stark 2 slips the gully, bowls here to the left-hander Ravindra. Pushing into the onside, no is the call.
Yeah, another thing I was noticing while that was going on, Adam, is some courtside coaching from Daniel Vittori, assistant coach. He's not in the dressing room. He sat out there. Spot him now in the dugout. A few things to say to Nathan Lyon and Steve Smith. They haven't really needed his special expertise so far in this series, at least on the field. But Australia also tells you that for the first time they're in a position where New Zealand are testing them with the bat.
Well, their lead was 94 going into the second half of the game. Now New Zealand lead by 94. Stark bowls Ravindra. Outside part of his blade deflects to green in the gully, no run. can see Jeremy Coney with his calculator out on his phone, scribbling some notes, scenario building.
Yeah, well, 13 overs in the first portion of the day's play, 54 runs for New Zealand, so just over 4 runs an over. That's quite healthy, I think, and that's where Ravindra, you get the bonus, if you like, of Ravindra, because he does play shots. Yes, he gives the opposition a bit of a chance as well, and that keeps them interested, but at the same time, if it comes off, you know, New Zealand move ahead quite quickly.
Stark halfway through the over. Beautiful morning. Bowls to Ravindra, who plays and misses, fending at one that wasn't that far from the off stump, at least from our angle. We'll get a second look in a moment on the screen, but it did end up in the gloves of Carey. A few oohs and ahs in the cordon. Get a second look here, Baz.
Yeah, he is a little flirtatious outside off stump, isn't he?
That is a nothing shot, isn't it? He's
yeah.
actually looking to run that. Why run it when in fact you've got slips in a gully there? That's just a poor stroke from him. He knows that.
Seeing that on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. 2 slips in a gully, waiting for anything behind the wicket. Stark up, Bowles and Ravindra on the front foot, pushing down the pitch. That's better. Plenty of feedback on our line to your comparison to Ravindra and driving as he is in India. 0433 98 11 16 or 8833 in New Zealand. It reminded me of when I was on the sofa with you doing some prep for the test, Baz, before the match, and seeing they played one youth test here in 1987, Australia and New Zealand. I thought, I wonder who was playing in that. And a name jumped out who was known for being, like Ravindra, spraying it all over the place from time to time. Former West Coast Eagles full forward Peter Sumich. That'll mean a little bit to our listeners in Australia, maybe not quite so much in New Zealand. Stark bowls here. Ravindra driving out to mid-off. No run. That completes the over. 3 for 188 the score. The lead's 94 for the Black Caps. Mitchell 18, Ravindra 37 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Imagine a deck where you can invite people around to enjoy the afternoon. The deck looks good and no one slips on the mould. Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resene colour shop for all the help you need on the best wood stains, prep and staining techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resene.
First session for Before You Dig Australia. Nathan Lyon to continue from our Port Hills end. He's bowled 8 overs out of the 64 so far, which is a fraction odd by Lyon standards, but he'll put a shift in here before lunch, I'm sure. Over the wicket to Mitchell, slip on a short leg. Mitchell forward, pushing out to mid-off where they won't get a single. Yes, Jeremy, Peter Sumich, grateful forward, most known for having a shot for goal in a final from 10 metres out, missing, which meant it was a draw.
Side of the boot.
And they had to come back the next week. It was the side of the boot. Had to come back the next week and play the final again. Lyon bowls here. Going back is Mitchell, defending under his eyes. Out to Smith at slip, who collects it. No run.
It's an interesting field, isn't it? Because Australia are saying to Daryl Mitchell, even if you want to play, I'm going to bowl outside this off stump. Even if you want to play that reverse sweep, I've got a man covering the boundary down. You're only going to get one.
Lyon bowls, Mitchell defends to mid-on. Wants one, doesn't quite thread it past Labuschagne, diving away, and for a moment, Ravindra wanted to scamper away. You don't take on Labuschagne, though. He's a dead-eye dick.
So the other aspect about it is if you don't get over the top of it, we saw Smith just last over, didn't he? He shimmies away to his right.
Lyon to the crease and bowls, and Mitchell defends down the pitch, no run.
So it's much better, I think, to use the full face of the bat. They've also now dropped Hazelwood back to long on.
A long stop almost, it looks like.
Yeah.
Very straight.
Quite straight.
Saw that quite a bit in the Ashes. Lyon bowls, reverse sweep. Mitchell plays it so well. There's a fielder back for it. They get one. He's 19, lead 95.
But Smith moving 2 paces. He's an intelligent slip. He can see the stroke is about to be played. And so he moves and he gets into the game. You're out of the game at first slip when he plays that stroke, really, unless it comes off the glove, which kind of bounces just a bit more. But he's actually in the game for a catch if you don't get over it.
It's one crack at Ravindra. Round the wicket to the left-hander. He's forward in defence. Well played and well bowled. 37 for Ravindra, 19 for Mitchell. 3 for 189 New Zealand with a lead of 95 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Find your next winner with loveracing.nz, your Group 1 destination for racing news, previews, replays, fields, form, tips, and much more. Get amongst the action at loveracing.nz, your home of thoroughbred racing.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery. Dinner sorted. And you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. McDelivery, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Our first session for Before You Dig, lodge a free inquiry online. Our coverage for Rosine, the paint professionals use. It's going to be Stark to continue. 15 overs until the second new ball, which may well be a factor, Jeremy.
Oh, yeah, of course it will be.
2 slips to the gully. Trying to find something here. Maybe a bit of reverse. Bowls to Mitchell, leaves alone outside the line of the off-stump. We did see a little bit of reverse late yesterday with Stark hiding the ball on the way up with all the lights on. I guess different atmospherics, but not a lot this morning.
Just been going straight through.
Yeah.
Honestly, he bowled that 1 over from this end, and ever since he's shifted there, he has started bowling the wobble seam in the last couple of years. He's not really getting much out of it.
Yeah, the first ball of that over was wobble seam, seeing it on our Bunnings trade replay screen.
So into his, he had 11 overs, so he's into his 4th over here of the morning.
Up here, all eyes on Stark and Mitchell. Bowls here, Mitchell driving from the bottom of the bat, so Stark collecting his follow-through, 140 kilometres an hour.
Very important partnership in terms of the game, isn't it? Because both batsmen, right and left hand, look to attack the bowling. They are attacking players, and so the game moves on quite quickly. They give you a chance, so that can be the bonus for the fielding side whenever these two are playing together.
And the 15 overs to the new ball, like you mentioned, Jeremy, is so crucial.
Yeah, after lunch.
Stark from the Botanic Gardens end to Mitchell off the hip. Spills out to leg gully. A leg bye will be added. 3 for 190, lead 96.
You'd expect Nathan Lyon to just keep bowling from this end, but maybe Stark gets 1 or 2 more overs. Then you're into the Cameron Greens. They'll want to keep Hazelwood back for that second new ball. And that's where these two can really cash in and make the most of those 12 overs or so they'll get with this old ball.
Well, if they can get 4 runs, I mean, the rate at which they've scored so far, I'm not sure whether they can. I think Lyon is now getting a field that is starting to put pressure on the batsman about where do I score. And the scoring runs will come in singles more than boundaries.
Ravindra's 37, facing Stark, beats the outside edge, just pushing at 1. Again, that 5th stump line or thereabouts. 142 kilometres an hour. A little bit of shape away. We'll see it again, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, it is. He's just late on it. He wants to feel the bat on the ball, doesn't he? Which is curious. As I said before, he's an opener when he plays for his province here in Wellington. He really is wanting to hit the ball, every ball.
It's 37 from 82. Can he get through to lunch? Stark to him here. Ravindra down the leg side. Hits him on the pad on the way through. An appeal from Smith, but that'll be ignored.
Yeah, you don't want... Like, if New Zealand still have these two when the new ball's taken, you'd think they're in a very good position. Like you said, Jeremy, even if they scored at 3 and over, that leads healthier. And then there's also the potential of them being able to score slightly quicker. Because Australia will,
the new ball.
Yep, and Australia will attack. They'll have to attack with the second new ball.
They'll have some miles in the legs by then as well. Didn't bat for long, Australia. Stark here over the wicket, takes it on Ravindra, out through mid-wicket. There'll be at least 2. Won't quite reach the rope. They'll return for 3 as well. So Ravindra reaches the 40s from the final ball of the over, keeps the strike as well. Mitchell down the other end on 19. The lead's 99, 3 for 193 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce, keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
SENZ Test cricket for Rosine, the paint professionals use, and warming up for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, steady, hot and strong. Josh Hazlewood, interestingly. We thought they'd hold him back for the second new ball. Line delivers here around the wicket, going back and right into bounce with Ravindra, no run. So we're likely to see a change from our end, or from the northern end, my apologies.
Ravindra's got to be a wee bit careful here to lock off on one shot. In Wellington, basically only had one way of scoring with the cut.
Line up round the wicket, two catching men, a little bit short, so Ravindra's able to go back and place it to cover.
He's wanting to get leg side of the ball, isn't he, and open up the offside to punch the ball through. There's a man at sort of 3/4 of the way to the boundary at point. There's a backward point and then a cover. Love a shame.
Line straight back to his mark. Bowls again, Ravindra. Fuller defending. Yeah.
So it's a little tempter. The fields are being set now for each of the batsmen, and they're asking questions of the batsmen. Where do you want to score?
Line up. Ravindra dances at him, goes up and over the top of mid-on, gives it everything. Might have cleared the rope, not quite. One bounce and over it. That takes the lead beyond 100. 103 in the black caps. Ravindra 44, 3 for 197. He's running hot for Ream.
Well, he's down the wicket and at him. It's a very different pitch, we will say, than the Basin Reserve, which was turning quite substantially and also bouncing as well. It's one bounce 4, I think, is it? Yeah.
Just half volley over the top. Line 2 left in the over. Ravindra plays from the crease defensively to mid-wicket, knows the call.
And makes Nathan Lyon think. You can see what he was trying to do.
Yeah, but as he goes back to the leg side, of course, he loses a wee bit of balance as he moves away from the ball to open up the offside. And sometimes you can get a bottom edge if it sort of scurries through on you.
Last ball for Lyon here. Ravindra defends. Good batting from the New Zealand number 4. He's 44, Mitchell 19, the lead. Up to triple figures. It's 103 with New Zealand, 3 for 197 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
It was back around the time Ethereal was winning the Melbourne and Caulfield Cups that Garrard's Horse and Hound served their first customer. Now, after 20 plus years supplying specialty products to the equine and canine industries in New Zealand and Australia, Garrard's is a household name. Garrard's Horse and Hound guarantees expert advice, stocks the largest range, and promises great monthly specials. Equine, canine, feline. Garrard's in Christchurch, Pukekohe, Cambridge or horseandhound.com.au.
Getting another look at that Ravindra 4 on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, Jeremy.
No, he didn't. And he certainly gave it the full Sydney, really going at it hard. But he dragged it over, to the long on when it was safe. But I don't think Lyon would be too worried.
Stark continues. Mitchell defends. It's the psychology of this morning, Jeremy. Spoke a lot about the first hour in the first session. If they can get to lunch just one down, there's so much belief there.
Absolutely.
That they can make it. That 250 number that we're all a bit fixated on. They're one
ahead. So that's three. So that's New Zealand getting to 300. So let's remember that, or 350.
Long way away.
Yes, it is. It's a long way away. So New Zealand got to value their wickets, especially these top order wickets. Very important, because New Zealand's tail does start, quite high. Number 8.
But they score quite quickly, the lower order, if they get going. Stark bowls. Mitchell plays late and sneaks it through. A little misfield. Bobbles up. Did take some pace off the ball. Work to do for Green. Collects it just in time, so Head effectively saves 1. Mitchell to 22 with the cut. New Zealand 3 for 100 and they make that 3 for 200. They pass that milestone with the stroke. Lead of 106.
Just seems to be in so much better rhythm, Darryl Mitchell, with his batting. Looking to score, yet he's picking the right balls to score from. Recognize that Mitchell Stark's not getting any this ball to do much at all. It's really going up and down, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good stroke off the back foot. He's sort of standing tall, giving himself extra inches, if you like, to get on top of that ball. Mitchell punched it backwards a point, beats Head.
First time New Zealand have made 200 in this series. As Stark bowls here to Ravindra, using the pace down the deep backward point, steering it to the sweeper for 2 more. They're scoring at a decent clip here. He's 46, lead 108. 3 for 202, so that's the third time they've reached 200 in their last 10 attempts against Australia, Daniel McHardy tells me.
Just a little round of applause quietly at the back of the box. The lone hand.
And also the first time in this series where they've made Pat Cummins go to Steve Smith just to pick his brains, get captain and vice captain talking to each other. They've not really needed that.
Still got all the catching men behind the wicket, 3 of them. Stark to Ravindra on 46, defends under his eyes to cover, knows the call. Important they haven't let Lyon really get into the game either. He's got a terrific record against New Zealand, 10 wickets last week, only bowled a couple of overs in the first innings. Takes his wickets at 19 against the Black Caps. Not many people have taken more than him in these contests and yet to take a wicket in the test.
In just one maiden over. That's always a giveaway with Nathan Lyon in these conditions. 9 overs, he's bowled just one maiden.
Yeah, normally the scoreboard just stops. It just, it's almost as if someone's turned it the other way, when he comes on. But no, it is moving. It is moving. They're after him.
Stark races up to Ravindra, short ball, pulls it hard, one man to beat it, deep square won't quite. Travis Head sweeping in that direction. They still get one. He's 47, looking to score with every opportunity. Leads 109 at 3 for 203. One ball left.
Very briefly in that second innings when he made a 50, Australia did go to the short pitch ploy. I think it was Pat Cummins bowling. Just on the basis of that shot, he's ready to take it on. I wonder if Australia might go for it in the next few overs.
And they don't mind it either. And we see it a lot in Test cricket. Sort of fine leg, deep forward square, a short leg, a leg gully, a fly slip, a deep backward point. It's not pretty cricket. We saw it heaps during the Ashes last year, but that is something they could turn to before the second new ball. Stark finishes his over here, and leaving alone is Mitchell well outside the line. So that leads 109 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Ravindra 47, Mitchell 22.
Look, need a taxi? Call Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000. Catching up with friends, entertaining with colleagues and clients. Need a safe ride home after the party? Do it all with one call. 09 300 3000. Auckland Co-op Taxis, part of Blue Bubble nationwide.
Safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000.
Our leading run scorer on day 3 so far is Ravindra on 47. He started the day on 5. That's for Magnus Benroe. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Paykel as Ian Smith joins myself and Jeremy Coney. Hello, Smithy. A chance for New Zealand to have another productive half an hour and get to lunch in pretty good nick. Oh, sorry, Smithy, here we go.
Absolutely, Colo. Absolutely, there is a chance. Also a chance for Australia, the way they're playing.
Lyon bouncing into Ravindra, goes back and cuts to the sweeper at deep backward point. He's 48.
All the reasons I love watching Test cricket have happened in this little session this morning, because there have been so many individual battles, and looking on, there have been so many tactical changes being countered and what have you, and being dominated. I mean, it's been really riveting stuff to watch some of the very best try and dominate and can't quite.
3 back for Mitchell. He sweeps and gets it wide of the man at deep backward square for 4. Nailed that sweep. Loves reversing, but loves the conventional one as well. He's 26. The lead's 114, 3 for 208. Very busy New Zealand here. Very busy indeed.
Yeah, certainly there's an attack. Again, he's not quite to the pitch of the ball to sort of really control it. Goes in the air a little way, but he hits it hard enough. It goes square of the man at 45. 53 balls from 79. 53 runs, from 79 between these two.
Just what they needed after losing Latham early on day 3 for 73. The only wicket so far. Lyon over the wicket. Going back is Mitchell. Wade on's the call, no run.
Kind of almost the feeling, I don't know what you two think, but New Zealand are very wary of the new ball coming up after lunch, and they are attacking quite strongly now while the ball is still old.
Makes sense. Lyon bowls. Mitchell defends to cover where there isn't a run.
Good. Very good. Good thinking. As long as these two are together when it is taken.
And they don't lose something in the attempt.
Yeah.
Men back at deep backward square. Deep
not worth that.
Straightish long on for Mitchell. Lyon bowls to him here, and he goes back and takes it to the man at long on. That's good batting. Mitchell 27 retains the strike with the... No, my apologies. 1 ball left in the over. Getting ahead of myself. 3 for 209. Lead 115. Back to Ravindra. So if they can put Australia under pressure, saying before you jumped on, Smithy, we see a lot of that short ball stuff where they send all the fielders back when Australia find themselves in situations like this. We saw it routinely in England last year, and quite a bit in Australia as well against Pakistan. Liner finishes 11th over. Ravindra back and cuts, and there'll be another single. Moves him to 49. He keeps the strike. Lead 116, 3 for 210 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Stay with SENZ after the cricket. There's a world of sport waiting for you. Start your day with SENZ Breakfast with Israel Dag and Ricardo Ball from 6 a.m. weekdays.
There's just always things going on, you know, there's laser lights.
Then the doyen of New Zealand sports broadcasting, Ian Smith from 9 a.m.
We'll have a lot to talk about.
Mark Stafford's on standby to take your calls and more from 12 till 3 before the run home with Kirsten Beeve. That's Stephen Donald to you from 3 p.m.
A must.
SENZ. It's Kiwi for cricket, but so much more as well. It's Kiwi for sport.
Only one Macca's I'm loving it moment of the session for Australia when they picked up Latham. An excellent review from Cummins off the inside edge, taken by Carey. That wicket fell with the score on 155. Cricket, I'm loving it.
This is very much a Canterbury crowd, and there is a saying over here that they're a little bit biased towards Canterbury performances. But what they are witnessing here is the future. A bit of the future, a glimpse of the future of New Zealand cricket. And that is Ravindra. And now we're going to see Mitch Marsh. So he's going to play all his cards, Pat Cummins, before that new ball. Mitchell Marsh does have a bit of a golden arm. He does tend to get breakthroughs. But just getting back to the Ravindra thing, I think in a precious situation against the very best, seeing a little glimpse of the future, the fans here, and they're liking what they're seeing.
Marsh has got a lot of big wickets since coming back into the Australian team. First ball of his spell to Ravindra here, and he drives down the ground splendidly, and in doing so raises a half century. Some of his stroke play's been terrific, not without risk, but he's still there. 53 from 96, takes the lead to 120 with that glorious drive. 3 for 214. They're standing in the viewing room, they're standing around the ground. They know how much rides on Ravindra in this test match, Ian Smith.
Well, they saw this kid in the World Cup. Okay, white ball cricket, 50 over cricket, but he opened the eyes of the New Zealand public, as he did the world public in terms of cricket. And this is an absolutely glorious way, the best way you can possibly think to bring up a milestone is a classic straight drive.
Mitchell Marsh to Ravindra, who leaves alone.
Then there was this period where they put him on ice. They thought, well, okay, white ball cricket, lighting up the World Cup isn't good enough to make our test team in Bangladesh. And everyone back here was thinking, really? Really? I mean, that is just raw talent that you're wasting. Came home and thought, we've got to put this guy on the side. So they left out Henry Nichols, who was a fixture down here, a local Canterbury person. And sometimes when you drop a Cantab, it doesn't go well. But what they, as I said, what they're witnessing here is a glimpse of the future for New Zealand cricket.
Marsh bowls to Ravindra, looking to drive straight again. He kind of clunks it, still gets one to mid-on, 54. 121 the lead, that number's building.
And he's got this ability to make you sit forward in your seat because you're nervous about the possibility of him getting out and you don't want to miss it when he gets it right because, he is such an attractive player.
Well, he's so hard to bowl to, isn't he? He's got so many shots. You can't bowl outside off stump, and if he's hitting those ones, so you go a bit straighter and he smashes you down the ground, as we saw that over, or if he's leg side, he's tucked away, he's got all that. You bowl short at him, he's got a pull stroke, he sometimes pulls up the front foot. So, he has all the shots. And he knows how to play them. He's got a good, young, youthful eye, or both of them actually, and they kind of pinpoint where I'm going to play the ball. So there's a lot to admire about the way he plays.
Marsh to Mitchell for the first time. Mitchell on leg stump, takes it fine, takes it very fine, takes it for 4 more. 2 boundaries in the over. This is drifting for Australia. Still 10.2 overs until the second new ball. Mitchell into the 30s. He's 31.
Well, Mitchell's another one who they'll build this team around. He's come to Test cricket pretty late. He's had a lot of an apprenticeship, playing his first-class cricket, and since then he's kind of developed his own style, very attacking in Test cricket.
Just a slip in a gully now. Mitchell Marsh bowls to Daryl Mitchell, who leaves alone. It was a Macca's I'm loving it moment for Ravindra. Cricket, I'm loving it. His 3rd half century in Test cricket.
And if the ball isn't moving around so much and he can play the line of it, You know, and so if it's just a little bit short of a length, he'll still go in and attack it the same way that Ravindra does. So, you know, it can be a very productive partnership if you don't take them out of play quite quickly.
So an expensive over, lead 125. Still half an hour to lunch. Marsh bowls to Daryl Mitchell, who pushes out to cover. A loud call of no. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Garth Galloway jumping in for me. Ravindra 54, Mitchell 31, 3 for 219. And that's all on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is bigger, brighter, bolder and louder than ever. LoveRacing.nz together with TAB brings you New Zealand's top 20 thoroughbred racing events, celebrating all the action and entertainment both on and off the track at the biggest and best race days across the country, featuring headline acts Sir Dave Dobbin, Peking Duck, the Black Seeds, Zed and more. Eat, drink and get racy at New Zealand's ultimate thoroughbred racing festival. It's one hot ticket. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
And welcome back to the cricket from beautiful Christchurch, the Hagley Oval, which is an absolute picture in New Zealand's morning. Has been a good one. Cricket coming to you on SENZ Test Cricket for Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Here's Nathan Lyon bowling to the very impressive Rachin Ravindra onto the back foot and playing square of the wicket into the offside, where Hazelwood fields on the boundary at... in fact, it's green on the boundary at point. Another run, 220 for 3. Hello, Smithy and Jerry.
G'day, Garth. What I'm seeing here, which you don't see very often, is little signs of frustration from Nathan Lyon.
Yes.
You know, he's starting to gesticulate about areas where he doesn't want them collecting and they're not being protected.
Mitchell faces Lyon and he plays back.
Which is rare.
Yeah, well, I think he'd be frustrated that he's not getting a skerrick of turn, really, is he? There's nothing there for him. There's no drift.
Well, he's not getting much bounce either. He normally relies so much on getting the ball between your knee roll and your hip. Not getting there.
Challenging conditions for him as he bowls and Mitchell plays back to him.
The bat pad is gone. Your catcher, your key man, when you're wanting people to defend, they're not defending quite so much. It's Australia at the moment who are defending a bit.
Here's Lyon bowling from the Port Hills end, and it's again Mitchell going back and across. So this is the 60. Let's take a look at which over we've got to. But I just think the new ball is going to be crucial, isn't it?
There's a sense both teams are waiting for the new ball.
Well, I think Australia's trying to race to it. As Mitchell faces flatter and faster, and the result is the same. Played back to Lyon.
Very interesting, Jerry. You and I have been watching how they've tried to cut off the reverse sweep, yet encourage it at the same time. Brought another player in.
Yep.
Travis Hedges, that's where he's gone from the helmet.
Correct.
To a really deep gully almost.
Yep. He bowls in again. It's just back on onto the back foot, and it's played to Labuschagne at mid-wicket, the end of an over. 220 for 3. It is 9 overs away from the new ball.
All right, boys, pad up, because it's time to go out and bat for all the Kiwis waiting to be parents. Blokes aged 20 to 45 can help fertility associates change lives and grow families with our best innings yet. As a sperm donor, there's a wait list of up to 2 years for these hopeful mums and dads. So let's chase that total down with a quick single or an all-day batting masterclass. Just visit spermdonor.co.nz.
Cricket coming to you with Resine, the paint the professionals use. It's going to be Marsh bowling his second over of the day, bowling from the Botanic Gardens end through to the keeper Carey. So the pace just 130. But it just feels like Australia are hoping for something to happen. They're keen to get that new ball in.
They're still saying to Rachin Ravindra,
drive,
because this field is a 7-2 field, the way I'm looking at it, unless there's someone missing.
Right. Yeah,
it's a 7-2 offside field, and fine leg is probably as wide as I've ever seen a fine leg. In fact, he's deep backward square. There isn't a fine leg, which is quite demanding of Mitchell Marsh in a way.
Got a bowl outside off, doesn't he?
Here he is bowling, and Ravindra outside off stump. It's clearly a plan. 2 slips in a gully. There's a player back towards the boundary at point, or backward point. There is a cover point fielder, one at cover and mid-off, and a mid-on, and a very, as you say, Smithy, very wide but backward square leg, really. Unusual field.
Well, it's just testing Ravindra, isn't it? It's outside off. It's outside off. What are you going to do? First slip, third slip, gully.
Ravindra waits and Marshall bowls, and he's hit this time in the groin region. It comes back and nips in, a bit uncomfortable for him. He walks away now and he's down on his haunches, so that's struck him just where no male likes to be struck. He's a bit uncomfortable. Good delivery from Marsh.
Might have bounced a wee bit more than he thought, but certainly defeated the shot, doubled him over. Take time, you take your time. You've earned the right to take your time.
New Zealand is scoring at a rate here, you guys, that if they could get to 240 by the time lunch comes round, or by the time the 80 overs comes round, put it that way. There's going to be a few overs after, I would think. I know that we've got a spinner on at one end.
Here's Marsh again, bowling. Ravindra takes on the challenge this time and thrashes at the ball away from his body. It's through to Carey. That's exactly what Australia are looking for.
Take your time, Ravindra.
Yeah. That's when Mitchell got to come into play here, and he is. Thank goodness for that. He's got to go down and say, look, this is how they're trying to get you out. This is exactly the plan. They're not going to give you anything to work through the onside because they've got no protection there.
If you remember, that's how he got out against South Africa.
Yeah, and I was
thinking about going across him.
And I was thinking about Mount Maunganui when Williamson nursed him through all of these tough periods. Williamson went down and talked to him a lot as Marsh bowls, and he's outside the off stump, and this time he leaves. And Mitchell's adopting the same role.
And Head is very close in at cover.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably 15 to 18 metres away from Ravindra, which is a very shallow position.
But this is Test cricket, isn't it? These are the moments that he has to get through and he has to negotiate.
But I was just saying, if New Zealand are heading towards close to 240, I would say by lunch. So that's a lead of 146 at stage.
Best batting conditions of the match is again Ravindra is disciplined this time, and the ball is through to Carey. He doesn't play a shot. 220 for 3, another maiden. Marsh has none for 15 from 5.
Every day, right across this great country, Kennards Hire help loads of customers and their customers enjoy the feeling of a job made easy. Like Paul, who perfected the finish on his concreting job thanks to a vibrating handheld screen from Kennards Hire. Happy, Paul? So whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Ken-Oath feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
Cricket being brought to you with Resine, the paint that the professionals use. It's 220 for 3. Our Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it. As we're going to watch Nathan Lyon again taking up the challenge of bowling to Mitchell, where he's not getting much drift, bounce or spin. And his first ball is just played easily by Mitchell. Into the onside where Greenfield's coming in from the boundary at deep backward square leg. 2-2-1 for 3.
I think there's a sense from Daryl Mitchell that he needs to be, and he knows he needs to be there at the new ball.
Yep.
And I think he's just gone a little bit more conservative for that reason. Every over that gets closer to that is the desire to be there when it arrives, and he looks as if he's taken the urge to try and reverse sweep almost away.
Yes, he has.
And the shot down the ground, the aerial shot down the ground.
Well, he has to almost lead by example for Ravindra, doesn't he? If he's going down and talking to him as he should be.
Whereas Ravindra will try and get one through the offside here with man at deep point. Against a different line though. He's changed to over to go across him.
Yeah, and just come into that pad just a little bit more and then push one across.
And the length too.
Yeah.
The length's got to be, just precise here from Lyon. It's got to be a bit more full than he's been bowling.
Bowls and it's full, and we see a very old-fashioned just shove the front pad at the ball. Balloons into the onside. 221 for 3. So the new ball is 7.5 overs away. New Zealand have just lost Latham this morning, caught by Carey behind the stumps from Cummins is bowling for 73. The wicket falling with the score at 155. It's now 221 for 3. Tyre Power scoreboard. The big Easter sail is here we are seeing him playing into the onside again. This is real cat and mouse stuff.
He wants to go offside, doesn't he? He's shimmying out to try and open up the offside there.
Mitchell's talking again.
Mitchell's thinking, he's doing his thinking for him here really, but that is an almost impossible shot to play against that line off Nathan Lyon, to try and hit it to backward point. from that line is almost hard.
From leg stump.
That's a lot easier to hit straight. It's a lot easier to hit straight, Garth.
Well, he gets a bit inside that one and plays it nicely down to Hazelwood at mid-off. Lovely shot.
Isn't it? It's sort of living this innings, though, isn't it? It's intriguing to almost live it with him.
I'm losing weight here.
Wish I was.
You can ill afford to. Here is this ball's pushed into the onside. So the end of the over, Ravindra survives, but not without a few heart and mouth moments. 2:21 for 3 it is. We'll take a break.
The team at PGG Wrightson Turf are all about the delivery of high-performance turf grass solutions. They've been in the business for over 40 years, so they know what it takes to deliver a top-quality result for your needs. From pro sports turf and turf landscaping through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team knows every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. To find out more about how they can help with your turf grass solutions, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
Welcome back to the Hagley Oval. Cricket being brought to you with Resine, the paint that the professionals use. It's going to be Mitchell on strike to Mitchell Marsh, running in from the Botanic Gardens end. He bowls and it's played off his hip to square leg. Chris Harris has come in to enjoy this very absorbing battle.
Afternoon, Garth, Smithy. Feels like another wee crucial time or important time. It's leading into lunch.
Yeah.
The crowd senses it too, don't they?
Well, I hope Jerry goes and has something to eat. He's losing weight watching all of this.
Can't afford to lose much.
No.
I can give him some.
No.
I could give them some weight.
Why would you do that? No.
He's that kind of guy.
Generous. Here's Mitchell playing back to Marsh.
It's almost like Daryl Mitchell now is like the captain of the batting side of things for New Zealand.
He's the mentor.
He is, because and that's one of the reasons they like him at 5, is because he can bat through towards the tail and assist them through. Interesting chat going down on the boundary down here. Nathan Lyon and Daniel Vittori.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting chat. Not very often you see a bowling coach come out to talk to Nathan Lyon.
This ball is played through the mid-wicket area. It's misfielded there, and so they'll pick up one. They're going to think about coming back for a second, and they will. So just a misfield at mid-wicket by Head. He's now looking at his fingers. 2 more runs to the total. Mitchell 34, 2-2-3 for 3. Well, in the interview last night, Travis Head talked about the influence of Daniel Vittori. Just mentioned him and said that they've talked a lot about the ground and the pitch and so on.
Let's just see if there's a subtle change in what Lyon is doing as a result of that chat. Although I thought when he was bowling to Ravindra, it was intriguing changing his line.
Mitchell's onto the back foot and he clips the ball to Labuschagne at cover. Yeah, that's well spotted down there through the tinted glass. He's disappeared now. He's gone. So he's just imparted his knowledge.
It may just be a pre-lunch idea, just a notion, something maybe out of the square somewhat.
Yep. Bouncing ideas off each other. I like what you said. I quite like that last over to Ravindra. A couple of things he did, bowling a bit quicker on the stumps where Ravindra is giving himself room. I think he'll quite like that. And it may be even just reinforcing. What do you think of the plans?
Just one slip and the gully as Mitchell faces, and he's playing into the onside behind square. And chase down there for Hazelwood, who gets to the ball, but they're going to run another couple, so 2 twos.
Might be Matt Renshaw down there.
Renshaw it is? Yeah, no, it is.
I mean, he's on and off the field
he is.
all the time. And he could well be on for Hazelwood. Yes, I think he is.
It's like Cam Green warming up.
Yep.
It's just the resources they've got to turn to.
I like Green on this, because I thought what we saw him in the last time he was bowling, he's swinging the ball around a little bit. He got it to move a bit. It'll be interesting to see if he can get anything today out of this. It's a bit different, as this is short outside the off stump. No shot from Mitchell, and the end of another over. Things have slowed right down. Mitchell's 36, Ravindra is 55. It's 225 for 3.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
.au.
225 for 3. That's a tyre power scoreboard. Big Easter sale cricket being brought to you by Resine, the paint that professionals use. It's Lyon bowling to Ravindra. The battle continues, and this time Ravindra has a little victory as he goes onto the back foot and plays it to point. Takes another single, and I think that gets rid of a little bit of the tension, getting him off strike. He's 56.
It makes me feel better.
But it's such an option of his. His game is actually quite simple.
It is, yeah.
It's quite a simple method.
Drive and cut and play across that front pad.
Very much so. It's nothing too complicated about it.
It's elegant too, and here's another run. It's unfortunately Ravindra's going to get back on strike. 226 for 3. Mitchell plays into the onside. Nice shot.
The sides are still finding out about Rachin Ravindra, as we are.
Oh, of course.
We're finding out. And as they find things out, they make adjustments, which means Ravindra will have to make adjustments.
Day 3 in Christchurch has Ravindra pushing back to the bowler.
It has to be very straight for Ravindra to play straight if you're an off spinner.
Yep.
Otherwise, if it's anything like a semblance of off stump or just outside, he's looking at point or through the offside.
If the bowler drops it a little bit short.
Anything like that.
Yeah. Lyon is playing and pitching the ball up. It's pushed to Labuschagne at cover. Gee, the crowd's been good. We had 3 days of this with it just absolutely packed out.
They'll be back tomorrow now.
Yeah, they will.
On this evidence, they'll be back tomorrow too.
Take a day off work tomorrow. A lot of sickies. Here's Ravindra facing again. Lyon bowls, and he's again just thinking about lunch, possibly pushing forward. 13 minutes to go in the session.
Well, you mentioned about Daniel Vettori having a chat to Nathan Lyon. He was sitting in their pavilion, which is behind glass doors. He's actually come and sit in the dugout now, and he's down there every over.
Here's Lyon again bowling flatter and faster, and Ravindra defends. Another over comes to an end. 227 for 3. Ravindra 56, Mitchell 37.
It might have been as simple as saying, be patient. The end of the over.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce. Keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
It's going to be Cam Green, who is replacing Mitchell Marsh. He took 1 for 21 in the first innings and looked very good indeed for Australia.
Yeah, I like this from Australia. Cam Green just before lunch, 2 men back on the hook. Both these players were comfortable playing the hook earlier to the other Australian seamers. Just think Cam Green, that extra height. And he's probably the freshest, so maybe a little bit more extra pace. Be interesting to see if they take him on.
Similar field, just one slip in a gully as Mitchell comes forward and drives to Labuschagne at cover.
No matter how much cricket you played in Australia as a unit, have played a lot together. It's a hell of a lot different coming out to get 2 batsmen after lunch who are established.
Absolutely.
Than it is a fresh face and an end open with a new ball just round the corner. So we keep saying about this and living it, this next 10 or 12 minutes in the context of the overall situation is very big.
Here's Mitchell facing, and he's just getting an inside edge as he plays forward, pushing with his hands. It ends up at deep backward square leg. Another run for him is 38.
It's been quite good judgment as well, and I guess that's been helped because Nathan Lyon's bowled a few overs, but they got through a few more overs this session, and it's going to end up that the new ball's going to be possibly 2 overs after lunch available.
Yep. But it's what, walking into the ground yesterday and talking to some of the fans who were lining up, and they just say, we just want to see a bit of guts and application. And they're seeing it now, and you can sense that the mood is lifted around the ground. people are very happy, and there's a sense of optimism. People are starting to dare to believe that there could be.
How about this field, Garth?
Yeah.
Describe this one for us. Look at that, we've got a fly slip. What are we expecting Ravindra to do here?
Go nuts. Well, okay, let's describe it. Well, we've got a gully, that's Mitchell Marsh, and then if we go around the offside, we almost have a backstop, and that very traditional, almost behind the keeper. He's 20 metres in from the boundary. It's Steve Smith. He's at fly slip, as Ian Smith says, and here's this ball's turned fine. And is Smith going to get it from fly slip? No. Well done, Ravindra. Just down the leg side, and he plays it off his hip, and it's another boundary. Very funny indeed, as we see that just racing across the outfield, and nothing that Hazelwood, who's at fine leg, or Smith, who's at fly slip, could do. And then we've got a player at backward behind point, and again about 15 metres in from the boundary, cover, and then on the leg side a mid-wicket, square leg, and then 3 players back, and they're all about 2 of them are 15-20 metres in from the boundary. One is just in front of square, one is behind, and then Hazelwood. Fascinating field, and Ravindra goes back and pulls it. I feel exhausted having described it.
Well, it's such an unusual field, and I mean the guy who was at square leg who just fielded that was Labuschagne. He has to be in front of square by the laws of the game, but only an inch in front of square.
He's only just, though.
And he's basically standing right behind the guy at square leg.
Yeah.
And then the catching mid-wicket. It's intriguing.
Isn't it? It just makes you think when you start to describe those positions, what a language cricket is. You know, someone listening into this would just say, what on earth are you talking about? His green bowls, and he's driving and uppishly, but back towards green. It ends up with Cummins at mid-off.
And my wee chuckle second ball, Garth, that Ravindra, where he just tucked it down the leg side, was perhaps the only gap on the boundary behind the keeper.
It was.
So much, it went so close, and that's how, to give you an idea of where the fly slip was fielding, it was almost him that cut it off. But it shows that Ravindra is going to continue to take them on, even with the field set for it.
It was a good shot, though, wasn't it? It was lovely, just waiting, and that classic leg glance. Here is Mitchell underneath a short one from green, which means that Ravindra will be on strike. I think that's the idea. 2:33 for 3 it is. 76 overs have gone, so 4 overs until the new ball. Mitchell is 38, Ravindra is 61, Green 7 overs, none for 33. Macca's scorecard. Cricket, I'm loving it. So the lead now is 139.
They do this quite a lot. We're going to stick with off spin, but we're going to have a change in personnel. Travis Head, bit of a golden arm, hasn't he?
Yes, he is. Danger.
Watch out.
Danger, danger.
The advantage that I think the New Zealanders have, we haven't seen a lot of spin from Lyon, and I think that's when Travis Head is really dangerous, when he follows Lyon, who has been spinning it back into the right-handers or away from the left-handers, and Travis Head has his ability where he skids on more. But because there's not a lot of spin on the surface, I think the New Zealanders will line him up a bit better.
7 minutes. 7 minutes, crucial. 2 overs max, that's what New Zealand want. 2 overs max, 12 deliveries, and sit down and enjoy a morning's work and enjoy whatever lunch you have. Batsmen don't tend to have too much, but just relax. That's all. You're looking at the clock and you're looking at each ball individually.
His head around the wicket to Ravindra. He picks up a run, plays into the onside easy. Yeah, good cricket. 62 for Ravindra, 233 for 3.
I like that because he didn't try and overhit it. That was a ball that perhaps if he gets after lunch, he'll try and punch that hard through mid-wicket. But no need. Realising the importance of the situation, just eased it on the leg side, get himself to the non-striker's end. Best place to bat as you're nearing a break.
234 it is with that run. So Head will go over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell, and Mitchell is just pushing forward and playing the ball back to the bowler. Only one person in the catching position is Steve Smith, although Green is in a gully position, but seems to be, he's quite a long way away from the bat. Here's Mitchell coming down the pitch, and he hits the ball uppishly over the towards mid-wicket. It lands and bounces twice over the boundary for 4.
What a good shot that is. Even prior to lunch, when he came dancing, I started, even my heartbeat goes up a wee bit. I'm so into this at the moment, but what he did was he hit that beautifully. That reminded me of Glenn Turner.
Yes.
Chipping a ball deliberately over the infield into an area I have picked out specifically for that shot.
Bang, that's
really
right.
Well executed.
Here's head bowling again, driven by Mitchell outside the off stump, fielded by Labuschagne. Cover that Turner, when he came back from England, and I always remember it in the early 80s, and he played in a one-day series against England and against Sri Lanka. Here he is pushing forward as Mitchell, and he just was able to chip over the infield and land it in front of the outfield, and I'd never seen a player do it before. His name's synonymous with New Zealand's first victory against Australia at Lancaster Park in 1974. He scored 100 in each innings. Here's the last ball of the over is pushed back down the pitch by Mitchell. 42 for Daryl Mitchell. Ravindra 62. New Zealand's leads 144. 1 over before lunch.
Yeah, and make sure it is 1 over, and they'll come down and they'll take their time here. And a nice little ripple of applause there for a forward defence.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is, Garth, because the crowd know exactly the match situation here. And they know that New Zealand have now put themselves into a situation where if they can bat successfully in the next session, they're going to ask Australia to get well and truly over 200 and something to win this game.
Absolutely.
And if it gets to that point, then we all start to believe, they all start to believe. So the match appreciation right now is at a really high level of intensity around the ground as much as in here.
And also, just in front of us, the Australian fans have gone a bit quieter.
Wow.
They've been having a lovely time here. They're very well, they're great, humorous people. They turn around and look into the box and ask us questions. Here's Green bowling, and Ravindra's onto the back foot, and he plays this uppishly for 4. Oh dear. It's a hook shot.
That's incredible.
You can describe it, Smithy, when you see it on replay, but it's a shot that shouldn't have been played, but he's picked up 4.
I don't know if I can, Garth. I had my eyes closed when I saw the bat go up. No, it's intriguing. It's never in control. It's a genuine top edge. It's exactly what Australia are wanting them to do, take a risk in that area of the ground. There's no control in that shot.
Took his eyes off it, played it above his head.
And yet it's landed safely in between two players who are weirdly positioned about 40 metres apart, very fine behind the batsman.
Yes, Green now bowling again, short, and he looks to play it again and then pulls out of it.
Bail out there.
Well, it's heart in your mouth stuff, isn't it? Well, the importance of these two being there at the lunch break for obvious reasons. So much harder with 2-set batsmen, and then the new ball's not far away.
And first morning of the test match, just before lunch, what happened?
We lost a wicket.
No, we lost Ravindra to an expansive shot for a trap that had been set for him.
Offline. Yeah. No. Please. What do you think?
Another man went out. The man that was at square legs now gone to deep mid-wicket. 4 out for the hook.
Green bowls, and he does pull, but he gets over the top of it. And it's to Labuschagne at back, Lyon rather, at backward square leg. So another run for Ravindra. He's off strike. That's good.
You know what's going to happen? These Australian supporters in front of us, they listen, some of them listen to a bit of our commentary. You know what's going to happen, Garth? They're going to break through that barrier that says members area only, no tour group access. They're starting to get to them.
Well, they can see
they're going to break down that barrier.
Well, they can see the bear and the chips
burst through. Into the Airtex brigade.
Well, we're going to have
infiltrate the Airtex brigade.
Well, we've got one in the commentary box. He's burst in here and demanded to be interviewed.
God.
Here's Green bowling, and this is played by
There's 30,000 people around here, and we have to pick him.
I know. Jimmy, he's coming. He's on his 200th test, watching Australian cricket. 200 tests. They gave him a black cap shirt. I hope you put that on Jimmy at some stage. He's getting cold. He said, I think it was Jimmy I spoke to this morning, and I said to him, so what's going to happen today? And he said, be over today. Well, might not be, Jimmy. I thought you'd seen 200 matches. You be quiet. You can talk to Daniel.
He's our guest at lunchtime today. Riveting stuff.
Here he is playing into the offside this time is Mitchell. Just one ball remaining before lunch, and again, that applause from the crowd. Good on you, Smithy. You picked it.
It's like Chris Martin's defending here.
It's not that bad.
Chris Martin or Ewan Chatfield are hanging in there for a guy who's on 97 at the other end. It's just like, wow.
I think the crowd's quite happy to have Mitchell on strike as well.
I think so. But you listen to the applause at the end of this delivery if New Zealand survive, because this is another victory for New Zealand this session, he says with bated breath.
Victory it is, as it's driven beautifully to mid-off and Cummins. And listen to the applause. It's like New Zealand have won the World Cup. 243 for 3
Listen
it is.
to it. Listen to it, my goodness. I'm loving it here.
I'll tell you, the security guards have come on, and it makes me smile. They have to run backwards to get into position, making sure that no one gets in their way. Well, there you are. 109 runs in the session for the loss of just Latham's wicket. The run rate 3.89. 28 overs were bowled. The over rate 13.5. Pretty good. 243 for 3 it is. Two overs away from the new ball. And just a quick summary before we chat to Ian Smith and Chris Harris about their thoughts on the session. Latham was the player out, caught by Carey from the bowling of Cummins for 155. And since then, we've had a partnership of 88 unbroken between Russian Ravindra, who is 63 not out, and the senior player Daryl Mitchell, 42 not out. It's been a wonderful performance from New Zealand. They go to lunch with 7 second innings wickets in hand and a lead of 149. And the bowling figures quickly for you. Stark, 16 overs, 1 for 57. Hazelwood, 17 overs, none for 43. Cummins, 16 overs, 2 for 36. Green, 8 overs, none for 34. Lyon, 14 overs, none for 40. Head, just the 1 over, which cost 5 runs, and Mitchell Marsh, 6 overs, none for 19. And I think when we go through that bowling scoreboard, it tells you that New Zealand have won the session. Australia have had to try a lot.
Listen, I'm only going to sum it up by one sentence and let the really serious stuff be said by Harry. That session of cricket was so good, I didn't want it to end.
Yeah, there you go. Couldn't agree more. Those thoughts from Ian Smith, and he's off to lunch. Harry, your thoughts?
Well, it might need more than one sentence. I'm sorry, Garth. Obviously an excellent session. I did the pitch report with Adam and said how important it was. New Zealand ideally loses no wickets or 1 wicket at the most, and it's exactly what they've done. The thing that I liked about it, there was some controlled aggression from Ravindra and Mitchell. They continue to score 109, so they've really progressed the game. And to have 2 set men to come back after lunch when the new ball's 2 overs away was so important for New Zealand, and that lead is obviously growing now to almost 1 away from 150. Dare they start believing another 100, 150, what a test match we'll have on our hands. But Ravindra and Mitchell got to start again after lunch.
And that new ball 2 overs away, that's going to be the key.
Australian bowlers though, 16, 17, 16 overs. They've got through a lot more, workload's a lot bigger. They are going to be a little bit more tired, so that's another wee battle for New Zealand.
Those thoughts from former New Zealand cricketer Chris Harris. The score at lunch: New Zealand 243 for 3. They just lost Latham for 73. Ravindra is 67. Mitchell is 42. And the lead, as you heard from Chris Harris, is 149. We'll take a break, and then it will be Daniel McHardy back with Jimmy.
Paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. What a test match we have on our hands here in Christchurch. It didn't seem that way late on day number 1 as New Zealand sort of meekly surrendered with the bat, but they fought back ever so well with the ball. But today they've profited with the bat and they've moved through to 243 for the loss of 3. Russian Ravindra, 67 not out. Daryl Mitchell is 42. The only player out today after a brilliant review from the Australians was Tom Latham. Slightest inside edge, a scratch, as Smithy described in commentary. He was gone off the bowling of Cummins for 73, 155 for the loss of 3. The lead, though, most importantly, has expanded to 149, and the New Zealand fans have galloped out into the middle. It's a wonderful side here at the base, and that was last test match, Daniel, come on, at Hagley Oval. The fans are out in great numbers. I mean, great numbers. Lots studying the playing surface. Young kids are plenty playing their own games, dreaming to be a superstar of the future. Now, one gentleman who has watched a lot of superstars over an extraordinary length of time as far as Test cricket is concerned joins me in commentary. These are the stories I love. Yes, fans are the sport. Without them, well, where would we be? But this man, Jimmy Wilder to be exact, today, well, over the course of this Test match, is experiencing his 200th Test match as a fan. He joins us in our commentary position. Jimmy, good to see you, my friend. Bravo.
Good to see you.
200.
Yes, Daniel, good to see you, mate, too. Yeah.
Where are you originally from? Tell me your backstory.
I'm originally from Merbein in Victoria, which is about 10 miles from Mildura. But I was brought up in Merbean on a fruit block with 6 brothers.
Yeah.
And we played cricket every bloody day of the year. Loved it.
Sick. I bet that was ferocious.
It was.
Yeah? So in the pecking order, where were you? Were you the eldest, the youngest, somewhere in the middle?
There was 2 below me and I was a twin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And my twin has passed away about 4 years ago. The poor bugger had leukemia.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah, no worries. And we had a couple above me again, Ray, John, George. Yeah.
What were you like as a cricketer?
I was a Bill Lorry. Very stodgy, open, valued my wicket immensely.
Well, when you're number 4 on the pecking order of the brothers, you have to wait to bat, no doubt.
Well,
that's why you cherished your wickets. Didn't want to give it away.
Well, at the stage, I was in the side as a batsman, and I was batting at about number 8. So I hung in there. If I got 4 or 5 not out, I was very happy.
Yeah. So cricket's been in your life for as long as you can remember, in your blood.
Yeah.
So your first test match of this extraordinary number of 200?
At the MCG against the West Indies in 1960.
All I remember of that series was the Tide Test in Brisbane.
Yeah. Conrad Hunt made 100 in the test that I saw in 60. I think he was the only one to make 100 in that test match. So the memory's still hanging.
Yep.
That's about all.
So were you a consistent test match goer just in Melbourne to start?
Yeah. I'd see one or 2 in Adelaide.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until after I'd finished work, and I just now follow cricket everywhere we go.
Brilliant.
Loving every minute of it.
When was your first overseas tour then? You know,
I saw a test match in 74 in England, but I wasn't there for a test series. It was England played Pakistan and India. I saw 2 tests there. They were the first 2 overseas. In 93 I started then seeing coming over for Ashes series. Yeah.
We consume sport in so many ways these days, whether it's on our phones, lying on the couch, watching the television, but you go to the game, and I think fans like you need to be cherished. So what do you enjoy most about coming to a ground and watching Test cricket?
I just love the grounds. I love Test cricket. For me is everything. And I hate the Mickey Mouse plastic pyjama stuff. 2020, you wouldn't go over the road to watch it. It's not cricket.
It's not memorable, is it?
No. You can't. I wouldn't know who made 50 or 60 or got 3 or 4 wickets. No, not into it.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of your personal favourites. What's the most enjoyable place to tour?
South Africa?
Yeah.
Love it.
Why is that?
Well, the ground seemed so open. It was easy to get to the ground. There was no worries about anyone knocking you on the head or something, as they used to say. But the home of cricket, Lords, has got to be the one.
Yeah.
For me. Yep.
So is that the type of place you walk into and you feel something as a fan?
You walk through to the WG Grace gates.
Yeah.
You're there.
You're there.
Home of cricket.
Then you see the slope. I
Yeah.
remember when I first saw the slope, I was absolutely blown away by it, how pronounced it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
One end you're standing and you couldn't see the bloke's head at the other end. Amazing.
It really is incredible. So your favourite ground in South Africa? Cape Town would be up
Cape
there.
Town's got to be there, yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
That's very similar to Adelaide. They're both beautiful grounds, beautiful cities.
Yeah.
And they've got grapes all around. Where I come from, there was grapes there too. So I love those grounds, yeah.
Brilliant. But what, nothing beats the MCG? Is that special for you? Or are grounds in Australia that you like a little bit more?
Yeah, the MCG, that's the big one. But Adelaide's very similar to here sort of thing.
It's incredibly picturesque.
Yeah, my word it is, yeah.
So if you had to choose, you'd probably get a trip to Adelaide, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Only 400 k's from home, so get there in 3 or 4 hours.
Brilliant.
Put your foot down.
What are your favourite memories of the games themselves? Are there some test matches that still make the hairs on the back of your neck sort of...
Well, the one at Adelaide in 2056, and England made 500. We were about 20 behind them.
I remember that test. Collingwood got runs.
He made 200 and something, yeah. And then...
it looked like a road, didn't it?
Yeah, and then they batted slowly in their second innings, which was a bit wrong for them, because Warney bowled non-stop from one end, and we got them out. They batted into the last session, left us 167 to get in less than a session, and we got them.
going in at 5 or 6 and over.
Yeah, that was in Adelaide, yeah. Hussey belted them around a fair bit that day. Yeah, that was a memorable one.
Nothing quite like beating the Poms, right?
Nothing. If we beat the Poms by 500, we still haven't beaten them by enough. And where else were we?
Test on the road. The special Australian victories away from home.
No,
which is becoming harder and harder for cricketers, isn't it? Cricket teams is to win away from home.
But Stokes' innings in that Headingley Test, that was, even though it was a bit hard to take, but it was a brilliant innings. Yeah.
There's a tipping point where you want your side to win, but then you just have to appreciate genius.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can't beat that.
Yeah. And the atmospheres in those grounds in England are wonderful, aren't they?
Well, yeah, the Poms are all standing up, clapping and cheering. Yeah, you got to appreciate it. That Stokes is a good cricketer. No doubt about that.
Where would you like to go back to that you haven't spent enough time? I know you've been here to New Zealand. You were telling me off here this about your 3rd or 4th trip.
Yeah.
So you've ticked that box a lot. I know it's not a long trip, but are there maybe there's a place on the globe you haven't got to?
Afghanistan. I haven't seen a test there.
I think New Zealand are lining up a test against Afghanistan.
Are they?
Yeah.
Here or over there?
No, I think it might be in the UAE.
Righto.
You fancy coming to that?
Yeah.
We'll get you on board.
Yeah, right.
You're going to be a sideline reporter.
Exactly.
Yeah, sounds good.
I've been there once.
Yeah.
Dubai for Pakistan. We played them there. They wouldn't play at home for some reason. Yeah, and then I've gone to Pakistan and we hadn't been there for 24 years, so I saw 3 tests there. So
it's just so nice that cricket's back in Pakistan, especially for the Pakistan fans who absolutely cherish the sport.
Well, no one had been there for 24 years, and they were so bloody happy to see us there, patting us on the back, nearly sitting in our lap. Yeah.
So tell me, do you like sitting in a certain part of a cricket ground? Do you have your superstitions as a fan?
Not superstitions, but I love being behind the bowler's arm where I can see what's going on.
You're a smart man.
Whether it's moving away or turning or,
You've got the binoculars out?
Oh, yeah. I've got the binoculars,
Yeah. So what are you looking for out there today? And can you see anything in it for the Australian bowlers?
Well, not at the moment, because I'm not sitting behind the bowler's arm.
It's slightly askew here. Slightly askew, for which we are. As far as this test is concerned, how are you feeling about it?
Oh, I think it's been a good test, yeah. And they're putting up a bloody good fight, the Kiwis.
Yep.
Yeah.
So who's the man for Australia after lunch? Because I know you still think they're going to win. It might be tomorrow, not like your earlier call of it will be over today to Garth.
Yeah, that was a blow. Well, I think Lyon could be the one. If he can get Ravindra, which I'm hoping he can, but we just got to wait and see what happens.
What did you make of Matt Henry? Picking up 7 wickets.
Yeah, not a bad effort at all. Yeah, he's a goer.
Yes, second behind Sir Richard Hagley, best bowling figures against Australia, and he could bowl. I'd like to ask you your favourite Australian cricketers over the year.
Well, it's got to be Warney.
Yeah.
Bob Cowper. Laurie, I loved his style because I batted like him. Valued my wicket.
Oh, right. That's your mentor.
Yeah.
Your mirror image. So in the mirror, you used to visualise yourself as Bill Laurie.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I actually played against him once. He came up to Mildura. They couldn't get any practice in Melbourne, so they came to Mildura. It was raining all the time. Yeah. And my twin brother, Bob, clean bowled him. And he hung that up on the wall. And Laurie asked... Ross Duncan was playing with us.
Yeah.
He'd come from Queensland. He played 1 test. And he said, how'd you get him out? He said, I beat him in the air and off the pitch.
Sounds like the ball of the century.
Yeah, and Bill Laurie heard him. He said, that's not right, Bob. Come on, turn it up. He went for a big dip.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah. What about opposition players as we wrap this up, Jim? It's been an absolute treat. Which opposition players... would you run to the ground to go see?
Well, Tendulkar.
Yes.
Richard Hadley. Never seen a bloke to swing the ball like him either way. Yeah, that'll just about do it, those 2, yeah.
Oh, look, you have seen some incredible players over decades and decades.
Yeah.
I'm incredibly jealous of you because now I've just got grainy pics, on the internet. you've got the memories locked away in there, Jimmy. All right, I want you to tell me what happens from here on in.
We need a wicket or two, but I think they're batting very, very well, and we're going to find it hard to knock them over quickly.
Well, the good thing, do you know what that means, Jimmy? I'll get to see your face tomorrow by the sounds.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
No doubt about that,
Brilliant.
Lionel. Daniel?
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Congratulations. 200 test matches. Wonderful. A life well lived, I would say, Jimmy. Congratulations to you. Thanks so much for dropping by.
Thanks, mate.
Jimmy Ward, how about that? 200 test matches. A super fan. He is in every way, shape and form. 1960-61 at the MCG it all started, his love affair of going to test match cricket when he watched the West Indies in Australia, and now test match number 200 at a pretty nice venue here in Christchurch. And boy, we've got a really fascinating test for the likes of Jimmy and others to enjoy. We'll take a break. Our lunchtime coverage, our test match coverage, in fact, with SEN and SENZ. For Resine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer profile.
Sight in front of us. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan, taking you through the second half of the lunch break. We've seen the field covered with spectators playing games of cricket, looking at the pitch, hanging out, having lunch and all the rest of it. I mean, it would be inconceivable this would happen in Australia for lots of different reasons. I don't want to get into that. But the very fact that we've got this kind of thing in New Zealand has added to the experience each and every day.
What is up with this country? And I say that in the nicest way possible. We took that flight from Wellington to Christchurch and we wandered around asking to be checked. Right? There's no security. I said, have you looked at me? It's just amazing how much trust there is in this country, and you feel for it. And even now, there are kids posing next to the pitch. The ground staff's working on it.
Just caught a guy walk out the gate, and he's walked all the way out the middle like he's about to start batting. He's shadow batting and swistling the ball in his hand. Now he's waving the bat as he's walking
Man,
off.
you haven't even faced a ball. Yeah.
He's gone out to the middle and all the way back. Like in that episode of Bluey last year when he's leaving the field. Very similar optics to that. The state of play for New Zealand is extremely positive.
Yes.
How's this for you? I know WinViz is a little bit controversial. Not everyone likes it that much, but I don't mind it. It's a backward-looking measure. So long as you treat it for what it is, I think it's a worthwhile tool in the modern game because the algorithm builds in all sorts of stuff. Anyway, I'll give you the headline number. New Zealand are now at 76%. Australia at 23% with the draw at 1, which effectively is 0 because there's no rain scheduled and we're so far advanced in a test match by lunch on day 3. But with the score at 3 for 243 at lunch on day 3, New Zealand leading by 149. Ravindra still there on 67. Mitchell on 42. The partnership of 88. The algorithm has spat out a very, very punchy number for the Black Caps. And I'm assuming that builds in Australia's batting being weaker of late. And I'm not sure what else, but that'd be at least one input. I don't know if that's the actual reality of the situation, but it's of note.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing it doesn't take into consideration is history and the fact that New Zealand have just gotten over the line against Australia once in the last 30 years.
Or maybe it does, it takes in all sorts of things. But
I'm sure it does.
That level of history, the psychology of New Zealand and Australia, it couldn't possibly compute.
Obviously not, yeah. But speaking of psychology, what we have seen from Ravindra in particular, excuse me. Sorry about that.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
Just like gobbled up my lunch. Now, Ravindra in particular has been really good. He's backed himself. Yes, there have been a few flashy drives outside. He's kept Ian Smith, especially in our commentary box, on the edge. But it was such an important session that they had to win this morning, especially when they lost Tom Latham early. You did worry, didn't you? Like, oh no, New Zealand, you can't throw away another good opportunity to put the pressure right back on Australia. And just looking at some of the fields that Australia were forced to set for Ravindra and for Mitchell, especially Ravindra, kind of tells you that Australia have moved on from plan A and plan B. They've not really been pushed to use plan C, have they? So I think that's a big win for New Zealand. And what they need is to back it up with another strong session. They haven't done it throughout this series with ball or bat. They need to back up one good session with another one. If they can do that, you're right. The last time this Australian batting lineup had to chase anything down, 216, they didn't get there. I mean, yes, Shamar Joseph happened, but even go back to last year, Adam, when they won in Edgbaston, it took like a very special partnership from Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon for them to get there. Australia's batters haven't won them a lot of test matches in the last couple of years. This will be a great opportunity for them, but to even put them in that position, it's a healthy lead now. To make it a significant lead, these two need to bat for another 15-20 overs.
Cameron Green and Travis Head were bowling just before lunch. That'll change in 2 overs time with the second new ball. So it does feel from an Australian perspective as though they need to hold their nerve here, acknowledging that this time last year, New Zealand chased 285 on the final day. So it's not by any stretch of the imagination out of control at 149. It's a pitch that's been blameless so far. It's gotten better to bat on as we've seen. So yes, they haven't chased a score when they last had the opportunity, but still it won't be a case of the ball turning square. And in any case, New Zealand didn't pick a specialist spinner per se. They've got Glenn Phillips, who is very, very handy, don't get me wrong. He's taking his test wickets at 16, exceptional so far. But most of the work will be from the quicks, and there's not been a lot of lateral movement for even Australia's top flight attack over the last couple of hours.
And it's been more or less a one-man attack throughout this series. Yes, Ben Sears was impressive. We got Steve Smith out, but it's been Matt Henry and the rest. Every time Matt Henry's bowled, it's looked like New Zealand are in the game, and every time he hasn't, Australia have dominated. And that's what they'll keep in mind as well. But I don't even think they'll be looking that far. Get to the second new ball, 2 more overs. If you get a wicket in these 2 overs, it will be a great bonus. But even if you can't, Josh Hazelwood, I thought it was a bit unlucky late last evening. Could have had Tom Latham out, yes, but also beat the bat a lot of Rachin Ravindra. But it's such a great opportunity. I said this morning. If you're Ravindra, if you're Mitchell, you can make a name for yourself. You can make a hero of yourself.
It could be a defining innings for Rachin Ravindra. He's been flashing outside the off stump from the get-go, but that drive to bring up his 50 was pristine, and he's hit 7 boundaries along the way, and looks like he's just played himself into a point where the risk has been taken out of the game to a certain extent, putting on 88 with Mitchell, who has been the linchpin in his New Zealand batting lineup, along with Kane Williamson, of course. But Williamson been and gone yesterday for 51. So only 1 wicket in the first session. Tom Latham, who's top scored so far, he made 73, caught off the inside edge. An excellent review from Pat Cummins. He was the only one really that interested, consulted Carey. They went upstairs, a small little spike on DRS. That wicket fell with the score on 155. And yesterday, Will Young for 1 and Kane Williamson for 51. That's the wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy. Switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. SEN Test Cricket for Rosine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Baz, parting thought before you go and sit down, get your binoculars out and watch the next 2 hours.
Rachin Ravindra will make his second test 100. I have a strong feeling about this. It's going to be, the pitch is getting flatter and flatter. Australia not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. I think we're going to be treated to a lot of good batting over the next 2 days.
All things being equal, this could turn into an absolute classic, especially if Australia are chasing about 250 or thereabouts. But New Zealand trying to put the test match out of sight for Australia if they can bat for the rest of the day. So it's lunch here at Hagley Oval on day 3. The patrons have now left the field. We're not far away from play resuming. Baz, one more thing?
I have a feeling we're going to see Manas Labuschagne bowl some medium pace, even if it's just for 1 over. He's been warming up with Andrew McDonald for a while.
You've always got your eyes on Manas Labuschagne, Baz. That's absolutely true. Bharat Sundaresan will join us through the middle session. On the other side of the break, I'll have Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney with me, picking up our coverage with New Zealand. 3 for 243. They're in the lead by 149. Sticking with us, we've got Jeremy Coney jumping in the expert chair as well. You're both with us for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. And seeing up on our screen, the Bunnings Trade replay screen, those WinViz numbers at the lunch break, just to bring them into Jeremy Coney's orbit as well. I know, Jerry, you're not a huge fan of WinViz as a rule, but fans of the Black Caps will be buoyed by the fact that the machine is spitting out 76% for them right now for the win. That's not for nothing, Jerry. I've turned you on. You're there. Yep. You're here. Hello.
That's good. Hi. Really? Is that right?
Yes.
Perhaps it's come under the auspices of one of the New Zealand members of the teams, do you think, eh?
Possibly.
I don't know. That's fair. That sounds pretty high to me. Yeah, I know they, perhaps you might say from the first session that we've seen, New Zealand won that session because they only lost 1 wicket and at the same time were able to garner 109 runs. So, you know, that's put them into a solid-ish kind of position. But this now, because of the new ball, is the session, I think, that's key to the rest of the match. I mean, if New Zealand can win this part of the game by losing perhaps, let's say, 2 wickets in this session, that would be a New Zealand win. And even if they got between sort of 80 runs to 90 runs, and that's coming down from the 109, of course. They would still regard that very much as a win, and that would take the game then. They'd be now, in that case, they'd be almost 250 ahead. So that would then take the game into a fifth day.
Yes.
So that's the importance of this session right now.
Who saw that coming when 24 hours ago we're like, well, if New Zealand get rolled early or get rolled within 50 overs.
Could have finished yesterday.
Could have finished yesterday, and now we're, after two convincing sessions from New Zealand with about a 91 and 109 respectively, losing one wicket in both, they're back in the match. Travis Head to continue. Away from us to Ravindra, first ball of the session, and Ravindra helps it down to fine leg for one. He's 68, the lead an even 150. Fabulous work from the Black Caps. 3 for 244. I can see big Josh Hazelwood warming up beneath us. He's at long on, and he'll be taking the new ball, I'm certain, in 11 balls' time.
He will be, but we will be seeing a bit of Marnus Labuschagne in the next over. Just noticed as the Australian team was coming out, they have that thing, don't they? All the bowlers pat themselves on the back. And they added Marnus to that list, maybe just for 1 over.
Head over the wicket to Mitchell, lunging forward and pushing into the offside, no run.
So clearly, while the rest of them were having lunch, Marnus spent his time with the coaches, convincing them that he should get 1 over. I think that's what we're going to see.
Head likes to give it a rip. Bowls here to Mitchell. Pushes again out to cover. With a minimum of fuss, he gets one. Gets underway in the middle stanza as well. 43 for Mitchell. 245 for 3.
He's leggies, right?
Yes, but he was warming up with his medium paces. He backs himself to do all sorts.
We've seen him bowl medium pace in Pakistan 2 years ago. And he's had some success for Glamorgan with it as well. Head round the wicket, bowls to Ravindra, yorks him, digs it out just. So might just be for 1 over.
Just for 1 over, there you go. He's still warming up there. He felt very proud of himself when he got that pat on the back from Hazelwood and Stark. But yeah, just to your point, Jeremy.
Head bowls again, Ravindra, lunging forward in defence.
It's a session where New Zealand can win or lose this test match. It's cliched, yes, but they put themselves in probably the best position they have against Australia in a long time. Maybe since that Hobart test.
And at home, probably since 1993. Head, last ball of his over. Ravindra goes back and defends under his eye. 3 for 245, the lead's 151. Mitchell 43, Ravindra 68. That's on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia, trying to look towards where Labuschagne is. He's taking his cap off now and giving it to umpire Nitin Menon. So Labuschagne's got 13 test wickets at 58. The vast majority of them were in 2018 and 2019, and he picked up 1 wicket when we were in Pakistan in Rawalpindi in 2022 on that absolute road when he got Azhar Ali for 185. Bowling off breaks, I think, that day from memory. Bowls it all, Jerry. Bowls it all.
Oh, well, he's marking out a number of paces, so I'm assuming that's medium fast or medium. And he's certainly... It's interesting that he's talking about telling the captain what sort of field that he wants to. The captain's pointing in one direction, he's pointing in the other.
Yeah, I think he wants a more attacking field. Just keeper and gully will not please him. But Alex Carey's standing a fair way back for Marnus Labuschagne.
It reminds me of where Matt Wade would bowl and he'd hit the speed gun at like 130 plus. So let's see how Labuschagne goes here. Just one catching man at gully. That's Cameron Green. You generously call it a catching mid-wicket, but the rest is spread. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket or straightish square leg at least. On the offside, a conventional mid-off cover. Third man or deep backward point. So Labuschagne gets a crack. Last over before the second new ball. Bowls to Mitchell, shimmies forward, bouncer into the gloves of Carey, signalled wide. And the crowd don't mind that. Nitin Menon and umpire Marais Erasmus both signalled wide at the same time. The crowd are booing performatively. 10th extra of the innings.
big smiles from Stark and Pat Cummins at mid-off and mid-on.
Where's the speed radar? Sorry, we haven't seen how quick it was.
No.
This will be fun, I think. Goes again to Mitchell, shuffles forward, plays late, down towards deep backward point for a single. 44 for him, the lead 153. Come on, TV, tell us how quick he's bowling. That's all. 127.4, quicker than Tim Southey.
That was Fuller, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right, it is.
Sorry, I don't mean to,
No, it is quicker.
It's a fact.
Right.
Yeah, it's a fact. Well, the one significant wicket he has taken with his medium pace is Cameron Green. In a Shield game.
Yes.
A couple of summers ago. Got him LBW, I think.
took a bunch of wickets on his first trip to the UAE in 2018 bowling leg spin. His bowling was more effective than his batting. And we're like, well, this guy's a bit interesting. Seldom bowls leg spin now. So for the left-handed Ravindra, we've got third man. I'd almost call that a fly slip. Deep backward point, a fine leg, deep backward square, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. We're getting some short stuff here. Make no mistake. Although the only catching man on the onside up is at mid-wicket conventional. So they had gone to the bouncer war belatedly via Labuschagne. Bowls here, bouncer, Ravindra underneath it. Not signalled a wide. 126 kilometres an hour for those paying attention to this.
You could hear him grunt in his delivery stride.
Have you seen anything in the nets to suggest that they were going to use him in this way, Baz?
Not at all. I think this is all. He's not bowled medium pace in a long time. Not on this tour. Not during the home summer. Anything. He's not even barely bowled. Just chucks these off spinners to Steve Smith at best. So this has happened, I think, the last 10 minutes of the lunch break.
So this is all about just trying to get under the lid of the New Zealanders, trying to make them think. He bowls here to Ravindra over the wicket, short ball, takes it on, down towards fine leg. It lands only 2 metres in front of Hazelwood. Nearly had the chance to dive. You could probably hear the roar of catch from Labuschagne through the stump mic. He was willing it to carry the journey off the edge. Instead it's a single.
Lucky he had to fetch it from outside the off stump, so it was a good bouncer too, just going across the bows of Ravindra. And he was lucky he didn't try and hit it too hard, otherwise it would have gone higher. So didn't quite reach. I think that was it Hazelwood down here? Yeah.
So he's 69 Ravindra, 154's the lead at 3 for 248. Imagine he falls to that. That would have been, dare I say it, a talking point. Anyway, down the other end now, Mitchell faces Labuschagne down the leg side, or on leg stump at least. He helps himself to one. So one of 3 men out on the rope, deep backward square. Mitchell 45, lead 155. We've got 2 balls left until the second newie.
They're the kind of bowlers you really don't want to face.
Yeah.
You don't get out to me, you know. And I was like that, and I would remind the batsman.
Just pointing at Jeremy there.
Don't think you go back to the shed. If you get out to me, you may as well walk the way the other way.
The definition, Baz, of right arm slow. Jeremy Coney. Very effective, though. Good numbers. Labuschagne bowls to Ravindra. Short ball again. Plays it through mid-wicket. Far more convincingly for 4. Brings up the New Zealand 250. Takes himself up to 73. Our boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito to you. And that lead up to 159. So making the most of this over before Hazelwood and Stark and Cummins take up the attack.
The second time he's played that pull shot in that mid-on direction, and the fielder has already been pushed back there, Khawaja.
It's got to be outside off to do that, really.
Labuschagne bowls, bouncer, accurate. Ravindra sways out the way. That's the end of the over. My apologies. It will not be the end of the over. He's overstepped. So we're just waiting a moment here because I think the DJ hasn't clocked. Oh, no, it's the... Has it been pinged here
for bowling the extra
bouncer? The third bouncer.
Yes.
Nitin Menon says, no, mate, you can't do that. Got to get it below shoulder height. So an eventful over, seeing it side on. Yep, that's the third bouncer, no doubt.
I think Marnus will quietly take a bit of pride in that.
Yes, in his own way. 9 from Weird over. Bowls here to Ravindra on the hip. Back down the pitch, and, well, in the end it ends up at mid-off because Labuschagne gets caught up. 129 kilometres to finish for what it's worth. 3 for 254 the score. The lead 160, Mitchell 45, Ravindra 73. The second new ball is due. Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Sports fans rejoice. The voice of sport in New Zealand has his own show.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant performance.
That's right. You can catch Ian Smith every weekday on SENZ from 9 a.m.
For God's sake, how many hints do you want? That's right.
Cricket, rugby, even rugby league. You better believe he's on the WAS train.
Tune in, all right. We'll be tuning in. Look, Kevin.
Mornings with Ian Smith. 9 till 12, weekday mornings on SENZ.
We're here with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and the second new ball is due, and as a consequence, it's going to be Josh Hazelwood. No wickets in the second dig, 5 for 31 in the first. He's done most things right, although, Jeremy, they went after him a little bit this morning.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, you're right. Cummins is generally, I think he's nursed his fast bowlers through that first spell today prior to lunch. He just gave Cummins himself 5 overs in the whole session, Stark 5 overs, and Hazelwood only 4. So it's not as if he's burned them out in any way.
New Kookaburra glistening in the sun in his right mitt. To the crease, Hazelwood wide on the crease to start. Mitchell leaves it alone on the 4th stump line, a ball that hit the seam and moved back.
It was Henry, wasn't it, who said, right throughout when we've talked to him after play and other times, this is a new ball pitch. He refers it to that way. So that was a close leave, tight leave to the off stump.
Little wobble seamer just went over the top of the off bail. Watching it back on the Bunnings Trade replay screen, that's Hazelwood at his most dangerous with the batter not knowing which way it's going.
Will Mitchell come out of his crease?
Hazelwood to Mitchell on 45 delivers here. Mitchell leaves just outside that line again.
I'm intrigued by the leg slip, though. They've used leg slip quite a bit for Mitchell throughout this series, especially with the new ball, though.
Well, whether they feel that he can get the ball to nip back, it's that kind of position, isn't it? And it has to be a no ball, by the way.
Another one.
Yeah. If he can get it up around the sort of above the hip area, then it comes into play. I think he's more of a leg gully than a slip.
It's a 4th no ball. Maybe even a 5th, actually. Hazelwood bowls here, and Mitchell pushing out to mid-wicket, no run. My card is updating. Yeah, 5 no balls, so 4 on the front foot and the bouncer in the previous over.
It is an interesting one, though, isn't it? It gives you an option to bowl a bit straighter as an opening bowler. Only 2 slips, of course. That's the downside of making that decision. If you get a thicker edge. So there's a slight gap between second slip Smith and then Cameron Green, the albatross in the in a finish gully.
So from the field spread in the previous over, all up catching now. Hazelwood away from us. Port Hill's end delivers to Mitchell, who again is defending from the front foot, placing it out to mid-wicket.
Clearly, the target for Josh Hazelwood to Mitchell seems to be around off stump. Target the stumps a lot more. The field would suggest that, and also just the way he started off this over to him. Mitchell just walk across his stumps, doesn't he, Jeremy?
He does. He's got him out caught behind a couple of times in this series.
And the setup in the first innings was superb from Hazelwood. Tempted him with a full one, then got him later in the over. Mitchell here, down towards mid-on. 3rd ball in a row that's come off the inside part of the bat. There's interest there from Hazelwood. Hands on his mouth. Walks back to his mark.
I thought Mitchell's role, I thought it was quite an important one prior to lunch. He kept Ravindra calm. He played solidly himself. It might have cost him a few runs, but he's there at the time when he's required. And he's a significant figure in this batting lineup now for New Zealand.
The applause for the 100 stand brought up from the front foot no ball earlier in the over. Hazelwood bowls to Mitchell, who leaves alone. So they've taken it from 155 to 255 just when they needed another partnership. Had Australia gone bang bang, would have been a different story, but it's not been the case in this inning so far.
And the way he's played against Nathan Lyon, he's almost negated him, hasn't he, Jeremy? He just used his feet, played the reverse sweep, played the sweep. He attacked him, never let Nathan Lyon settle.
So 1 ball left in the over. Hazelwood's taken 34 wickets at 14.9 through this season. Would love to get in the book here. New ball in his hand, bowls to Mitchell, leaves on length. Well bowled and well played. 3 for 255 at the end of the over. Mitchell on 45. Ravindra on 73 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. There's amazing value on our wide range of power tools, workwear and much more. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery. Dinner sorted. And you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. McDelivery. Delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Our coverage is for Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Sydney and Gold Coast listeners are about to leave us for NRL Sunday Crunch Time. They'll return to the cricket after that program. In the meantime, to continue to listen to the cricket in those markets, download the SEN app or tune in to SEN Fanatic on your digital radio. Mitchell Stark will share the new ball with Josh Hazelwood from the Botanic Gardens end, the northern end here, and Ravindra's down the other end on 73.
3 slips now for the left-hander and the gully.
Stark up and bowls, and Ravindra leaves the first ball. It's wide of the off stump, swinging into the gloves of Carey.
This Australian bowling attack has done so brilliantly well over the years, is seizing these kind of moments. Seems like the game's on an even keel now. New Zealand fought back so well in the second innings. But the second new ball, Australia will believe has come at the right time for them. They can... They'll back themselves to break open this game.
It's very quiet at Hagley Oval. It reflects the tension in the air. Everybody knows what it would mean for this pair to bat for another hour or so. Ravindra on 73. Stark gets to the crease and bowls to him, and he leaves on length. If they can get through this new ball passage without further loss, let's frame it up that way. If we can be 10 overs further on, ignoring the runs... That's
the runs sort of take a lesser significance just while this period is going on. It's just a question of, I would have thought of 3 wickets fall. It's kind of even still throughout this session, but anything more than that, obviously, it slides Australia's way.
Mentioned at lunch that 285 was chased here last year. Most of that on the final day. Stark. Third ball of a new spell, new ball as well. Ravindra plays off the back foot through point. No one in that position, out to the rope it goes, in front of the umbrellas. Beautiful shot, got on the top of the bounce, balls of his feet. Second boundary of the session for Azito. Do it with Azito to you. Lead 165.
I think it looked as if it was a very close. Yeah, it wasn't way wide, was it? And he had to sort of just get, as you say, up on the toes or just in the air. And create that so he could get down and control that stroke. Got it squarer, didn't he? Beat the man at point to his left.
They tap their bats together, as is the modern custom.
Well, it's better than the glove punch.
3 slips the gully, point, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket and fine leg. Ravindra drives straight, not quite straight enough. It was mid-on. Good stop there by the captain. Cummins saved a boundary.
Yeah, this risque element to Rachin Ravindra is in there. It makes him more exciting. You want him to play the drive because he makes it look so good. But it's also fraught with danger.
I wonder what that conversation was about. Mitchell called Ravindra up and gave him that glove punch you don't like very much, Jeremy.
Exactly why. I think he said Jeremy doesn't like this.
All the fans still on the hill behind Stark. A lot of them wearing those beige New Zealand one-day uniforms of the 80s. Australian tour group next to them. What they'd give to see a wicket and celebrate that right now. 2 left for Stark in the set. Gets up and bowls, and Ravindra wants to take on the ball that's rising well wide of the off stump. So wide that it's called a wide. Another sundry since lunch. A few of them. He was thinking about it there, Ravindra. You could see the body language as well. I can have a little dart at that and get it over the cordon and get 4 more. But instead, as we watch the replay back, that's so wide. It's nearly taken in front of second slip. We're on the angle here at fine leg, so it's hard to tell. But watching it on the Bunnings Trade replay screen, that was very wide. 3 for 260.
Just let it go too late, didn't he? Didn't let it go at the right time.
So still 2 left. Stark bowls, and Ravindra plays under his eyes on the angle, just between gully and point sufficiently, so they get a single. 78 for Ravindra, lead 167. It was 149 at lunch.
Not excessive swing so far. Sometimes it comes a little bit later than just the first over, just because it's a new ball. It can take sort of 2 or 3 overs, and then she starts to swing a bit more. So that may be ahead of the 2 batsmen to counter. And we've seen a short ball attempt. We've seen a ball very full that was driven to mid-on as well. So Stark just experimenting with his lengths.
Mitchell retaking his guard, facing Stark for the first time with the second new ball. 3 slips in the gully behind him. Stark completes his over here. Mitchell gets forward and pushes to cover, finds the gap, gets 1. Keeping pressure on the Australian fielders. Keeps the strike. He's 46, leads 168. at 3 for 262 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
We hope you're enjoying the cricket on SENZ. There's plenty more sport where that came from, like SENZ Breakfast. Start your day right with the very latest breaking news in the world of sport with Israel Dag and Ricardo Ball.
Do you want to give us the news, mate? Phil Jordan, Crusaders All Blacks fullback. He's going to be out for 2024. It's going to be fireworks, Rick Dog. I'm absolutely pumped for this series against the Australians.
Join us every weekday from 6 a.m. SENZ Breakfast with Izzy and Ricardo.
Glorious day at Hagley Oval for Azine, the Paint Kiwis trust. Matty Donald is pressing all the buttons back in Melbourne. Whispered down the line to me then, Stephen Harmison, for that wide in the previous over from Stark.
Not too off the mark.
Yep, fair. Hazelwood away from us. Bowls here to Mitchell. Mitchell down to fine legs. Squirts in that direction, playing in front of his front pad. Nothing wrong with that. He's 47. It's 3 for 263, lead of 169. 20 runs since lunch.
Just 13 balls with his second new ball, but so far it's all New Zealand. Not only have they not looked in any trouble, but they've scored runs without taking any risks either.
Joe will be loving this as well. The bloke who's officiating at our end, Mariah Erasmus, his final test match in charge. 82nd time he's been standing in a test match. To be right in the thick of things in a close contest. I saw his wife Adele next door in the long room. She gets him back. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing from her perspective, that he's leaving the tour. Although he's very much a family man. All his social media posts are him with the kids and his wife.
Very much. I remember asking him before that test debut in Chittagong how his family would be following his test debut.
Hazelwood. Change of angle round the wicket. Ravindra plays it down into the offside, no run. Just wider on the crease there.
January 2010, so his kids were much younger. He said, well, it's very early in the morning in South Africa. So they'll wake up. Adele will wake the kids up. We'll switch on the television. They'll see me walk out. They'll switch off the television and go back to sleep. Making sure that, that's where dad is. It's not making up this whole thing of cricket umpiring being a real job.
I wonder if you'll ever make it to the to one of the higher panels, Bharat, from your grade cricket umpiring in Adelaide. We can dream. Hazelwood in, bowls here. Ravindra plays it late, just soft enough hands to bounce it in front of Green in the gully. You could see Green's eyes light up. Landed about a metre in front of him.
There's the little bit of extra bounce that comes with the new ball and brings that sort of just trying to get on top of the ball there for Ravindra. He was just a wee bit uncomfortable. Took a sort of an outside edge, middle, that sort of area. That's why it went wider.
Took the bottom hand off the bat as well, just to give himself every chance of keeping it down. Ravindra is 78, a couple of boundaries since lunch. Faces Hazelwood and leaves it alone on length.
Once more, you saw Darryl Mitchell walk down the pitch, have a word with Ravindra after that previous delivery. Like you said, Jeremy, he's nursing him through this innings, isn't he?
Yep. Well, that's part of the team game, isn't it? It's mind that, watch out for that. Well played, all those kinds of just little, very quick sentences to just remind the player that we're out here together, we're doing this together.
Hazelwood's now got the catching cover in a few paces. Bowls to Ravindra, who leaves alone. Getting well forward before shouldering arms.
Radar a bit wide in this over so far from Hazelwood. That's wide enough that Ravindra can get well forward and let that go.
Yeah, it's from this angle that he got the mistake out of him.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 days back now. It's before the lunch break.
Remarkable how quiet it is. A reflection of the state of play. Nobody moving a muscle apart from Josh Hazelwood. As Ravindra taps his bat, bowls here, and Ravindra leaves alone again. That completes the over. Didn't have to play a lot throughout. Bharat leaves us here. Ian Smith in a sec. 3 for 263 the score. The Black Caps lead by 169. Mitchell 47. Ravindra 78 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is bigger, brighter, bolder and louder than ever. LoveRacing.nz, together with TAB, brings you New Zealand's top 20 thoroughbred racing events, celebrating all the action and entertainment both on and off the track at the biggest and best race days across the country. Featuring headline acts Sir Dave Dobbin, Peking Duck, the Black Seeds, Zed and more. Eat, drink and get racy at New Zealand's ultimate thoroughbred racing festival. It's one hot ticket. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
20 runs added since lunch. Here with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis trust, and a Kiwi that we all trust is Ian Smith, jumping back into the expert chair with Jeremy Coney for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. I trust you, Smithy.
Good on you, Colo. Mutual.
Got Mitchell Stark. 1 for 64 from 17. It feels a long time ago since he nicked off Will Young, this time yesterday. 3 slips the gully, bowls to Mitchell. He's on 47. Plays it into the onside where there won't be a run. Just on that point before, Jerry, about the crowd being so good here, look at the FTP. Australia aren't back here until the end of that next agreement. So that runs for another 4 years. The next time New Zealand play Australia, to be fair, is for 4 test matches. That's a good thing in 26-27. But
in Australia?
In Australia, yeah. We should be here every few years for test cricket. Australia and New Zealand should be playing as often as Australia are playing England and India.
Once a year, there's been mooted, Jerry. I mean, you were part of that conversation.
I was, yeah.
Weren't you?
Yep.
At a minimum for the Chapel Hadley, now it's a T20 option. They could do that every year over here. But
3 one-days and a test every year.
However it works, there's enough there, isn't there? As Stark arrives and bowls, and Mitchell plays late with soft hands into the gully on the bounce. So something there for Stark, presumably in the air, based on the way that Mitchell played it. But I mean, acknowledging now with the World Test Championship, there is that organising principle. Well, you know, we're clever enough and smart enough when it makes commercial sense for Australia to play India and England as often as they do. Well, you know, it's a 2.5-hour flight, 3-hour flight. Logistically,
much easier. It's better than going to Perth.
Quicker than going to Perth from the eastern seaboard. There has to be a way through with the administrators to make this a more regular occurrence. It can't be 8 years again.
No way, Jose.
Stark to Mitchell. Bowls and drives to mid-off, no run.
Well, what will encourage that, Colo, is New Zealand winning this test.
Too right.
Or playing with great credibility, which they are doing at the moment. That will encourage the promoters or the administrators to say, well, it's a contest with crowds like this. It's a contest we've just got to keep having. So, you know, the players have a responsibility, particularly the New Zealand ones, to ensure that that becomes a decent part of the conversation anyway.
So quietly, they have got that generation changing going on inside the dressing room. I mean, Ravindra's part of that. Sears this week, O'Rourke last week. Stark now bowls to Mitchell with the 3 slips, and he has a flash at one, play and a miss. Well wide of the off stump. Haven't seen much of that from Daryl Mitchell through the course of his 87-ball stay.
Yeah, cross with himself there. Very cross with himself. I've got to say, Jerry, you know, when you commentate, you tend to just... When you're actually watching and talking about ball-by-ball stuff, you're right into it and you're seriously looking at it. You have to be. But when you stop, you know, you actually wander around and do other things and just take your mind off it a wee bit. I haven't been able to today. No. For some reason, this has just grabbed me.
No, it's been compelling.
It has.
It has. I mean, runs in the first session, only losing 1 wicket.
Compelling test cricket. Stark to Mitchell, who leaves. That's broadly speaking where the previous ball was. So a correction made there by New Zealand's number 5.
Shout out to the second bests.
Okay.
I want to pay tribute to the second bests. I've asked for a shout out, so
okay.
There you go. The second bests. Hello. I
wonder what it refers to.
Enjoying listening. I hope to our coverage here from Hagley Oval.
On 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, and in New Zealand, Jeremy?
8833.
Thank you. Like just doing that with you. The rap you did during the Ashes is one I'll never forget. Anyway, Stark here. Mitchell defensively into the onside. That loud call of no, I like it. End of the over. Mitchell stays on 47. Ravindra 78. The lead 169 at 3 for 263. On the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Stay with SENZ after the cricket. There's a world of sport waiting for you. Start your day with SENZ Breakfast with Israel Dag and Ricardo Ball from 6 a.m. weekdays.
There's just always things going on, you know, there's laser lights.
Then the doyen of New Zealand sports broadcasting, Ian Smith from 9 a.m.
We'll have a lot to talk about.
Mark Stafford's on standby to take your calls and more from 12 till 3 before the run home with Kirsten Beeve. That's Stephen Donald to you from 3 p.m.
A must.
SENZ. It's Kiwi for cricket, but so much more as well. It's Kiwi for sport.
Here with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. It won't be long before Pat Cummins starts warming up for Ream. Message in from Greenkeeping Rooster. I don't think Cricket Australia has shown New Zealand cricket the respect it deserves. Plus, I don't think cricket has ever utilised the Australia-New Zealand rivalry properly. Sort of tapping into the sentiment from the commentary box as well. Hazelwood round the wicket, bowls to Ravindra, knocks it on the head well forward in defence. They didn't play New Zealand at any time over here when they've gone up the world rankings to number 1, won the World Test Championship, and in the same window, England have come 3 times. And they're back again at the end of the year, Smith.
Yes, they are.
England, yep.
Yep.
So there is room for improvement there.
Starting to get a lot of respect from the rugby, Australia. Reds knocking over Chiefs last night. Waratahs beating the Crusaders last week. And that is a great thing. Honestly, a competition needs 2 competitive nations.
Hazelwood round the wicket. Ravindra driving straight enough. Doesn't get it past mid-on.
So that's a good aspect, and that's what you call earning respect, and that's what this New Zealand cricket team is doing through this Test match. They were very disappointed with that first innings performance. None for 47, all out for 162. You're losing 10 wickets for 115. That is very poor cricket.
Including an 8 for 60 passage of play as well.
I've grown into this. And this, well, there's an argument for 3 Test series, I think, as well.
Oh, too right.
Another Test match next week would be beauty, wouldn't it?
Hazelwood to Ravindra again. He takes it on and he doesn't make contact. It's a shot that prompts Hazelwood to offer a few thoughts in his follow-through. It was outside the off stump. He was trying to flay it up and over the cordon with an uppercut. But no contact made. We'll see it again here, Smithy.
This is so flamboyant. It's almost Caribbean-like, isn't it? It's just almost stand and deliver because the foot movement is negligible and very expansive, Jerry.
Yeah, it is. Caution has been the catch cry so far, but not there.
Hazelwood bowls to Ravindra, who defends to mid-on.
Yeah, that was a real flirt, wasn't it, Ron?
Well, the scoring stopped. I won't say they becalmed, but the new ball, it can do one or two things. Because it's hard and it flies, it can produce runs, or it can put a halt to proceedings out of respect, and that's exactly what's happened here.
Beauty of Test cricket, it can speed up and slow down within moments. They started the session so quickly. Labuschagne bowling at them and a couple of extras along the way that helped. 2 left in this over. Hazelwood arrives and delivers, and Ravindra plays and misses again. That's wide of the off stump. It's come back off the seam. Carey had work to do to his right. Ravindra's giving it the wry smile.
Gee, what happened to that? Certainly did it swing after it pitched?
Did it hit the inside edge, maybe?
Oh, the movement.
No,
it's gone past the inside edge.
Yeah, it went a long way off the seam, didn't it?
Didn't carry to Carey for what it's worth, seeing it again on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Dare I say it, did that keeper sniff the low as well after pitching?
Wouldn't want to bet last on this, Colo.
First time I've seen that. Hazelwood to finish. And Ravindra drives out the middle of the bat, but it's cut off by the captain at mid-off. There'll be a change in commentary after the break with Daniel McHardy in for me. The score at 3 for 263. Leader 169. Mitchell 47. Ravindra 78. All on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
It's Canterbury Biltong. Bowling to Jerky. Coming in from the northern end. Pitches this one just outside off. There's a loud appeal for caught behind, and they're taking it upstairs. Let's look at Snacko. There's certainly a faint edge. Jerky's nicked it, and it's another wicket for Canterbury Biltong. No denying Snacko. A beaut of a delivery from Canterbury Biltong.
Canterbury Biltong. Air-dried beef and venison snacks. Available nationwide or at canterburybiltong.co.nz. Explore your limits.
SEN and SENZ Test Cricket with Rosine. Quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. 263 for the loss of 3. The lead is 169 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia. Mitchell Stark, left arm over the wicket, angling across Daryl Mitchell. No stroke. Afternoon, Smithy and Mr. Coney.
Yep.
Daniel.
That's what? That's 30, that's a half an hour, isn't it now? Just a couple of little uneasy moments for the New Zealand batsman. A couple of times the ball's gone past the edge.
Jerry, when you often used to bat at like 5 or 6, which is around about new ball time, isn't it? If things go
you've got a
quite
second
nicely.
new ball quite often.
So even when you're sitting and waiting to bat in the new ball, do you sort of sit further forward in your seat as a batsman waiting?
Oh, I'm watching very closely.
3 slips in a gully. Mitchell beats it outside of off stump, lunging forward. That natural angle, too good for him.
Oh yeah, you're watching the bounce. You're watching if there's some movement, because often you're not in the right angle. Watching, so you hope to see a screen just to have a quick. You don't want to look sometimes too often, but yeah, that's and closer for Stark. That's a better start to this over. Again, the ball about half stump height.
I was just asking that because when you're actually playing the game, everything goes up just a notch, doesn't it? If you're on the park playing, even if you're part of the action, it goes up a notch. I'm just wondering when you're sitting waiting to bat from one ball to another, whether your attitude changes.
Stark moves a no stroke played by Mitchell on this occasion outside of off stump.
Oh, well, your attitude, I mean, yeah, you are. It's heightened. The whole thing is a lot more. I don't know, you're just watching everything. How hard's he running in? What are the fields? Where is he trying? It's pretty obvious where they're trying to get the batsman out here, and that's understandable. That's where you're most likely to be dismissed if the ball's moving around. But you're just watching the depth. Where's the keeper taking the ball? All little cues.
Cursing the batsman in the middle who plays a shot like Ravindra in the last over, no doubt too. Put that away. Here's Stark, moves in, rolls full on the drive, slicing it backward a point down towards the boundary. Long chase, Labuschagne Green. The race is on, they almost collide. Labuschagne wins, picks up, throws, and they'll come back for 2.
They got 2, they could have got 3 there. I think that Ravindra's running was just a little bit lay back, shall we say, because when it came to the crunch, you look at, can I run one for the throw? And you certainly can if the ball's fumbled, and it was on that occasion. It's called putting pressure on, and when runs are hard to come by as there are now, those are the little things you pick up on, and it's a bit pinpricky and a bit, we're going to the nth degree to criticise there, but just little things like that.
265 for the loss of 3. The lead is 171. Mitchell waits on 49 not out. He comes forward, dabs into the offside, and will get his half century. Good running. Assertive call. Ravindra responds. So too to the Hagley Oval fans. They're all on their feet. Daryl Mitchell raises the bat. Goes down 4. Congratulations from his teammates. A 10th Test match 50 to go along with 5 Test match hundreds for Daryl Mitchell.
Important innings. We've already talked about the responsibility, and it's been a responsible innings itself too, hasn't it? Not just for himself, but also for, there's a part of it goes to Ravindra as well to keep him focused and keep him sort of on the job. But he's played well so far.
Stark and bright sunshine, bowling to Ravindra, who smashes him away. Backward a point, whistles to the boundary to end the over. As Ravindra 82, Mitchell 50, 270 for the loss of 3 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
The hallway with dated wallpaper. Yeah, some people might call it chic, but to you, it just looks tired.
What's the easiest way to remove old wallpaper, though? Are you putting off your decorating project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Rosine colour shop for all you need on the best wallpaper, prep and hanging techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Rosine.
270 for 3 New Zealand. Mitchell 50. His 50 off 94 balls, 4 fours and 1 6. And a Macca's I'm loving it moment. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. And then Rachin Ravindra thumping the last ball of the over to the backward point boundary. With Mitchell on strike to Hazelwood. 2 slips in a gully, and catching around the corner too on the onside. Behind the wicket is Hazelwood. Bowls full, pushed into the mid-off region. No, very loud call of, and it will not be a run.
Yeah, that's the upside of the stroke, isn't it? That he is a little bit wide. I think probably Stark, you'd have to say, not quite at his very best with the new ball so far. And we got to add that little bit so far on the end of the sentence, because we just don't quite know it. It might just be about to happen. But he'd like to be, I think, a little bit more online if he can.
Hazelwood from over the wicket gets the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell's bat. It goes to the ground, wide of Smith, diving away to his right at second slip, down to the fence for 4 more. The lead up to 180.
Didn't reach, but that's if you've got the man on the leg gully,
but
you can't have them both sides.
Exactly right, Jerry. Yeah. Exactly right. Good spot. I mean, if you feel you're in the driver's seat when you take the new ball, you go all out attack again. But Pat Cummins knows now this lead is just starting to get away from him, so he has to be a little bit more cautious and a bit more selective. Third slip gobbles that. It does. It's low, but he gets it.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Well, with the angle that the Australians normally have with their slip cordon, that is certainly, it's a lowish catch, but you're down there ready.
They're ready now because Hazelwood is away from us. Port Hill's in from over the wicket. As Mitchell tried to tee off, he gets a top edge that balloons over the gully, down to the fence for 4. Add 4 more to the total. Wow, where did that come from? Mitchell goes to 58. Another Zito boundary. Do it with a Zito. Do you, Daryl Mitchell?
Oh, Jerry, just put yourself inside this shot, Jeremy Coney.
Well, it's line length. It's line and length just outside the off stump, and the bat has just turned slightly when he's made impact on the ball, so it's flowing away. There's no one there, but it's a relatively high risk there.
You'd think so.
With the line and the length there.
We'd have been castigating Ravindra.
That's right.
Hazelwood moves in again. He goes past the outside head. No, he's feathered a touch, and yes, Hazelwood has the breakthrough. Daryl Mitchell goes for 58. Quizzical look back to his partner, but he will depart Hagley Oval. 278 now for the loss of 4, and it's that man again, Josh Hazelwood.
What happened in those 3 balls? What happened all of a sudden in the game? A genuine edge off a full delivery, an absolute larrup one that went for 4, and all of a sudden line and length orthodox again, similar ball that he just drove at actually. And he pushes forward, and it finds the thinnest of outside edges. Alex Carey does the rest, as you would expect. And they've opened up a door again, have Australia. Tantalising, but Mitchell fought hard, as we expected that he would. And he's gone for 58. Yes, 278 for 4, Daniel.
Yeah, the lead 184. It's lovely bowling again. That Hazelwood Highway, Smithy, wasn't it?
Oh, I think Flem came up with a bigger one.
There were 3 in it, weren't there? 3 words.
3 H's in it. But, look, that is this highway as far as I'm concerned. Straight down in the M1. The H1, I suppose.
Highway to hell.
Yeah, highway to hell it is now for Daryl Mitchell. And out comes Tom Blundell, who we saw play very positively in the first innings, but he has in the past been an opening batsman, so new ball attack shouldn't worry him greatly. But here we find ourselves in another critical stage of the match, because after Blundell becomes Phillips, and then, as we've been talking about, a pretty unproductive tail. Good bowling.
Very good bowling. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinney's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Just a suggestion of moving away slightly, very slightly. That's why it's such a fine edge.
8 catches for Carey. He's done one better in his career against the West Indies. Adelaide took 9 in 2022. He waits as Tom Blundell's on strike. He pushes forward and plays very late under his eyes into the point region. There will not be a run, though.
Well, that's the first one that the new ball has claimed.
It's just Just an odd little 2 or 3 minutes in the game, wasn't it? Really weird.
The flash from Ravindra flying away and beating everybody, and when it looked about it, quite a assertive boundary from him, and then Mitchell playing Hazelwood over. Bit strange.
3 slips now.
Yeah.
3 slips back in.
Hazelwood back in. Bowls full, getting the inside edge of Blundell as it trickles to square leg. He'll get off the mark, but certainly not in control. A good over for Australia. They got rid of Daryl Mitchell for 58 at the end of the over, the 7th with the new ball. 279 for the loss of 4. The lead is 185.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
279 for the loss of 4. New Zealand. Ravindra 82 not out. Blundell, the new batsman, on 1. It will be start to continue. 1 for 71 off 19 overs. Our coverage with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. 3 slips in the gully behind. The wicket as he bowls to Blundell into his pads, tucks him away neatly through square leg. Got 1. Come back for 2, might even try a 3rd. Yes, they will, and they will get there. Good running. Blundell moves to 4.
Positive start from Blundell as we're going to get Chris Harris has popped in alongside us too, Daniel. Just a few texts we should probably read out. Perhaps the most important session in New Zealand Test cricket for a generation. That's from Bat. That's undeniable. Jules has said had to pop out of Hagley for lunch. Loving the commentary. Racing back now. What a day. What a day. I can't get back fast enough. That's Jules. Hope you're back in safely, Jules. Finally some gumption. The spirit of Wags perhaps mixed with GT. Josh Hazelwood in front of the Merv Hughes touring party gets a rousing reception down in front of us.
Yeah, Merv leading that one. Big claps. Stark moves in to Ravindra. Bowls very straight, pushed into the onside, up towards mid-on, no run.
And also, you'll be interested in this one, Harry, and you too, Daniel. Gnarly from the Safe Gay Elephants is enjoying your cricket coverage in Devonport.
Very nice.
Okay, just thought I'd say that.
Should I go on the other side, the Tasman? Should I check the Australian?
No, that's the New Zealand side. That'd be Devonport, Auckland, that.
Should I check the Australian messages, I mean?
Probably not quite so complimentary. Could be wrong.
Probably
a bit quiet
All right.
as well.
Keep the 3 Kiwi commentators together. I can't understand a word, but it produced a wicket.
There you go. Sniping. A little sniper.
It started.
It's begun. Here's Starkin again. Very straight Ravindra up to the task, pushing up towards mid-on, no run. G'day, guys. Mark from Sydney here. Thanks for your great commentary. Jeremy, you might recall I thanked you for your entertaining career. We talked about how you bought a guitar instead of boots. I think you discussed that yesterday. Jake the Snake writes, Smithy has got to be the best Kiwi commentator going. The footage of the 6 hitting his car was some of the best commentary I've ever heard. Jake the Snake.
I've got a son called Jake the Snake as well. You got a Jake the Snake? Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, that's nice of you to text in and compliment Smithy and not the old man, but it's okay.
Great, I'll just step out.
Yeah. Harry. You can join me.
There's another one.
Stark, leg side.
Come in here. Harry, would be nice if you said something. We're paying you enough money, for God's sake.
I was just checking the text to see if it got through. I think you've misread that, Smithy. Not paying enough, I think it is.
And here's a friendly one. The Boycott and Tavaray impersonators, Coney and Smithy, with a U, are loving this dour and dull cricket. It's anything but dull.
Boycott and Tavaray?
Yeah.
Wow. That's harsh.
Where's that from? Brendan McCullum.
Stark in beautiful conditions, bowling and trying to drive on the up. Thick inside edge, trickles to the offside. Stark in his follow-through prevents a single being taken.
How do you see it, Harry? How do you see it with it? conservative eye you've got.
I'm still trying to work out the previous 3 balls I saw from Daryl Mitchell. We were just sitting in the back and a genuine outside edge, didn't carry through to third slip. And then the following shot where he's tried to hit on the up, over mid-off against Hazelwood and got a thick outside edge over point and then to nick out. After the one where he got the thick outside edge, we said something's about to happen here.
It's like a
very next ball.
It's like a switch went, wasn't it?
It was almost like, I don't know, it was almost like he just switched off for a minute.
Yeah.
It's time.
Or he perhaps thought we had enough and he wanted to put the hammer down.
And Hazelwood shut the door on him as Stark bowls full, push straight back to the bowl owners, follow through once more to the field. Tidy over from Stark. New Zealand 282 for 4. The lead is 188. Our coverage with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust.
Save with PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Josh Hazelwood getting the breakthrough in his last over. He's 1 for 54 to back up that 5-wicket haul of the first innings. He moves past umpire Rasmus and bowls to Blundell, who is eager to get to the other end as he defends into the offside, races off, then stops.
Right, you asked for my opinion, Smithy, and I love these texts coming in about this is perhaps one of the most important sessions of New Zealand cricket history in recent times, and I think part of that is true, but it's because of how well we played in that first session. It's created that opportunity. And I certainly don't think New Zealand are comfortable where they find themselves yet, 188 ahead. We're saying minimum 250. I think that psychological barrier, if they can battle through to a lead of 300, that could be absolutely key.
Into the thigh pad of Blundell, and leg stump, trickling to the onside, no run.
The other thing I like about what New Zealand has forced Australia to do is their bowlers have got overs in their legs. Second innings, all of a sudden, these seam bowlers are going to have 20-plus overs. They get through this next little phase or this next spell, all of a sudden, their following spell, there's just going to be a little bit more tiredness in those legs, not quite the same pace. The wicket flattens out, the ball's a bit older. New Zealand, another hour and a half away from just battling through.
Hazelwood in his 22nd over, dragged the length back, but tidily played by Blundell to the onside, no run.
It's never going to be comfortable, but surely that's their best chance of it just becoming, if it's possible against this attack, just a little bit easier.
Harry and Smithy, what are some of your favourite and least favourite memories of playing together all those years ago? Annie. I remember you got a man of the match at Eden Park.
You should have got that.
I should have got it. It's in 1992. I'm over it now, though, as you can tell.
Clearly. Please explain after this ball. Full, driven, gorgeous shot. 4 runs. Just to the onside of the stumps. Big attempt by Cummins to stop. He cannot do that. What a stroke from Blundell.
That's beautiful on drive. That reminded me of you at Eden Park in 92, Smithy, against England.
When I should have got man of the match.
Yeah, you come in, you blasted a 50 off. I think it was about 33 balls. I might have got 30 odd and off about 30 balls. Nothing too special.
You got man of the match.
Yeah. I got a couple of wickets.
Got
Run
out.
David
run out
caught deep square leg. Atherton caught.
Rebounding off the roof.
To be fair, most of the team thought Smithy should have got it. Keepers are quite often overlooked, to be fair.
Hazelwood, shorter this time, jumping into a punch stroke into the offside as Blundell.
I'm done with it. Don't worry. I'm over it.
So, Smithy, if it makes you feel better, I thought you should have got it as well.
What did you get for the man of the match?
It wasn't a lot. That's why I don't think Smithy was too concerned.
No,
it's more the accolade.
And, of course, being a Cantab, you didn't share it.
No, I was about to say, did you really want to atone?
Oh, no, we don't share it. No.
You could pay him back with interest.
It wasn't a bottle of Grange Hermitage which we could open tonight.
Right.
Put it that way.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
No.
Yeah, the bottle of Lindau didn't make it home.
Montana sponsoring the series.
Hazelwood past the umpire, beating Blundell outside of off stump. He just played outside his eye line. Hazelwood highway, but no stop and hell for Blundell at the end of the over. 286 for the loss of 4, the lead 192.
Open Country is a dairy business built on minimal bureaucracy, with greater freedom and flexibility for their farmer suppliers. Dairy farmer Matt Sandy from Pirongia.
With Open Country, we get paid a lot earlier, so it helps within the cash flow. So, the 4 payments come at the right time. The timing of all the payments makes the freedom for us to make informed decisions.
Open Country. It's a partnership by choice.
Glorious setting, Hagley Oval. Right sunshine, the crowd and in big numbers. And there's a real nervous energy again after that good partnership between Ravindra and Mitchell. Mitchell gone, Blundell's in. Reasonably hard new ball still available to the Australians. And now it's Pat Cummins back into the attack. From over the wicket to Ravindra, who gets a wicket first ball. Oh, Pat Cummins, you're having a laugh. This man is incredible. As he did to Williamson yesterday, he's got rid of Rachin Ravindra, caught behind for 82, 286 for the loss of 5, and Kerry has 9 catches.
Talk about a change in the momentum of a match. It has been done by the new ball, a faint edge high on the bat, almost guided it really because the bat wasn't square on back onto Pat Cummins. It was more angled towards gully, and that was tempting fate once too often, but let's pay tribute to young Rachin Ravindra, who's played a sterling hand before we get too deep into the analysis. But Pat Cummins, as he is wont to do, has changed the course of the match with taking the new ball and now contributing himself. Ravindra leaves to generous applause here at Hagley. He's very, very disappointed. 100 against Australia is the start of a career for a young man. He went pretty close. Terrific knock.
Yeah, magnificent innings. He's done all the hard work. And as Pat Cummins has done throughout this series, just absolutely delivering when Australia require it.
Right, into Glenn Phillips. Now, how is Glenn Phillips going to play? If he goes hell for leather here and it comes off, New Zealand will have the lead thereafter. If he nicks out, then that exposes the tail, and that is Australia back in charge. The lead 192, nowhere near enough yet. Nowhere near enough yet.
I'm sure the chat at lunchtime was just to open up an end. What they've done so beautifully here, from their point of view, is now opened up 2 ends. With Blundell only facing 9 balls. And now the new Glenn Phillips at the crease. It'll be interesting to see how much we see Australia step up now. And all of a sudden, a little bit more pace as well.
Did someone say dull and dour? Hardly.
Boycott and Tavares.
Yeah, pushed into the point region by Phillips backward of point. This has been excellent test cricket.
Oh, it has. And still we're in this pendulum situation at the moment. Michael's pointed out here, 39 runs in the last 10 overs. A couple of wickets chucked in now. Hardly Boycott and Tavares.
Hard to please some people, Smithy. Hard to please.
Oh, how's this coming? Smithy should not have got that man of the match over you, Harry. Did you see the keeping? Check out the number of buys. 4th grade club cricket grade.
3 slips in a gully as Cummins bowling it to Phillips. He's defending into the offside once more, no run.
Naff off, Dan. Dumb text.
I'd imagine Harry would have been a pain to keep to in the field because he hit the stumps often, right?
Oh, Harry.
Bails go flying.
Yeah.
Put you in danger.
Yeah, what happened to throw it over the top of the stumps of the keeper?
Yeah.
Harry's in that new era that invented the shy at the stumps.
Yeah.
I threw one over the stump to you in that first game against Australia.
That's correct.
Run out McDermott.
I was going to say one of our great favourite memories was that 92 ride in the World Cup. I was going to get to that, and Ravindra went and nicked out on us. But that was a special time, 1992 World Cup, enjoying that ride around New Zealand. Yeah, fantastic.
Cummins bowling to Phillips, who just pulls it away nonchalantly through square leg, minimum of fuss, flies to the rope for 4, 290 for 5, the lead 196.
You would have played against Gordon Greenwich. That leg up. Wow.
Get off the mark, Gordon, yeah. Front foot pulled off Pat Cummins. Nice. Nice.
So much happening here, we're not going to get a chance to talk about it, but my fondest memories of the 92 World Cup was sitting with you in the stand watching Paddy and Rod Latham open against South Africa. 114 off 14 overs, and we looked at each other and went, what is going on?
Cummins bowls a bouncer that sails high over Phillips, keeps on going, goes over Carey. It's down to the rope for 4, and that will see the lead reach 2-0-0 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
First target, tick.
Tick, yeah, first target tick for the loss of only 2 wickets. You'd probably taken that. It's just they lost 2 in a row, which has put the skids under things. But at the start of the day, you said when you get to the 200 lead mark, you'll still have 5 wickets in hand. Probably would have said, yeah, I'll take one. I'll take that.
I'll be, chewing both your hands off.
Yeah.
Cummins 3 for 40. Last ball of his over. Oh, and that's a snarling delivery. It leaps and goes past the right shoulder of Phillips, who's beat it all ends up. He is a fine bowler, no doubt about that. He's opened the door for Australia. The lead is 294 for the loss of 5 after the break, joining Smithy. And Harry will be...
Shout out here, our farmer shout out to Open Country. They bring us the drinks break, and today we say hi to Michael and Vanessa Tillemans from Tokoroa. Vanessa describes her husband as the best 12th man ever. Thanks. That's our farmer shout out for today. Thanks to Open Country, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps. And now we have the first delivery bowled into the offside and played by Phillips, just pushing it into the cover region. 296 for 5, and we're back into this absorbing battle.
Interesting description. 12th man.
Yeah, well, the best ever 12th man.
She could have added on the cricket field or something just with it.
Well, I think it's at home is what she means. I think he's very helpful at home.
Oh, brings out the drinks, basically.
Drinks,
okay,
brings the drinks.
Sense. Yeah.
Michael, he sounds like the man.
Does some housework too, I bet.
Oh, surely. Sounds like me.
It sounds like a typical rural New Zealander, male, as this ball is played into the gully region. It's no run. 296 for 5. Blundell is 9. Phillips is 5. Cummins has 3 for 40 from 17 overs and 2 balls. Well, welcome back, Bharat. You've been enjoying watching in the background?
Yes. I mean, the second new ball was always going to do some sort of damage. And Pat Cummins, well, not for nothing that I call him the biggest party pooper in the world when it comes to neutral cricket fans.
He really is. Incredible ability to pick up wickets. This ball is played by Phillips to mid-wicket. Well, I should say to our listeners that you did say to us yesterday, Bharat, that your wife, Isha, is coming into Christchurch, and she's arrived, and you predicted that you would be in a slightly, I wouldn't describe you as dishevelled yesterday, but certainly it was a clash of colours and stripes and all sorts of things. And you are, I must say, you're much more organised in your dress today.
Thank you.
So you were dressed by Isha this morning?
Yes, I was.
Excellent. You're a compliant and good husband, and we're looking forward to meeting you tonight as Cummins bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Phillips. So pink trousers with lots of colour, a plain black t-shirt and a pink shirt with also lots of colour. It just feels good combination. Yeah. And Harry's got a lovely shirt on too.
It's a beautiful shirt, Chris Harris.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
I made a bigger effort today after getting a little bit of grief from you, Garth, wearing brown.
Yeah, well, I just think you got out of bed yesterday and you thought it's the colourful day at Hagley Park, and I just choose the brown. But you wore it well.
Thank you.
And you wore it all day. You kept it on, that lovely brown jersey. Here's nice delivery again from Cummins. He throws his head back as Phillips lets the ball pass through to the Carey behind the stumps. Almost the best conditions of the match now as well, it feels like. The sun's out, almost 25 degrees here in Christchurch. Beautiful conditions.
Beautiful conditions, but I'm a little surprised at the number of Australian players who needed a bathroom break during their last drinks break. So at least 6 or 7 run off. Alex Carey's been off twice today.
Or to be fair, they're not used to being in the field this long.
That is correct.
Not against New Zealand in this series. But New Zealand have batted and fought very well today. As outside the off stump again, Cummins is throwing his head back. It's getting close. Phillips has obviously decided he's going to mark that outside the off stump area and not play. 296 for 5 it is. The end of the over from Cummins. He has 3 for 40.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
going to be Cameron Green who will replace Josh Hazelwood at the Port Hills end. He's got a bowl to 2 slips and a gully, and he will be bowling to Tom Blundell, the New Zealand wicketkeeper, number 6 batsman. Blundell faces short delivery outside the off stump. Brilliantly fielded and caught by Labuschagne at cover. Blundell got a ball that was just short outside the off stump. He's thrashed at it. And Labuschagne, diving to his left, takes a wonderful catch, comes up with the ball, throws it in the air and is surrounded by his teammates. 296 for 6.
It's not often that you see a bowler take a wicket and put a hand to his mouth. Cameron Green cannot believe his luck. It was a nothing delivery. Brilliant catch from Marnus Labuschagne, diving to his left. Third umpire just checking.
Just to confirm, please.
But it looked like a clean catch. Blundell's almost walked off. He's not even bothering to turn around and look at the big screen.
Gee, New Zealand, I mean, they will kick themselves if they are going to...
Can we go back to the previous angle?
There's Brendan Julian in the in the TV box next to us giving Bharat a big thumbs up. He's feeling that the Aussies are back. We're just watching to see what happens when Labuschagne goes down, whether the ball touches the ground. Chris Harris thinks it does. I don't think so. But...
just need to go to the initial contact.
They're just going to have another look. So, Chris, just tell us what you're seeing, please.
Well, he's caught it in the right hand. He's in control, but as he hits the ground...
The ball there. Keep rolling.
His fingers are under it.
The umpires are saying the fingers underneath it.
I think they are too.
All you need is one, even part of your finger to be under it.
Do you know, when it was taken, it just felt like it was a catch. You know, and Blundell's gone. He's off. So, come on, get on with it. It's been given. They've checked it.
He's more disappointed that it was an absolute long hop warm-up delivery from Cameron Green. And I think because he hasn't committed to the shot, it's almost half-hearted. He's just thinking, I can't not score off this delivery. Play a half-hearted shot because he's lacking a bit of confidence. And he's just lobbed it out to cover where a brilliant catch was taken.
Yeah, I thought that. I mean, it's a poor shot from Blundell. It really was. I mean, and just looking. I mean, it's worth just dwelling a little bit on Blundell's batting now, because things have fallen a lot from a player who used to be so reliable, and suddenly now. This is what we talked about, you know, this morning. If Australia could come into this session and pick up 2 or 3 or 4 wickets now, possibly, then they're very much back in the game. And that really felt just a little bit embarrassing to see a dismissal like that in these circumstances.
Yeah, that's unfortunately a little bit soft.
Yeah. I mean, it's not often that you feel embarrassed vicariously, but you did on that occasion. You just didn't want to watch that replay. His feet went nowhere. He helped it in the direction of Marnus Labuschagne, and no power, nothing.
It was almost as though he was going to leave it, and then I thought, oh, it's such a bad ball, I can't, I've got to score off it. And then he just sort of threw the bat at it. It just lobbed out to cover.
Well, it's Kugelijn who's going to face his first delivery, faces Green, and he's clamping down on a ball which is full and angling in towards the stumps. He just manages to keep it out.
Tell you what, if there's one New Zealand cricketer who needs to do something of note, it is Scott Kugelijn.
Well, you know, even an innings of 20 or so here is vital. New Zealand need to get up over 250, a total of that. I mean, it won't be easy psychologically for Australia. They haven't been great at chasing. What are you looking at now?
I'm just looking at one of the best cover fielders to ever played the game, in Chris Harris. Look very disappointed, or still not convinced with that catch from Marnus.
No shot this time from Kugelijn.
No, I'm not a big fan of that rule anyway. I think if he's got it in control, as long as his hand stays in contact with the ball, I don't mind if it sort of touches the ground. But they've seemed to come up with this rule now that if you look at every catch, you can find a reason to say, oh, it might have touched a blade of grass. So I'm not a big fan of it. That, to me, he's taken it cleanly, he's in control, and even if there's, as he's gone down, even if some of the ball has touched the ground, I think it's still out. He's in control.
It looked out.
Yeah, and it's a timing thing. At what point did he complete the catch? I think he completed the catch cleanly till that point. At that point,
you bet. Green bowls to Kugelijn. Oh, and he plays forward and then doesn't really almost wanted to pull his bat away. 296 for 6, 2 balls in the over. Just looking at Blundell's form. Fantastic series against England in 2022 when he and Mitchell were so dominant, and then last year in 2023 138 against England, and then 90 against England in Wellington, and since then 7-3, 17 not out, 6, and that's all just 6, 6, 0, 2, 11, 5, 4, 33-22 and now out again for quite a low score. Here's, gee whiz, we're seeing Kugelane going forward, getting, I think, an inside edge down to long leg. Lucky to be there, one ball remaining in the over.
I'm sorry, I've rarely seen a test cricketer look so unconvincing at this level like Scott Kugelane has. With ball, with bat, especially with the bat. I mean, one of the reasons given for New Zealand persisting with him was his ability, in quotes, with the bat.
Bharat, he's still out there, though. Give him a chance. It's a tough game sometimes.
That just Chris Harris, one of the nicest people in the world.
That's the problem. Yeah, look too nice at times.
Yeah, good. Yeah. His shot play Phillips, where he's just getting a ball into his hip and he turns it to the right of Hazelwood at mid-on. They take a single off the last ball of the over. 298 for 6. Kugelane is 1. Phillips is 6. Australia. So Green 1 for 40. The lead 204. And there you are. You can hear a big round of applause for Cameron Green. The end of the over.
Get so much more with the great garage store from Garage Auckland. 10 years warranty, real security. Garage Auckland. Quality, real durability. Servicing you since 62. Get so much more with the great garage door from Garage Auckland.
And welcome back to the Cricket on SEN. It's brought to you by Resine, the paint that the professionals use. Here's a ball that nips back and catches Phillips. No appeal for LBW, but I thought it might have been. Just coming back to that catch of Labuschagne and thinking about, Phillips it was who caught Labuschagne so brilliantly in the gully. And then we see Labuschagne. And when I was on here and described that one, only Phillips could have taken that catch. And then you see Labuschagne. He's the other one, isn't he? It was a Macca's catch of the summer. Cricket, I'm loving it. It was a brilliant piece of fielding. Just a thing that changes games. But I wouldn't mind coming back to those Blundell batting figures in a moment and hear your thoughts on that. As Cummins bowls down the leg side, and they're going to pick up a single as it's played to long leg. 299 for 6.
I'll give it to you right now. Cricket is a tough game, and when you're out of form, that's the type of dismissal that when you're in form, you just... There's no question. You just see the wide ball. It's in your zone. It's where you score. You just take it on. When you're out of form, you just lack a little bit of confidence and you're not sure, the situation, should I play that shot? Should I not play it? Should I leave it? All of a sudden, half-hearted. And when you're out of form, they're the type of things that happen. It's just that confidence. It's such an important part of the game.
Alex Carey yesterday.
Great example.
Here's Kugelane facing now, pushing into the offside. They've taken off for a single line, picks the ball up and throws at the stumps. And it's racing now down to Hazelwood at long leg. Misses the stumps, but they've just taken the 1. So Kugelane is 2, 300 is up. 300 for 6, the lead 206. A round of applause.
That was a risky run again. He hit it straight to Manas. Doesn't miss very often, does Manas Labuschagne with the direct hits.
It was 2, sorry. I said line, but it was Manas.
But just the nerves there for Scott Kugelane, and he doesn't know which end the throw's coming. He was scampering to his end, stretching.
Lying down at mid-on. Here's Cummins bowling, and Phillips is onto the back foot and playing it to Labuschagne just in front of point.
Yeah, like you're talking about Tom Blundell, Alex Carey, the same. I mean, yeah, he's made a couple of half centuries in his last 3 tests, but it's a sweep shot he got out to. It's a shot that he prides himself on, just like Tom Blundell does on anything short, and his strength is hitting square of the wicket. Yeah, when that confidence is down, when you start second guessing yourself, especially as a batter, I think it's not a place you want to be.
Because he does play the lap pretty well as well, doesn't he? It was just his lack of ability to pick up the pace and the line.
Cummins bowls, Phillips drives, big thick edge which goes to Green along the ground at gully. You heard the sharp intake from Bharat beside me. I think it might have been an edge that was going to carry. There's some funny stuff coming in here. There's just a text coming in here saying, don't worry, Captain's not to come, talking about Southey being a little bit ironic. Very funny talking to an Australian Spectator this morning, and he talked about the review that Southey decided not to take off his own bowling, and the Australian said, our theory was, mate, that he didn't think it was going to knock the bails off if it got through. It's a bit tough, isn't it? Here's Cummins bowling, and a short ball and a really good one, and Phillips has hurried up as he ducks underneath it. 300 for 6, Cougar line 2. Phillips is 7, New Zealand lead by 206.
Save with PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Mitch Marsh has left the field, so presumably that means that Matt Renshaw will be on for Australia. 300 for 6 it is. Green is going to bowl to Cougar line. He'll relish that prospect, and he's dropped at third slip. Labuschagne it is who's moved into that position, diving away to his left, low, and everything tells me that it's carried.
It has, and it's a very unnatural position for Marnus. Went at a really good height, and we just spoke about Mitchell Marsh being off the field. That's the position he would have been in. And I'm surprised that they put Marnus in there.
He's moved there and got there pretty well. His just hands are a bit low, and it's in him high in the hands. And it's just
down to his left, about 6 inches off the ground. One that should have been taken. And just one of those moments where Marsh is off the field, Labuschagne has moved in there, and this ball's outside the off stump, no shot.
Well, I'm about to jump off, Bharat, but you and I were standing out the back at that Mitchell dismissal, Daryl Mitchell, where it sort of all started, really. There was a nick to third slip that he played with soft hands, went on the ground, and then next ball he tried to hit on the up, over mid-off, and we're all saying, and I think Adam was there as well, and we're all saying something's about to happen. Yeah. But the more I analyse it, then he genuinely got a great delivery because he's actually playing a solid shot. It was a ball he had to play, and he just got a feather. So I think it was just the way it all came together, looked bad.
Green bowls, and Cougar line's playing it like he's on a minefield, just throwing his head back a bit. 300 for 6 it is. The Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia in our cricket, of course, coming to you with Rosine, the paint that Kiwis trust.
So that big shot that he did play, it was probably a bit loose and got an outside edge. I think he then tightened up, but he just... the more I analyse it, he just got a terrific delivery that he had to play. Yep. And I think he was looking back going, well, what could I do? I had to play it.
Yeah.
Just interested in your thoughts.
Yeah.
You get them in a minute as we have Green bowling again, and really it just looks so unconfident, Cougar line. He just comes forward, pushes it, gets a little inside edge into the onside.
You're right. I mean, if you just watch that delivery in exclusion, that looks like a dismissal in the first innings, right, where he had no option but to play at it. Just a class of Josh Hazlewood. But I would say that just before that over, we were talking about Josh Hazlewood not getting the ball through the way he had been. Him bowling his 21st over. It almost felt like it kind of got under his skin, the shot that Mitchell played off the previous delivery.
Green bowls to Cougar line, no shot outside the off stump.
And there was a little more effort in that delivery, and you saw it in his celebration. I think his ego was a little hurt when Dal Mitchell just charged at him and just swung the bat. And it takes a lot to get Josh Hazlewood that animated, period. You could see just the way he ran down with his hands out, wanted to make an impression on Dal Mitchell. And that's not how you look at cricket, but I think that's what led to it.
Yeah, and those are the moments, aren't they, in a game where, Australia, and it just shows you they had struggled a little bit to get through. Mitchell and Ravindra did pretty well. Here's an appeal for LBW. Green's gone up. I think it'll be too high. 300 for 6 it is. It's 95 overs have been bowled, so we've had 15 with the new ball. Cougar line's 2, Phillips is 2. And Green, 9 overs, 10 overs now, 1 for 40.
Hey cricketers, don't get caught at the crease this summer. Pad up at Cricket Express, New Zealand's trusted specialist cricket store. Their staff play and love cricket, so you can relax knowing you'll get the best advice. Visit any Cricket Express store and their experts can help fill your kit bag with the right gear for you. Whether you're a batter, bowler or a keeper at any level, now that's worth some runs. Visit Cricket Express's 6 pitches around New Zealand or cricketexpress.co.nz.
Australian supporters here in front of us have got fresh, cold, cool beer, Peroni, and they're looking pretty happy with life. Well, it's still in the balance very much, I think, as you come back to us with Resine, the paint that Kiwis trust. Here is Cummins bowling, and Phillips is onto the back foot, playing into the onside. No change to the score. It is 300 for 6. The Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia. Been really good fun watching this cricket. I've been, not too many time for stories and things, Bharat, because the cricket's been so absorbing.
So absorbing, and I'm very interested in how Glenn Phillips has started this innings. Generally, he comes in and starts throwing his bat around. Been circumspect so far.
Yeah, 7 from 23, slow by his standards, as again he's forced to play a defensive shot to Cummins.
I wonder if it's just game awareness. He's decided, look, Pat Cummins is just in the middle of one of those spells. I need to see him out, and then maybe I can start taking a few risks against the others. Because let's face it, Kugelheim doesn't look convincing at all at the other end. And then you're into the likes of Henry and Saudi, who will throw their bat around.
Well, we've got a message here from Australia saying, can you tell me why Kugelheim's batting above Henry? And it's a fair question, really. I think, Henry's proved pretty adept with the bat at times. Here's a boundary which is racing away to third man, driven thick outside edge. And a nice shot from Phillips, a boundaries with Ozito. Do it with Ozito, do you?
And as we see a replay of that boundary,
well, we're looking at our replays on the Bunnings Trade replay screen.
Australia also got rid of Marnus Labuschagne from third slip and put Matt Renshaw in, who is a natural slip fielder. That's where he fields for Queensland, and every time he's played Test cricket for Australia, you see him in the slip region. So, not sure what happened there in the last over where they decided to throw Marnus in there when they did have Renshaw on the field.
Yeah. Bharat Sundaresan is talking about the fact that Kugelheim was dropped by Labuschagne at third slip. Here's Cummins bowling, driven by Phillips, nicely driven indeed, and a good diving save made by Stark, diving to his left at a wide mid-off position.
It can't be easy, can it, Jeremy? You are the master of taking catches at slip, and you're just thrown in there, and it's not something you practice. And it's not something you're used to.
No, it's a different fielding position entirely to just to even stand still. He's normally on the move. He's Mr. Mover, isn't he, really? And so just even that difference too.
2 slips and 2 gullies as Cummins bowls and Phillips plays the ball, which is climbing up into his ribs. He takes his bottom hand off the bat and pushes the ball into the offside. So he's through for 12 from 27 deliveries. 1 ball remaining for Kugelheim to negotiate. Good delivery from Cummins. Just got up, and nasty one that he had to play off his chest. Speaking of which, how's yours, Bharat? You've recovered from the Chris Harris savaging that you got in the media game? Your bruised nipple?
The bruised nipple, not the nipple, but the area around it turned yellow this morning. So I immediately went to Dr. Google. Apparently yellow is a good sign.
Very good sign. That means the bruising's coming out. I could have told you that without you going to Dr. Google.
No, I should have called you in the morning.
Just give me a ring.
Yeah.
No,
from
he's
the
busy
shower.
cooking, yeah.
I'm cooking a curry, actually, at the moment for you lot. Here's Kugelheim, who picks up a run as this ball's into the pads, and he turns it to mid-wicket. The crowd give him some applause. The end of the over. 306 for 6, 212 the lead for New Zealand.
Gallagher Insurance has been helping Kiwis for 45 years. Their characteristic blend of local expertise and global reach means they can support their clients wherever they do business. That's why Gallagher Insurance is the exclusive insurance partner of the New Zealand Open. So whether you need help navigating the unexpected, or you just want some confidence taking that next step in life or in business, let Gallagher help you face your future with confidence. Search Gallagher Insurance NZ today.
Cricket being brought to you by Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. It's at 306 for 6, your Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia. Here is a green bowling to Kugelheim, wide outside the off stump. No change to the score.
My apologies to Pat Cummins. I guess the reason why Marnus was at third slip is because Cameron Green was bowling and Renshaw was at gully. Mitchell Marsh is back on the field now, and Marnus is back at third slip. Yeah, look around the field. There is technically nobody else they can put in there. Travis Head, when he captains, or when he used to captain South Australia, would be at second slip. So I guess by the process of elimination, they had no option but put Manas in there.
As Cougar Line facing comes forward, beaten outside the off stump. Good diving save by Carey to his left. 306 for 6. Green's enjoying this spell, I think. He's just finding a little bit of movement as well, where other bowlers haven't necessarily.
Yeah, I was gifted a wicket by Blundell. Oh, how did I miss that stump?
Gee, that's no wonder he had his hands to his mouth. That's gone, just beaten the inside edge and gone just over the top of middle stump.
I can't believe he's batting at number 8.
No, not watching this. 306 for 6 it is. Green bowls again, and he's just decided he's going to hit it over long on for 6. Well, fair enough. If you can't defend, then you might as well smash it. And that boundary with Orzito. What an extraordinary shot that was. Just getting underneath the ball, smashing it over long on. It's like he doesn't trust his defensive technique. I'm just going to hit it.
Yeah, I meant like, I can't believe he's batting at number 8. He should be batting at number 6.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, you're cunning, Bharat, aren't you? Hey, you're cunning. We've got to watch you.
That's such a powerful blow from Scott Kuggeleijn. That's why they picked him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's running hot for Ream. Scott Kuggeleijn with a boundary, a 6. And Green, with good reason, can look slightly annoyed.
Chastened.
Yes. Here he goes again. He won't get one in his half of the pitch, I don't think now. Oh, it's pitched up and he tees off again. He wants to play the same shot. He's not good enough. It really is like when he came in Wellington in that first innings, played one ball to line and then threw his wicket away. He just doesn't seem to trust his defensive technique at all. It's 312 for 6. Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo Tyres 25% off.
Yeah, he sets himself up like a lot of T20 batters do these days, don't they? Like a baseballer. Just the bat up, ready to swing. And he is swinging at this moment.
Sure is. Mitchell Stark doing some warming up, those long limbs being stretched enthusiastically. I think he's fancying his chances as well, seeing this. 312 for 6. Everyone wants to bowl. So Kuggeleijn is on strike. He faces Green and he's playing into the onside. That's a nice shot, just getting a ball drifting in. It's Head who fields on the boundary at deep backward square leg, and the over is... No, we've got one more round, one more to come. 313 for 6. Kuggeleijn's 10, Phillips is 12, and most importantly, the lead is just eking up to 219.
And that's what New Zealand will want, to not lose these last 4 wickets.
Here's Michael's texted through saying Kuggeleijn's first class average is 27 with 4 centuries. Henry's is 20 and no 100. So yeah, that's a useful piece of information. Thank you very much, Michael. Always good to hear from our listeners in New Zealand on 88.33. And there's Hazelwood warming up as well. So looks like we might have a double change shortly for Australia. Watch out, Hazelwood and Stark. But at the moment, it's Green. Last ball of his over, bowling to Phillips, who pulls a ball again to Head at deep backward square leg, and the result is the same as the previous one. One more run, it's 314 for 6. The lead is 220. Kuggeleijn is 10. Phillips is 13. We'll take a break, and after the break, it will be Adam Collins.
Bunnings Trade is here to help you this tax time with 134 Trade. Call 0800 134 872 for on-the-spot product inquiries, fast quoting and on-site delivery. Tax time sorted. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Our coverage here is for Razine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Adam Collins jumping back in. This partnership with 18. They've advanced the lead to 220 after New Zealand lost 3 wickets in a hurry. Mitchell for 58, ending his 123 run stand with Ravindra. He was the next man out for 82, and then Blundell for 9. But they've just steadied the ship a wee bit, and they needed that as Stark is reintroduced. Phillips 13. cloud of the 6 in the previous over. Facing up here, different story against Stark, driving out towards mid-off, no run. Bharat, Sundaresan, Jeremy Coney with me.
What that Scott Kuggeleijn 6 in the previous over also meant, Adam, is that now Australia will need more runs than they needed at the Gabba a month back. 216 is what the West Indies had set them, the target. And they fell 8 runs short, famously. Steve Smith was left stranded at one end when Josh Hazlewood's off stump was blown off by Shamar. So, interesting times.
Stark from the Botanic Gardens end. Left arm over, bowls here. Phillips in behind it, defending out to cover. So, yes, Kuggeleijn hasn't performed with the bat at this level yet, but the level below made 100 against the Australia A side last year, and as was reflected on the text line before, made it to 100 in first class level on 4 occasions, which is why he's ahead of Henry.
Yeah, we spoke about the unsuccessful run chase. Obviously, the successful run chase came in Birmingham, famously 282.
282. What a win that was. What a day that was, to think that we came back thinking it was going to be rained off. We all assumed it when it poured down on night 4 at Edgbaston. Stark delivers here and leaving alone outside the off stump is Phillips, leaving it on length. Continued to rain through the early part of the day. Pat Cummins went off to the indoor nets to do some batting practice just in case. And they got back on, and while the rest is history, it was a thrilling couple of hours or 3 hours of cricket at Birmingham that saw Australia go 1-0 up. So, yeah, they have got some memory of successfully chasing of late. Jerry, I was just scrolling a bit of social media when off air before.
Well, that's you,
and
yes.
I found that, yeah, it is, that's true. I do a bit of that. And I found a Twitter thread that you might be interested in, relevant to a conversation we've been having all week. Stark bowls here and driving through the covers, not quite well stopped. Labuschagne saved an otherwise certain boundary. Phillips got all of that. 14 with the single instead. 6 for 315. The lead's 221. Chap by the name of Andrew, short fly slip on Twitter. Throughout the course of the week, he's been tweeting the 1974 Christchurch Test match as it happens, because, of course, this test started at the same time. And I'll have you know that about now, 50 years ago, you caught Greg Chappell at first slip, which was a crucial moment in that game when Australia slumped to 33 for 3. So 50 years almost to the minute when you took that famous catch that helped shift that test match from the bowling of Richard Hadley. So you can, short fly slip on Twitter if that's your jive. Here's Stark bowling and lifting up over the top of mid-wicket is Kuggeleijn. That might have gone all the way. Yeah, it has. So Kuggeleijn twice in 2 overs goes big. He's 22, leads 227.
Yeah, he's decided to do away with just hanging around and trying to defend balls. He's on his pads and straight in the swinging arc for Scott Kuggeleijn. Like I said in the previous over, he holds his bat up like a T20 batter, and as soon as that ball hit his bat, you could see Manas at backward point just throw his head down. Already cost 13 runs that dropped catch. Crucial runs.
And Macca's I'm loving it moment. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery. Kuggeleijn, can he keep going? 6 for 321. Stark's up, bowls here, reaches a low full toss and puts it away as well. Had to reach out well outside the off stump and steered it between green and point. An expensive over. 231 now the lead at 6 for 325. He's running hot for Ream, and that's on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
.au.
SENZ Test cricket for Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Their lead at the start of the session was 149. It's now 231, Jeremy, and despite losing 3 quick wickets, it feels like they'll be there at tea. And I said to you they'll be there at tea. When we started this morning, you would have been happy.
Certainly.
Hazelwood away from us to Phillips on 14. Will he tee off as well? He won't hear. He leaves alone on length.
Even better at the close of play. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a lot of thought about Kugelheim, isn't there? I haven't seen him bat, to be honest with you, a lot. I know about the 100 you mentioned against Australia, That came from 85 balls. The danger sometimes of looking at that and just picking it out is that he actually got naught in the next match. So that he obviously is quite a reasonable eye, hasn't he? We can see that. But at the moment, his defence isn't quite good enough to keep him there long enough. We'll wait and see.
Phillips, 2 slips to gully. Hazelwood bowls. He punches off the back foot to deep point. They've spread the field at this stage. The second new ball's 18 overs old. Phillips 15, 232 the lead.
So he doesn't imbue you, I don't think, if he's forced to play forward or if a bowler is able to get the ball in an awkward place that he can't hit it naturally. Then he's in a little bit of trouble, I think. So we'll just I think, defer any kind of judgment about that for a wee while. He obviously can hit a clean ball.
Clearly he can.
As you said, he might be setting up for a T20 mode, and that might be the better way that he plays, actually.
And what it's allowing is for Glenn Phillips to bat normally, Jeremy, get his eye in, and then stay back for when the others come, and then he can really explode.
It's an interesting thing, though, when you get in quite a tight game like this, to be using and employing that kind of approach to batting. When you are batting number 8, you are expected to get 20s, 30s, 40s.
Extra man in the cordon for Kugelheim. Hazelwood to him here. He swings hard and he chops it onto his foot, spits out to point, no run.
You see what I mean? That's my point there. I mean, that's just a slightly awkward slog, really, and he's got a bottom edge. And that could go onto your stumps. It actually went onto his foot in the end. So it's just a question of the risk factor. And if you get out that way, sometimes it does look bad. Just the same as Tom Blundell will feel he has got himself out quite badly.
It was Mitchell was the turning point there, wasn't it? Yeah. Really going hard at Hazelwood. Then he proceeded to bowl the delivery of the session. More cricket, less cooking, brought to you by McDelivery. That just opened things up a wee bit after that partnership of 123. But you're right, the other dismissals, especially Blundell, he'll be gutted with that. Kugelheim's still there, and he plays from the crease to mid-wicket, just next to the square leg umpire by the time that Mitchell Marsh collects it. He's 21 from 21, the lead's 233.
You sometimes an innings like this can sometimes work for teams when you get into a position where it's just becoming a bit uncomfortable about the size of the chase. I don't think it is. I don't think it's reached that proportion quite yet for Australia. But if suddenly he hits another 30. With 7 fours and a 6 or whatever it is, then it starts to get more awkward and the field spreads and so on.
Hazelwood to Phillips, who leaves alone outside the line of the off stump, because we were expecting Phillips to play the more enterprising hand based on what we observed at Wellington last week. But I suppose, Bharat, when you've got these bowlers following, we know Henry and Southey, broadly speaking, play one way.
Yep.
If Phillips can bat through the innings, that just broadens out the opportunities for them. He doesn't need to pull the trigger as yet if Kugelheim's going to.
No.
Yeah, it's really helping him do that. And don't forget, Matt Henry was the series highest run scorer for New Zealand before this inning started.
And he's got 3 half centuries on this ground, Matt Henry, and top scored near enough. Didn't quite top score, but right up there in the first innings here. 50-run stand with Southey. Hazelwood bowls to finish, and Phillips defends down to mid-on. End of the over, another busy one for the home side. 233 is the lead, 6 for 327 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
All right, boys, pad up, because it's time to go out and bat for all the Kiwis waiting to be parents. Blokes aged 20 to 45 can help fertility associates change lives and grow families with our best innings yet. As a sperm donor, there's a wait list of up to 2 years for these hopeful mums and dads. So let's chase that total down with a quick single or an all-day batting masterclass. Just visit spermdonor.co.nz.
Here with Resine Quality Paint and Colours, perfect for your summer projects. And Ian Smith jumping in for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Compelling stuff, Smithy.
Absolutely loving it. I really am. It's just... can't take my eyes off. It's crazy, isn't it?
Stark delivers to Kugelheim. He wants to swing again. It's off a little under edge and it balloons up to gully. So it feels like Kugelheim's not long for this world, but keeps scoring.
This cricket world, you mean?
This cricket world.
Yeah.
I was going to say, gosh.
Not quite as important as that.
Not life and death.
Look, honestly, he's more comfortable playing this way. He simply is, and so be it. And if he bats for 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and gets another 30, as Jeremy's pointed out, then we're starting to talk about some awkward sort of run chases. And if, hey, let's just let him play that way, and you know, so be it.
It'll be awkward already at 2:33. Should be. Stark bowls, and he takes on the short ball. He's edged it. Kugelein's caught behind. He'll review straight away. So we will go upstairs for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR. But Stark and Carey were convinced on face value.
They were, but Kugelein reviewed very quickly.
Yes, he did.
Very
he was convinced
quickly
as well, too, wasn't he?
He sort of fell away to the offside playing the shot.
It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
It's a fair delivery. Tom Latham, was it Tom Latham? He tried the bluff job, didn't quite come off.
What was the noise that they heard?
It's gone very high.
Close to the bat and the gloves.
It's the gloves it's close to.
It's gloves or nothing.
Gee, it's climbed afterwards, hasn't it? It's gone really high afterwards. Has it flicked the top of the glove? Has it flicked the top of the glove?
Michael Goff's the third umpire.
Yeah.
Other angle coming up.
It's not going to hit the gloves.
No, it's not the gloves. It's more the bat.
It has to be the
bat. And we'll have to
Didn't go near the helmet?
No. Did it brush the bat? I think it's gone over the bat. Oh, he says hoping. Nothing there.
Flat line.
He's getting away with it.
Can we just take that
He's
back
not
just
hit
to
it.
see if there's any deviation?
Kugelheim was right to review, and the crowd know what's going on as well. The Australian fielders disperse.
Just rolling through.
Third umpire for IMAR.
Keep going through.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Confirmed. It's about to be confirmed on the screen here.
It's amazing, you guys. Even the band was ready.
I know.
The band was ready for the review.
They must run for their chair and their instrument at the last moment.
That's the Australian side of the production. That is, you've got a band in the studio back in Melbourne. So when it's a review that's overturned or whatever,
some are having coffees and things. Whoosh, off you go.
The band is ready to play.
Well-resourced coverage.
Unbelievable stuff, Colo.
Treating Test cricket with the respect it deserves.
Highest the compliments to you guys. Goodness me.
Our clients are treated seriously. Stark over the wicket and taken on again. That short ball's gone over the keeper's head.
I hit that.
No concerns whatsoever.
Where's the band?
Smithy's got the T sign going up.
Oh,
that one. That's, no, that's
That's it, yeah.
I know, that's deliverance. That's terrible, Smithy.
Oh,
what a bad, that was an unfortunate choice of yours.
I was. Sack the DJ.
Kugelhund's 25 leads 237.
Oh, bad memories. Of the movie only. Just get on with the cricket, will you, for God's sake. Can't dig myself a deeper hole.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's trying to hit every ball for 4, Kugelheim. Very watchable cricket. 6 for 331. How does Stark respond? Back of a length and Kugelheim through mid-wicket. Timed that well too. It's going to be 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Kugelheim, who's having a bit of a say here. He's 29 from 25. Leads 241 at 6 for 335. Ian Smith.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. So, I mean, as we said, when he survived the appeal and he knew that to survive because he hadn't hit it, this is just the way he's got to play. And another 20 minutes of this. Already, since we last said it, he's added another 8. Highest score in Test cricket too.
Bit of a ripple of applause to acknowledge that as the ground announcer does his thing. Still 2 balls left in the 100th over. Not often the Australians have had 100 overs in the legs this summer. Stark bowls and Kugelheim deflects screen and Labuschagne converge upon it. It's a single instead. Kugelheim into the 30s. 6 for 336 to lead 242.
Massive milestone you've been crying out for here, Jerry, coming up on 1 ball's time.
100 overs?
You've been crying out for this?
Yes.
They had 100 overs put in their legs at Perth in the first test we did of the summer, Smithy, but that's the only time this season where Australia have had the bowl for this long. And the other number you've had your eye on was 251, a scenario you built for us earlier. We're 9 runs away from that when you had your calculator out, your notebook and all the rest. 11 minutes till tea. Last ball of the 100th over, down the leg side, and Phillips is happy to let it sail into the gloves of Carey. An expensive over. 6 for 336. 100 overs gone. The lead 2-4-2 with Kugelheim 30, Phillips 15 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Gallagher Insurance has been helping Kiwis for 45 years. Their characteristic blend of local expertise and global reach means they can support their clients wherever they do business. That's why Gallagher Insurance is the exclusive insurance partner of the New Zealand Open. So whether you need help navigating the unexpected or you just want some confidence taking that next step in life or in business, let Gallagher help you face your future with confidence. Search Gallagher Insurance NZ today.
The leading run scorer in the session is now Scott Kugelheim for Magnus Benro. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Paykel. He's got 30 from 26 and he's back on strike.
I reckon harder to hit Hazelwood. A little bit more bounce, a bit more movement than the others off the seam.
Here is Hazelwood. A couple of slips in a gully and he pulls along the ground out to deep square. Walks the single. A moment of confidence from Kugelheim. He's 31, 6 for 337.
It is hard to hit him along the ground, because you're generally hitting him on the up when the ball, because he bowls that awkward length. But when you are intentionally hitting up, it might not be quite so hard.
No, that's true.
And that's what Kugelheim is trying to do. He's hitting big numbers, not gap numbers.
And they might try and bowl short at him a little bit more, maybe. You know, so you might get 2 or 3 balls short each over, which makes it a bit easier for him.
And they can trust the surface. Coming on nicely. Hazelwood bowls and going back, riding the bounce. Here's Phillips. Quick single to mid-wicket. Never in doubt. He's 16, 6 for 338.
And you end up breaking fields down, don't you? That the normal methods of where you score and how often and what sort of shots you use is kind of all thrown to one side. It's over on another piece of paper. And so you've got to be quite careful sometimes. You end up with sort of split fields and spread fields, and suddenly there's only one slip in there and a gully, and that's about it. So you just got to be very wary of players who get some success at the hitting.
So for Kugelheim, the field is going to revert to a bit of an in-out. So a fine-legged deep square, a conventional square leg. There's still the 2 slips and a gully. They want to nick him off. Hazelwood bowls and Kugelheim plays with the ball under his eyes out to point from the crease. Not quite full enough there from Hazelwood.
And just maybe this little knock from Kugelheim here might transfer to the bowling.
Yeah, that
just
can
maybe
happen.
Because, you know, confidence, feel as if you've made a contribution to the game, and you know, you just might transfer across to a wicket or 2 as well. So.
Well, he's certainly been waiting for that.
Yes, he has.
A bit of confidence to come through and
it's been
say, hey, I'm here in the team.
It's been a bit hangdog, hasn't he?
Has a wee bit,
around the field.
Sitting out there waiting with only 4 or 5 overs under the belt.
He only bowled 6 in the first innings. Hazelwood bowls. Kugelheim takes on the short ball down towards fine leg comfortably. Gets a single. He's 32, 6 for 339. Lead 245. Yes, there was a pretty compelling case for playing Mitchell Santner here on the basis, not so much the surface, but a holding bowler who could keep the Australians in check, and a more accomplished player at number 8 with a Test century to his name. But they went with Kugelheim. They backed the bowler they picked before Wellington, and it was in no small part due to the fact that they know he can score quickly. And so it's been 32 from 29 for the number 8. Back to Phillips. Anchoring so far. Deep point goes back for him. Hazelwood bowls and Phillips hit on the tummy. High on the thigh pad. Bit of a grunt. Hit the seam from Hazelwood. Good bowling.
Still 4 wickets left, you see. There's still 4 wickets left in the bag.
Some of those guys are hitters too.
They are,
and if they can get
2 of them
sort of
get
20,
lucky.
Yeah. It's a useful sort of, because you get partnerships then of getting to 30, don't you? Because then there's maybe it's
Phillips
at the other end.
Phillips is still a big key here.
Yeah, we don't know how Sears will go at this level. Hasn't got much of a first-class batting record to go on either. But we do know that Henry and Southey, they put on 55 the other day, and they only really play one way. So if this partnership can go beyond 260, 270, then you have one of those 2 come off. Might be a 3 in front of it at the end. For the target, Hazelwood bowls, and playing out to cover is Phillips, and that'll complete Hazelwood's 25th over. 1 for 65 for him. The lead 245 at 6 for 339. Kugelheim 32, Phillips 16 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. There's amazing value on our wide range of power tools, workwear, and much more. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
3 wickets in this session. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Mitchell 58, Ravindra 82, Blundell 9. But this pair ticking over very well. They've put on 43 from 53 counter-attacking. And what do you know, Smithy? They need a wicket. Who do they call upon?
Well, it's the first ball
First
here.
ball.
Danger, danger, danger. First ball. Uncanny.
Fly slip.
Yeah, bizarre field, but this is the modern way. They're going short to Kugelow, make no mistake. Cummins bowls, field spread, bouncer, on target and ducks. So to go through it, we've got the fly slip, we've got the fine leg, the deep backward square, the deep square just in front of the square leg umpire, a conventional square leg, with the square leg umpire, Murray Erasmus, jumping over to point to get a bit of view, and then a deep third man or more a deep backward point as well. So in theory, 5 catches back on the rope, and they're not there to save runs, they're there to take catches. We see this so often in modern Test cricket, don't we, Smithy?
It's an interesting part of the game that's drifted in a lot.
Cummins bowls and played into the onside by Kugelow, where there is a gap at mid-wicket. He gets 133. 6 for 340 the score to lead 246.
I mean, let me state the bleeding obvious, and that is that the problem that New Zealand face, if there is a problem, is that they only got 162 in the first innings. That's why we keep on wanting them to get up to 400 runs in this innings to compensate.
Yes. 4 minutes till tea, probably 2 overs. Wow. On cue, the coffee comes off.
Have I got? Oh, giddy up. Bharat Sundaresan, good man. I walked into the living room this morning about Airbnb with barely any clothes on.
I don't need to know this.
And Bharat's wife is sitting there.
We don't need to know this, Colo. Colo.
It's a private thing.
This is 9 o'clock tonight. A couple of bevies. Conversation.
Well, no, the wife's there tonight. You can't do it in front of her.
Well, he could have. We just
very well behaved. Here is Cummins bowling to Phillips for the first time in the spell. Deflected to gully, no run. Jeremy and I have shared many in Airbnb. He knows how it is.
Oh, my God. I feel almost nervous sitting in between you.
4 minutes till tea. Let's revert back to the middle. So slipping to gullies, you would say, with Phillips on strike.
Yeah, we're going to have another over. One more over before tea.
One more in. So the short pitch attack, we've got it half here. We've got a deep backward point and 2 out on the leg side, but the fly slip's gone. Cummins bowls. Phillips is playing and missing. Bit of movement. That second new ball. 22 overs into its life. Cummins 3 for 49. 2 of those wickets, in fact, all 3, I think. First over back into the attack. Williamson yesterday certainly was, and in this session Ravindra was, and Latham this morning. So yes, it's been a story of Cummins getting on and getting into it.
Clark, we're on the same wavelength. It would be nice if these two could get through to tea, boys. Clark, we're loving every ball with you.
88-3 in New Zealand. Let us know how you're feeling as Cummins bowls here to Phillips, and he edges on the bounce to Green. He throws his head back knowing that another foot or 2 and he could have lunged forward the way that Green does so well. Not to be. 1 ball left in the over.
206 for 4 today.
Interesting, eh? No Nathan Lyon either.
No.
Yes.
206 for 4.
No Nathan Lyon. You might have thought he might have teased Kugelow.
Yeah.
That would have been an interesting contest, but no. No, Pat.
Not prepared to. You said that might. Do you think what we're seeing just at the first signs? The first signs.
246.
Lyons bowled 14 overs out of 101.
One maiden.
Rarely see that in the second innings of any test. Last ball here from Cummins is driven straight by Phillips. It's collected by the man at mid-on. End of the over. 246 the lead at 6 for 340. Kugelow 33 back on strike. Phillips on 16. The Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Get so much more with the great garage door from Garage Door. Auckland.
Every Aucklander deserves to have a strong, safe, secure Garrador Auckland garage door. From Wellsford to Waiuku, Garrador Auckland service the whole of Auckland, and with a 10-year warranty, they're hard to beat. GarradorAuckland.co.nz.
Get so much more with the great garage door from Garrador Auckland.
Ratchin Ravindra making 82, top scoring in the second dig for New Zealand for Magnus Benroe. Get the leading brands like Fisher and Paykel. Australia want to get up and about one last time in the session. Josh Hazelwood's often been the man for that. 6 wickets in the match. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. He'll, for Cougar Line, have the two slips gully, 2 men back. No fly slip or any of that, though. Away from us. Last over before tea. Cougar Line goes back and rides the bounce.
That's good
He's stopped swinging, hasn't he, in the last over?
That's nice defence.
Yep.
That's nice defence. It's up high. That's riding it over the top of the ball down quietly with softish hands.
That's it. It looks as though anything up he might go for, because he does have such a large part of the ground that's not actually being protected at the moment. It's the man on square and the man behind that. So it's the short ball that they're looking to cover.
Want to do a quick thought experiment with you two men before tea.
What's that?
As Hazelwood works away and bowls here to Cougar Line, who he's beaten outside the line of the off stump, came forward trying to defend, didn't quite work. I've got the WinViz in front of me, so I know what they're saying. I'm curious, what do you think New Zealand is? What should they be according to your computer?
I reckon around about the time that Ravindra got out, I'd say it was around about 75%. Might have dropped 1 or 2% after that. I'd say WinViz is around 78 to 79% New Zealand.
Jerry, what would you have it as?
I'd have them lower than that.
Okay.
Because I think this pitch is better. I think it's getting better.
Hazelwood to Cougar Line, nearing tee, takes on the short ball, gets it out through mid-wicket, out towards us. It's 4 more. The lead reaches an even 250 just before the short break. Cougar Line 37, 6 for 334. Jeremy, you like that?
It's a good stroke, isn't it? It's, as I say, it's he's managed to get that. Must be the line of it. Must be outside off. Yeah, it is. So he's managed to get an access, kind of a wide, long on area.
WinViz.
What's your WinViz, Jerry? Jerry Viz.
Yeah, let's say just 60-40.
60-40. It's at 71 as I speak, and as he bumps Cougar Line, Hazelwood, and he sways out the way. That 72 after the boundary. I'm sorry. This is a ball-by-ball proposition according to the machine.
Well, that's how WinViz works. It's sort of a wicket brings it back. It's good bloke there. It's short. It was actually his name's Winston Vision.
Yeah.
It's not WinViz. It's Winston. It's Winston. I had a beer with him.
Yeah, okay.
I had a beer with him in Perth. He's a good bloke. Yeah. WinViz.
You probably have with the CricViz geniuses who you work with in the summer, Smithy. They do a great job.
WinViz currently sits in Adelaide. I know exactly what he looks like.
Yeah.
Thick set, glasses.
Yeah. Hazelwood, 1 for 69. Bowls here. Mid on it goes for 1. Cougar Line still looking to rotate the strike as we edge towards tee. 1 ball left. Cougar Line 38. Lead to 51. Your number, Jeremy Coney.
Are you going to pull him in, Jerry?
Oh, here he is. The big smile on his face.
Got enough now.
Well done, Jerry.
Jerry's declaring. Jerry has declared this innings closed.
For those who just tuned in,
that's done now.
Jeremy's dream scenario this morning was 251, and he worked it out every over with his book and his calculator. Well, they got there on tee.
Keep going.
Last ball before the interval. Phillips on 16 facing Hazelwood, and he defends it out to cover. A really good session for New Zealand, notwithstanding the loss of 3 wickets. Mitchell, Ravindra and Blundell for 58, 82 and 9 respectively. It's this pair that have enabled them to get 102 runs in the session at 4.1 runs and over. An unbeaten stand of 49 from 64 balls, with Cougar Line still there on 38. Phillips there on 16. We have to go straight to a break. On the other side of it, we'll pick up our conversation. A thrilling test match here at Hagley playing out. We're all on the Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia. The home side 6 for 345. They lead by 251 at tea.
It's going to be built on.
Paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. New Zealand 345 for the loss of 6. The lead is now 251 runs at tea. Phillips and Cougar Line very important partnership, stemming a flow of wickets as Australia picked up 3 in quick succession. As Mitchell went for 58, Ravindra for 82, and then Blundell for 9. New Zealand slumping from 278 for 3 to 296 for 6. But they'll feel much better about how things look right now, thanks to the counter-punching, especially of Scott Kugelheim, 38 off 36. From an Australian perspective, Harry, or Pat Cummins, you just throw him the ball, he makes things happen.
Just keeps doing it, doesn't he? I mean, that was a massive breakthrough to come through and get Ravindra with his very first ball of a new spell after Hazelwood had just got Mitchell. Such a big partnership for Australia to break. That was a key moment.
How well have they bowled?
I think they bowled pretty well, but New Zealand has certainly batted a lot better, been a lot more disciplined. They've gone on attack when they've earned that opportunity. I just felt they've worked a bit harder to get in, and I think the surface is pretty good for batting.
We heard from Gary Stead ahead of the day's play, and he felt in that first innings New Zealand were a little bit unlucky in the sense they nicked everything. Australia have gone past the edge a bit, so like maybe he's just swung a little bit back in New Zealand's favour.
Yeah, he makes a good point. I thought New Zealand in that first day went past the edge a lot, and it seemed that New Zealand seemed to nick everything. And now, as you said, it's sort of evening out. New Zealand have played and missed a little bit. They're working very hard. The thing I've been really impressed with, though, is the amount of runs we've scored each session. 109 in the first session and 102 in that session. Even though we lost 3 key wickets, it's the fact that the runs keep going. And I think this lead of 251 is just in the back of the Australian minds now. It's starting to become concerning. I still think you and I think Winviz is saying 70-odd% in favour of New Zealand. I think
I'm not buying that.
Very much 50-50 still.
I'm selling.
There's no demons in the surface yet. There's no spin. There'll be still a little bit of seam with the new ball, but it's certainly terrific for batting. But if New Zealand can get to that magical psychological leave Australia 300, then I think it's certainly New Zealand are in front.
Yeah, still a lot of work for New Zealand to do. In context, only 12 test matches have been played at this venue. It's still a very young international venue. 9 of those matches have gone to a 4th innings. 6 times the side batting last has won. 6 times. When you look at the scores, 107 for 2, 108 for 2, 111 for 1, 132 for 3, 201 for 3. Australia in 2016 did that. The losing totals were 227, 236. New Zealand 256 for 8, and the only draw against England when Wagner and Sodhi dug in deep and batted for a long period of time. And the biggest run chase, of course, that utterly thrilling game. The year anniversary of it starting against Sri Lanka went down to the wire. Kane Williamson, magnificent, 285 for the loss of 8. So the wicket doesn't deteriorate much.
No, but that's got to be another target for New Zealand, to at least for Australia. If they are going to get ahead of New Zealand, they're going to have to create history. So at least getting to that 285. But New Zealand will certainly have those 300 total in their sights, because I think that just that psychological barrier.
Keep cool this summer with a Ream branded Cool Cabana or Ream Budgie Smugglers. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. Who are you throwing the ball to? You're the Australian skipper.
I don't think it matters. They've just got to have a specific plan. What New Zealand have done very well is got past plan A, which is very difficult to do against Australia, gone to plan B, and occasionally Australia have had to go to plan C. Look, to be fair, Phillips is still out there. Australia know how dangerous he is. Scott Kugelheim looked pretty scratchy early on in his innings, but I'm so pleased that he's gone out, and he's a hitter of the cricket ball, so he just needs to go after them as he has, and he's played really well. The big surprise, I think you're signalling to me, we haven't seen more of Nathan Lyon. There was some talk that he's maybe got a bit of a sore shoulder. When he was warming up this morning, the physio was out there watching every warm-up delivery, which is unusual. We saw him bowl a few overs, but look, I think he may be a key after tea. The seamers have got lots of overs in their legs, and we know how dangerous Nathan Lyon is. There's not a lot of spin, but I think against Kugelheim it's a great option, but they will be concerned about how Phillips will play him, because I think Phillips will be aggressive against Lyon.
Indeed, yeah, so much to ponder in the next few minutes for both sides, how they will go about it. That is a wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Gee, the fans are getting value for money, though.
Isn't it amazing, though?
It's great.
The atmosphere, how it changes if a wicket falls, or you feel the crowd can just sense when it's a crucial moment for both teams, and it's just, there's so much silence. I mean, there's, 8,500 people here, and you could literally hear a pin drop. And then when a side gets on top, all of a sudden there's a bit more noise. So it's been enthralling, and the crowd have been right into it.
Let's give you the full scorecard. Seems a long time ago when Will Young was caught behind off the bowling of Stark for 1 with the score at 6. Kane Williamson after that big 100-run stand between he and Tom Latham, bowled by Cummins for 51. They were the two men dismissed yesterday. Tom Latham caught behind off the bowling of Cummins for 73. Daryl Mitchell was caught Kerry bowled Hazelwood for 58. Rachin Ravindra caught Kerry bowled Cummins for 82. Kerry has 9 catches. Only Adam Gilchrist has taken 10 catches in a test for Australia. Funnily enough, against New Zealand at Seddon Park in 2000. He's one away. He actually thought he had another one. Scott Kugelheim was given out, but he reviewed, and that was overturned. Tom Blundell, he'll want to destroy the evidence of his dismissal. It was a poor shot. Great catch by Labuschagne, diving away to his left off the bowling of Green for 9. Those are the New Zealand wickets to fall today. Kugelheim is 38 off 36. He's at 4 fours and 2 sixes, while Phillips 16 not out of 45. The wicket takers for Australia. Stark has 1 for 94 off 22 overs, 1 for 70 for Hazelwood, 1 for 48 for Cameron Green. But the pick of the bowlers, without question, the Australian skipper, Pat Cummins, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 49. We will return for the start of the final session.
Forazine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket. The Black Caps against Australia, the second test, live from Hagley Oval.
Hey cricketers, don't get caught at the crease this summer. Pad up at Cricket Express, New Zealand's trusted specialist cricket store. Their staff play and love cricket, so you can relax knowing you'll get the best advice. Visit any Cricket Express store and their experts can help fill your kit bag with the right gear for you. Whether you're a batter, bowler or a keeper at any level. Now that's worth some runs. Visit Cricket Express's 6 pitches around New Zealand or cricketexpress.co.nz.
At Open Country, their focus is on long-term partnerships and collaboration that benefits dairy farmers. Here's what dairy farmer Reese had to say.
Open Country definitely listen to what we say. We've had a few conversations with milk supply managers and managers in there with different ways we could do things. And they've all listened and even give us opportunities to do that, which is awesome.
Open Country. They listen, act, deliver.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Stay in the fence, she says. Stay in the fence and it would look so much better. But you have to admit, you're not sure where to start. Are you putting off your painting or staining project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best stain, paint, prep, and painting techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
PGG Wrightson Turf has been breeding turfgrass seeds suitable for New Zealand racecourses for over 40 years. They focus on the delivery of high-performance turfgrass solutions. From seed and turf maintenance products to nutrition plans and agronomic advice, their driven team is equipped with the technical knowledge and market-leading products to help you achieve the best possible solution. To find out more about how they can help with your racecourse turfgrass requirements, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
Dreaming of falling asleep quickly and having the best rejuvenating sleep you've had in years? A Temper electric adjustable bed from Bedpost is the ultimate lifestyle enhancement. Its preset zero-G position that will transport you to the perfect relaxation zone with a flick of a button, positioning your body at zero gravity, meaning you'll enjoy relieved muscle tension, improved circulation and breathing, all for the best night's sleep. Find a store near you and discover these amazing beds and mattresses at bedpost.co.nz. gallagher.co.nz.
Gallagher Insurance has been helping Kiwis for 45 years. Their characteristic blend of local expertise and global reach means they can support their clients wherever they do business. That's why Gallagher Insurance is the exclusive insurance partner of the New Zealand Open. So whether you need help navigating the unexpected or you just want some confidence taking that next step in life or in business, let Gallagher help you face your future with confidence. Search Gallagher Insurance NZ today.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
For a zing, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket. The Black Caps against Australia. The second test. Live from Hagley Oval.
To drink glass.
SENZ and SEN Test Cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use. New Zealand set to resume. Looking to build on the lead. They're currently reads 251 runs. Of course, Australia made 256 in their first innings. If New Zealand do not add another run, it still would be the highest start run chase ever by Australia in a test match in New Zealand, surpassing an effort in Hamilton at Seddon Park, where they scored 210 in 2000. Although at this very venue in 2016, of course, game really remembered for Brendan McCullum's madness. Australia made 201 for the loss of 3 in just 54 overs to win, batting in the fourth innings of that test match. What a couple of sessions we've had on day number 3. And the last subplot was, of course, this 49-run partnership, currently unbroken for the 7th wicket. Scott Kugelheim to the 4 of that, doing his very best to get a promotion up the order with Bharat. Sundaresan rejoins me, Daniel McHardy, Chris Harris.
Evening, gentlemen. And New Zealand, just the last couple of days, they've put 4 good sessions together, haven't they? They've won the last 4 sessions in this test match after starting out pretty poorly. They won it with the ball, won it with the bat, and then just when it felt like Australia were doing what they generally do with that second new ball and run through the middle to lower order, it's been, Scott Kugelheim's show. I was questioning why he was batting at number 8.
Next ball, whack, 6. I had a good chalk to myself as I was wandering around Hagley.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, he should be batting higher up based on how Tom Blundell's been batting. So, no, he's taken his chances. He was dropped by Marnus when he was on 3, then given out, and then the decision was reversed. And what he has done is allowed Glenn Phillips to just get his eye in. And he's such a dangerous prospect, Glenn Phillips, if you allow him to do that.
Were you surprised at all not to see Nathan Lyon in that? I mean, I know new ball came and the seamers had done most of the damage, but thought we might have seen him for a couple of overs.
He's warming up now. I mean, I just bumped into someone earlier who has nothing to do with the team, but someone in the Merv Hughes fan group who said he bumped into Nathan and there's some talk of maybe a shoulder issue.
So they bumped into him pretty hard.
Maybe that's what led to it.
Yeah. It will be Cummins. First ball of the session, the final of the day from the Botanic Gardens end, and his first ball, as you always expect, it's demanding. It goes past the inside edge, hits high on the back leg of Kugelheim, who looks a little bit pained, but he survives. Hope you're enjoying our coverage no matter where you are listening around Australia, New Zealand, the globe for that matter. We've got a nice message from Australia. That's a rarity. In fact, I'm enjoying the cricket commentary so much, I might go out and buy a water heater, and I don't even need one. Fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Excellent. That's it. Make sure it's a ream. Right? Here's Cummins. Past the umpire. He bowls full and leaning forward. Kugelheim pushes straight back to the bowler. No run.
I noticed New Zealand loves its water heaters. It's a very water heater friendly country, at least in the Airbnbs we've been at. I thought I'd seen the last of my water heaters in India.
Harry's giving you a quizzical look.
Just wondering where you're going with this.
Oh, right.
Damp houses.
Yeah, it's not good when they get a bit too much chlorine build up and you get a leak. That's not fun. 300 litres all over the carpet.
Wow. Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Yeah, it's been there.
Been there, done that. Bought the T-shirt. Cummins from over the wicket. Bouncer. Thought about it for a split second, Kugelheim, but bailed out of playing the hook stroke. There are 2 men back on the boundary in the onside.
I mean, whenever you have the words leak and carpet in the same line, that can't be a good thing.
It never goes well.
Yeah, it never goes well.
Tell you what, I've liked the way that Kugelheim's come out. I thought he went through pretty tough at the start, trying to defend, and then he started hitting where he's at his best. It just feels now that he's just a little bit more comfortable, dare I say it, and he's just being a little bit more selective. It felt when they were bowling short to him, he was just taking on everything. Now he's being a little bit more selective, which is good to see.
The right-hander waits. Cummins steaming in towards him. Full, tight defence, bat and pad close together, turns into the mid-wicket region. There's a very unusual stance, if I can paint the picture. The back legs, pointing to point. The front leg sort of pointing back towards the bowler. And slightly open.
There's a reason for that. It's the modern game, so you can open up your front leg so you can access the ball.
Yeah, but especially with the way he stands, it's almost like he's got an itch. And it's uncomfortable for him to stand any other way.
It's quite uncomfortable being out there against this attack with the new ball.
Sort of locks him in, though, doesn't it? I'm not sure how agile he can be moving right across the crease. He pulls away forward of square out towards the boundary. That's going to zip across this quick outfield. What do I know? 4 to Kugelheim. I'll continue to be full of disparity to his batting, and he'll get runs. 42.
That stance
349, and the 50 partnership is up. 53 runs it is worth.
And he's got this thing where he kicks his leg just as he gets into the trigger, right? His triggers just kicks the ground and gets into that position.
Trigger move. It's very much like a baseball player.
Yeah, it is a lot like a baseball player. And that's pretty much what allowed him to play that shot, like Chris Harris said.
He waits, bat raised nice and high. Cummins goes fuller, only a touch, so he can play from the crease line quite comfortably to the onside. That is the end of the Cummins over. Here's 3 for 53 off 22, 349 for 6.
And this, strangely enough, his ultra-aggressive approach seems to have allowed him to get some confidence back with his defence. That was a properly solid-looking defensive shot after the boundary. Not easy to do of Pat Cummins when he's in this kind of mood. But he looked very adept at that, and we are getting Nathan Lyon into the attack finally.
You've got to have a little bit of attack when you're taking on this attack, especially when they're bowling lots of short stuff, and his stance certainly sets up for him to be in that position to pull, and that's why he's comfortable pulling. He's had a little bit of luck, because when they get the height right, he gets a top edge and it goes over the keeper, but when there's just a few more overs in their legs, they're all 3 of them are past 20 overs now, just a little bit tired. They don't get it quite high enough, as we saw in that last over, and it gets around sort of just under shoulder height. He's in position just to smack it in front of square. This will be interesting.
Nathan Lyon into the attack. First over from the Port Hills end in the final session. And he's bowled first ball. It's spun back, or is it an inside edge? Phillips goes for 16. Bad shoulder or not, Nathan Lyon has come in and completely spun a web around Glenn Phillips.
Wow.
It has turned back and just clipped the outside of the off stump, and another twist in the tail of this extraordinary test.
2 things. Firstly, Glenn Phillips smiled as soon as he was dismissed, because it'll mean that he's going to bowl a lot more than he would have expected to. With that turn, there was some beautiful drift from Nathan Lyon. It just drifted away from the right-hander, pitched and then spun sharply to hit the top of off through the gap.
I think you guys have been kind. It certainly did spin, but for me, it wasn't a long way outside off stump. That, for me, is a big shot to play. First ball after the tea break, trying to hit through the offside off the back foot.
2 square?
I thought it was a bit square. I thought the ball was a wee bit full. I thought it landed about 5th stump, spun a little bit, just enough. It's only just clipped off stump. I just felt like it was a big, and I know that's the way he plays. He likes to play off the back foot. I just think that's a big shot, trying to play 2 square against the spin, first ball after tea.
And first ball off Nathan Lyon as well. Just seeing a replay, I think it pitched around 6 stump. It did come back sharply enough, but
he's missed it by a long way.
You'd expect him to spin it a little bit.
Yeah.
So Matt Henry, who made 29 of 28 balls in the first innings, making up a pretty good effort at the bat in the second innings in Wellington, wasn't it? He's on strike, the right-hander. Line bowls, very well flighted, coming forward, compact in defence, pushed into the covers.
To Lions' credit, though, it's a beautiful ball first up. Just the line, the length, and just enough spin just to clip off stump. I mean, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Bowl it just outside off, hit the top of off.
Henry comes down the wicket, hits long towards long on. Hazelwood was very late to respond, gets there with the left hand, tries to flick it in, hits his midriff, goes over the boundary. A Zito boundary, do it with a Zito, do you. Matt Henry's had his one ball sighter. 350 is up for New Zealand on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Well, New Zealand's most consistent batter in this series has walked out to bat, and you're so right, Josh Hazelwood was very late to react. Now he's gone much straighter after that boundary.
Line from over the wicket. Henry goes, rocks back, and a glorious back foot stroke through the covers for 4. Why is he batting at number 9? He moves to 8. Back-to-back boundaries, 357 for 7. The lead is 263.
Isn't it amazing what a little bit of confidence does when you get... He's just come down and played a lovely shot to a good length ball over mid-on, and then thinking, I reckon he might drop a bit shorter here, and he's rocked back and just smashed it through the covers.
I think Matt Henry's just playing the best cricket of his career, isn't he? With bat, with ball.
Goes back, and he's beaten on the inside edge. It's gone past everyone. Trickles out towards short fine leg. They'll get a run. I look to umpireist. A bye. So maybe spin there. Chris Harris has got to face, he's just eaten the most sour thing on the planet.
I think a little bit like Phillips, he's probably tried to go too square to a ball that's too straight. Again, just outside off stump, and it's only just gone over the top of the stumps, middle stump.
Hold on, why have they not appealed for an LBW here?
A bit too high, I think. A bit high to get the line bounce.
Flicked high off the pad. Pushed up towards mid-off this time by Kugelin. I think you need to buckle up, gentlemen. I don't think we're going to see much pushing and prodding. The end of the over. 358 for the loss of 7 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
That gloomy second bedroom. All it needs is brightening up. So how do you get started? Do you need to seal the walls before you paint? Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best paints, prep and painting techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
SENZ's SEN Test Cricket with Resine quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Quite cloud about, but a lovely day otherwise. Nice warm day, warmest of the test. Here's Cummins in, bowling back of a length to Henry. Looks a little bit awkward as he prods the ball into the point region. There will be no run. 2 slips of gully, a pointer mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Square leg is back on the boundary. Long leg, Hazelwood. Is he ever getting a writer's cramp? He's done a lot of autograph hunting. Just seen a replay of that potential LBW shout. Would have just gone over the top.
Yep.
Maybe brush the bails. So umpire's call, not out.
I was said missing, clearly.
Oh, clearly.
Just accept that you were wrong.
It's umpire's call, technically not missing, but speaking of missing, Matt Henry has nearly missed this. He's got an inside edge that's fizzed down to the fence before. When you're in form, you're in form. He's up to 12 off 6, 362 for 7.
Didn't expect that to be full, did he? His feet have just gone nowhere, and he's just stayed from the crease, and it's a length ball hitting halfway up off stump. His feet have gone nowhere, but he's in such good form with the eyes. Just managed to get an inside edge.
Magically placed.
He's going to come take 8 wickets, isn't he? It's just the way this game's gone for Matt Henry.
Frustrated figure on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Cummins looks to a tone. He goes past the outside edge of Henry. Feet went nowhere. Bat almost followed.
It is exactly what you want in the third innings, where, yes, they've lost wickets. Feels like every time they've lost a wicket, they've at least scored 20 quick runs after that. They've never let Australia be completely on top. Already, you've seen after that Glenn Phillips wicket, boundary again, might not be completely in control.
Henry waits. Cummins arrives, bowls, leg side, flicking the pads. That's going to be 4 more, is it? Hazelwood gives up the chase. 2 straights. Leg buys. It's the signal. 366 for 7. The lead is now 2-7-2.
Well, it's fair to say with the 2 that are batting in the middle and what we've got left to come in from the shed, the game is going to move forward very, very quickly, one way or the other.
Game and fast forward.
Yeah, and what...
Speed 2 or 4 or 8, 16?
Whatever the fastest speed is, we're on it.
Cummins 3 for 57 and to his 23rd over. He bowls a bouncer. Plenty of heat on that one as going underneath was Henry. Lift the bat up a little bit.
There's a little bit of anger in that. It's a little bit of a fastball anger. It's like, how many times?
Yeah, Australia are frustrated. You can see that. Just in this series in particular, they've been so used to collapses from New Zealand. And proper collapses at that.
Okay, you said it loud enough the first time.
I just wanted to,
Just stop listening, mate.
I'll tell you what, though, Matt Henry's got a fair argument to say. I tell you what, I've been past the outside and the inside edge a bit myself.
He's on 12. He waits. Bat raised nice and high. And he tries to drive. Gets the outside edge. Wide of gully. Down to the fence for 4. Oh, the runs are flowing at Hagley. The arms get thrown back in the commentary box. 370 for the loss of 7 at the end of the over. The lead is 276.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Runs have been flowing since tea. Our coverage with Rosine, the paint professionals use. Nathan Lyon has also picked up a wicket, that of Glenn Phillips. Bowled first ball of the Lion spell for 16. Henry's 16 already. Kugelline on strike on 42, comes forward. That's a bit sedate and boring. He pushes it to mid-off.
all of a sudden Scott Kugelline's defending like he's Rahul Dravid.
He's the informed batsman. He's the one.
Is.
Matt, you just play your shots. I'll just stick in here.
Yeah.
Like
They've taken turns.
The ability to go up and down the gears, I like it.
3 men back on the boundary on the onside as Kugelline. He comes forward trying to poke the ball up towards mid-off, squirts off the outside edge to backward
He's
point.
playing for his 50, that's what he's doing.
I'll tell you what, do you think Nathan Lyon said, why didn't you bowl me before tea, skipper? First ball after tea, get the breakthrough.
Well, he's defended 2. It's twice as many as he defended against Lyon and Wellington in the first innings. This time he goes back and gets a big inside edge, takes it through square leg for a single. Kugelline to 43, 3-7-1 for 7.
Tell you what, it's hard to keep him out of the game, isn't it? Like, we think that he might be possibly carrying a slightly sore shoulder. Still can't help himself to have an effect. Made a handy contribution with the bat as night watchman.
Flighted. Henry hits high to long on. Man coming around. Hazelwood gobbles it up. Catch taken. Henry holds out. Henry's vivacious little innings comes to an end. Faced just 11 balls. Hit 4 fours. Dealing in fours. He's gone for 16. And New Zealand lose another, and Lyon grabs a second in quick succession.
I think Matt Henry was trying to hit it much wider away from Josh Hazlewood than what he managed. A good running catch from Hazlewood. He's so straight at long on. Had to run a few yards to his right, but he's hung on nicely. The cameo has come to an end, but still, New Zealand will take it.
Handy runs, aren't they?
Very handy runs.
Would have been lovely for him to score a few more, but those 16, very, very handy. The lead up to 277. Remember, the highest run chase here ever in the fourth innings, 285. So New Zealand at least want to go past that.
And that included 121 by Kane Williamson. Tim Southey, the New Zealand captain, his 100th test. You know what his sides would do for a Southey cameo of half an hour or 40 minutes.
All I'll say is the applause from the Australian fans sat beneath us for Josh Hazle was louder than the applause for Tim Southey from the New Zealand fans. Just leave it there.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon, 14 overs.
And how do you judge that? What are you basing that on? Your clapper meter?
Yeah.
Right, got you. Southey on strike. He defends, pushes to the offside, square of the wicket, no run.
Well, Nathan Lyon, 14 overs, didn't really look like getting a wicket. All of a sudden he's bowled 1.5 overs since tea and has 2. You'd have to say on a wicket or a pitch that doesn't really suit spin.
No.
26 runs added already since tea as Southey from the back foot plays to mid-wicket. The end of the line over, a successful one. He got rid of Henry for 16. 371 for the loss of 8. The lead remains 277.
It's Bunnings Trade is here to help you this tax time with 134 Trade. Call 0800 134 872 for on-the-spot product inquiries, fast quoting and on-site delivery. Tax time sorted. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Celebrating New Zealand's top 20 thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival brings you top-class racing and a party like no other. Featuring headline acts Sir Dave Dobbin, Peking Duck, the Black Seeds, Zed and more. It's one hot ticket. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
371 for the loss of 8. Not sure if this is a New Zealand fan living in Australia or an Australian actually seeing, the glass is half empty. I feel like a shoey or two on the text line. Use a glass, mate. Way better. Cummins bowling to Kugelai, who defends a full ball up towards mid-on, who's very deep, and he'll saunter through for a single. Kugelai moves to 44. What's the Harrier meter now, the win? The Harrier meter was 50-50 at tea.
Yeah, slightly in favour of New Zealand.
Slightly.
Surprising.
50-50?
Yes.
Wow. Well, just because I think it's such a good surface for batting. I quite like the fact that New Zealand having a little 30-40 minutes at Australia, which is really uncomfortable tonight.
Oh, they'll get more, you'd think.
Yeah. A wicket or two. Make the test really interesting. A similar situation to what New Zealand is. 2 down, 8 wickets remaining for day 4.
6 of the 9 test matches that have gone to a 4th innings at this ground have been won by the side batting last.
But you're also talking about a batting lineup which collectively is not in great form. Yes, they've had individuals put their hand up and make runs.
Cummins has 3 for 62, bowling to the New Zealand captain, who backs away and gets a glove and is caught behind. And scratches the crease of as he's taking his guard again. He's been given out. Tim Southey doesn't last. He didn't look up for that one. Cummins followed him. Cummins has 4. And the New Zealand captain will trudge off. Very disappointing dismissal. And well done, Alex Carey, just the second Australian wicketkeeper to take 10 catches in a test match, joining Adam Gilchrist at Seddon Park in Hamilton, 2000 against New Zealand. Brilliant job.
Yeah, that was a snorter from Pat Cummins. Tim Southey didn't get into a great position either, and he's pretty filthy with himself and the world at the moment. Just ball smashed into his gloves and just looped into Alex Carey's hands. And like you said, I'm not sure why he was marking his guard right after.
It was almost like it was a bluff. But you'd think if you hadn't given it out, that Australia probably would have reviewed it.
Yeah, but he's already been given out, so I'm not sure what really happened there. But yeah, for once, Australia today have gone bang bang, as Adam Collins would like to say.
Well, they did in that middle one as well, didn't they? When they got
gone bang,
Mitchell,
bang, bang.
Mitchell, Marindra.
Modi.
I'm thirsty. Ravindra. And Blundell. They got 3 pretty quickly, didn't they?
Right.
And then they've done it after tea. 3, bang, bang,
Interesting
bang.
field here is Ben Sears on debut on strike. You've got 4-man back on the boundary from forward square leg to... In fact, that's fly slip, isn't it? It's just to the offside. Sears leaves alone as a ball jags back, sails over the top of off stump. Good leave from the number 11.
The first ball he's faced in Test cricket.
Yeah.
They only saw from the non-strikers end. I'll tell you what, that is a good leave because it's not far away.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'd say he's in the hitting category of a Henry or a Southey. First class strike rate is 28. So his job will try and get Kugelheim back on strike. He's got 3 balls to survive. The lead is 278. New Zealand 9 down, 372 on the board. Cummins bowls full dugout. Well played by Sears to point, no run.
The fact that Pat Cummins has no slip and just a gully, and Cam Green, who does cover 3 or 4 positions in that slip cordon, and they have a fly slip. It's an interesting field for someone they've never seen before.
And he's on 4 for 62. You imagine if he nicked one to about 2nd or 3rd slip, especially a number 11 as well.
tells you what Australia are thinking of this target already.
Cummins from over the wicket, bouncer underneath goes Sears. Now, Bharat, if you were uncertain how the New Zealand sporting public feels about Tim Southee's batting, all I would suggest is, you don't have to read them out.
No,
just
I
have
won't.
a look at the text machine on 8833. Overflowing with comments.
That's what prompted me to talk about the tepid applause for Tim Southee as he walked out to bat. How it was overshadowed by Aussie fans cheering on Josh Hazlewood.
He's going to have to do something with the ball.
Round the wicket.
Yeah, Cummins to finish around the wicket, and Sears gets one that leaps high into his thigh pad, but he's negotiated the end of the over. It saw the departure of Tim Southee without scoring. 372 for the loss of 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
It's Canterbury Biltong. Bowling to Jerky. Coming in from the northern end. Pitches this one just outside off. There's a loud appeal for caught behind. And then taking it upstairs. Let's look at Snacko. There's certainly a faint edge. Jerky's nicked it. And it's another wicket for Canterbury Biltong. No denying Snacko. A beaut of a delivery from Canterbury Biltong.
Canterbury Biltong. Air-dried beef and venison snacks. Available nationwide or at canterburybiltong.co.nz. Explore your limits.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use.
He's got to go.
Nathan Lyon is organising his field. Long off goes back, long on. Cow corner, deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square, short fine leg. Expecting Kugelheim to blast. He does not take off. He just pushes to the onside and turns down a single. There's a slip, Steve Smith, and at deep backward point, and a very lone figure. It's quite lonely out there, was Minkawaja at cover.
Yeah, just the cover fielder in, and Mitchell Marsh at 45, just 3 fielders in the circle. Or
Lyon from over the wicket. Kugelheim comes down, hits high. I don't think he's hit it long enough. Green underneath. Innings is over. Australia would need 279 to win the test. New Zealand bowled out for 372. It was 26 minutes of frantic cricket after tea as New Zealand resumed at 345 for 6, bowled out with Kugelheim the last to go. Cork Green bowled Lyon for 44, 372 all out. Ben says naught not out, and Nathan Lyon, as he always does, ends up in the wickets column somehow, getting 3 for 49, Bharat.
yeah, he's run through this tail. Exactly what Pat Cummins would have wanted from him. And you saw that wicket coming, didn't you? Just 3 fielders not on the boundary. And Scott Kugelheim chose the longest part of the boundary to clear. And the biggest and tallest fielder to clear as well. But Cam Green didn't have to move too far to get to that catch. But such a vital innings. Could well be a match-winning innings from Scott Kugelheim. It was dropped at 3. Chanced his arm. I thought he was a lot more measured later on in his innings, but 44 runs in a game like this. Finally he's proven to everyone around New Zealand why he was picked in the first place.
That's not good 25 minutes of cricket from New Zealand, do you think?
A bit too much harakiri for me, yeah. Well, again, Tim Southee got the snorter from Pat Cummins. Glenn Phillips' shot, like Chris Harris said, a little disappointing, trying to make room and hit against the turn. He could have probably given himself a couple of sighters, especially since he had been so sedate before the tea break.
Latham 73, Young 1, 51 to Williamson, 82 to Ravindra, 58 Mitchell, Blundell 9, Phillips 16, Kugelheim the last to go for 44, Henry made 16, Southee without scoring, it says naught not out with 22 extras, 372 all out. The wicket takers for Australia start 1 for 94, 1 for 70 for Hazlewood off 26 overs. Cummins finishes with 4 for 62, Green 1 for 48, Lyons 16.2 overs, 3 for 49. And all the part-timers, Marsh, Head, Labuschagne, wicketless. Carey taking 5 catches in the innings to go with the 5 in the first. Brilliant effort from him. He's racked up many a Macca's catch of the summer. Cricket, I'm loving it. When we return, it will be final innings of this Test match. Australia need 279 to win. Stay with us. Our coverage with Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects, continues after
7. The collapse after tea, including 3 for 1 at the end. New Zealand all out 372. They've done a mighty job, having trailed by 94 on the first innings, to now set Australia 279 to win. Our coverage for Resine, the paint professionals use. Third session for Liquorland. Cheers, choose to drink wise. And our experts with me for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation design for you. Former New Zealand skipper Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan, Crick Buzz senior correspondent. Look, Jeremy, had I said to you at the start of play the target would be 279, you'd have been pleased. But had I said it to you at tea, maybe not quite so much.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It was a fairly quick finish, wasn't it, for the New Zealanders? And maybe some of the players, like Ravindra and Latham and Mitchell, who did some pretty hard work early on in the day and worked the hard yards, if you like, they might say, gee, that was a bit loose towards the end, fellas. 2 guys being caught out on the edge and another one giving loads of room and getting a glove to the keeper. So there's a kind of a mixed feeling, but at least, they've got 279. What it means with the 27 overs remaining to play today, or something like that, it means that Australia can get somewhere between 80 and 100 runs. And so that means that wickets suddenly become very important tonight as well. And so, New Zealand are going to have to really probably pick up, if they can, 2 or 3 wickets tonight. So that's the implication of all those wickets collapsing at the end.
And we know, Baz, the way Australia score, and it'll be all on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, that this will take them no more than about 2.5 sessions. That's just the way they play their cricket. So in some respects, it's a defined stretch of time for New Zealand, with this probably the most important of the lot.
It has to be. You have to get into the middle order, the middle order, which is not fired really in this series. Head, Marsh, Carey.
And Smith hasn't had a really long innings, has he?
Yeah. So you talking about at least these two, Khawaja and Smith, who batted time. They batted well in the first innings in Wellington. They've really not got any rhythm going. Khawaja has had his issues against Matt Henry. Mann has batted really well in the first innings, and Cam Green obviously is in the form of his life. But I keep saying this, collectively they're not a batting lineup in form. And yes, New Zealand will be disappointed not getting the extra 20-30 runs. But this is a significant target. I know if you leave history aside, just focus on how Australia are batting right now as a unit. I think New Zealand will fancy themselves, and they should.
Yeah, well, the catching is going to be obviously one of those components that's critical for New Zealand, because they haven't been performing perhaps with the accuracy they would have liked. Obviously, Henry is going to be the main man, and we'll probably see Australia batting out of their crease or walking at him a little bit. They seem to want to use that as a technique, so that he's pitching shorter and going over the stumps, and they're taking a couple of modes of dismissal out of play.
I think Tim Southee, as captain in his 100th Test, needs to put his hand up and produce a performance that not a lot of people around New Zealand seem to be expecting from him. But they need a big show from him. It can't just be Matt Henry.
Well, he did take 5 for 64 when New Zealand needed it in the second innings last year at this ground, but he does feel like a different bowler. He will bowl the first over from our Port Hills end. He'll have 279 runs to defend. He'll have his top dog, Matt Henry, running down from the northern end. That much is certain as well. But what Southee would give for one last push here, 100th Test match, just to get into the Australians, to open the door for Henry, and subsequently the big man Sears and maybe Kugelheim as well after some runs. I mean, it feels like so much hinges on them getting 1 or 2 in this first burst, psychologically at least.
I think that's very fair, yes.
3 slips the gully. Smith batting in the short sleeve jumper. The chase begins here. Southee bowls. Smith leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Smith in the first innings was leg before wicket to Sears for 11.
I think there's some that would say that Southee seems to open the bowling every time, and that is, and when the start of a new session begins, he starts again. So in other words, he prefers and likes to bowl when a batsman is at his most vulnerable. And so should he be is really the question I'm asking.
Smith made 91 not out, carrying his bat the last time Australia were chasing. Southee bowls and Smith defends into the onside. There's no venom in that. Although, on the radar, it's 131 kilometres an hour, which is a little bit quicker than what we've seen from Southey in the first dig.
But I guess, Jeremy, his argument would be the only other option they have is Ben Sears. Scott Kugelheim is not so much a new ball bowler.
And he would argue, I think, that I'm the one that swings it.
Yeah.
And so it's the new ball.
He was asked that question before this game if he would give the new ball to someone like Ben Sears, and that was his answer. Said Matt Henry and I, our strength is swinging the new ball. We are new ball bowlers, so we will continue taking the new ball.
Southey passes umpire Erasmus and bowls, and Smith just works it with complete ease into the onside. No movement, no deviation, gun barrel straight at 125 kilometres an hour.
Steve Smith played so well at the Gabba and that unsuccessful run chase against the West Indies. Almost felt like that was his day, wasn't it, Adam, to prove to everyone why he nominated himself to open the batting?
Well, the only thing that I think maybe Steve Smith, I mean, I'm sure he's well aware of it, is he's moving across his crease and he's kind of losing where the off stump is.
Southey up to Smith, bowls here, shuffles and cuts straight to point on the bounce. Crowd catch, so we're up.
And I know it was umpire's call when he was dismissed in the first innings, and it was just shaving the off stump, wasn't it? But it was far too close to not play a shot to.
Yeah, it's been a thing with him ever since he started opening, Jeremy, where at training, like I said, he doesn't move too far across, but every time he's batted in the middle, obviously different circumstances he ends up at times on fifth stump.
Southey up. First over of the chase for Australia. Bowls here and he defends. Knows the call, out towards cover the ball goes. So the target at Edgbaston was 281. Australia won by 2 wickets. They ended up getting 282 because the last ball went for 4 from Pat Cummins. But on that occasion, those who were responsible, Khawaja 65, Warner 36. Then down the list, contributions, Boland 20 as night watchman, Green 28, Carey 20, and famously Cummins 44 not out, batting with Nathan Lyon, who made 16 not out and unbeaten.
Played well, didn't they, those two right at the base?
When all looked lost. Last ball here, Southey bowls to Smith, who drives out to point again off the front foot. Saving at least a couple out there is Will Young. First over complete. Australia, none for none, their target's 279. This is all on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
The team at PGG Wrightson Turf are all about the delivery of high-performance turf grass solutions. They've been in the business for over 40 years, so they know what it takes to deliver a top-quality result for your needs. From pro sports turf and turf landscaping through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team knows every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. To find out more about how they can help with your turf grass solutions, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
Matt Henry will open the bowling from the Botanic Gardens end. He took 7 for 67 yesterday, on day 1 and day 2, I should say. Went through the top order, 3 of the first 4 wickets to fall. Second best figures ever for New Zealand against Australia. Here for Rosine, the paint professionals use. Khawaja's first ball, 4 in the cordon, explodes. Is there an edge? Decision to make for umpire men, and he's turned them down. The cordon were keen. And Southey's part of that cordon. They're walking over to have a chat to Henry for the front-on view.
Henry's pointing at his arm, though.
Sure took off from the seam, Jerry.
Yeah, it did. He got an extraordinary bounce from Matt Henry.
No review.
Running in from the Botanic Gardens end. First ball, it just really came alive. He's shimmying across. It's a half tracker. And it's, has it taken the back shoulders, back out of forearm, do you think?
Yeah, I think it was almost near his bicep, wasn't it?
Seeing it again on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Yes, right call not to go upstairs. Henry in the fight already, bowls here. Khawaja leaves on length, movement back towards the left-hander after it passed the stumps. Good cricket.
A credit to Matt Henry. He was the one who was pointing at his forearm near his elbow. And that's exactly where it did hit Usman Khawaja. Yeah, so, what a battle this has been, Henry v. Khawaja. I think Henry's won most of them without getting him out. Without getting that edge as often as he would have wanted to.
Henry bowled Khawaja in the first innings when he went across his stumps and bowled around his legs on evening 1. Bowls here, Khawaja leaves in that familiar way where he takes one hand off the bat as he shoulders
by
arms.
the umpire.
Yep.
Nathan Menon doing a great job. It's really come along, hasn't he, as an umpire. For the longest time, India wasn't producing enough elite level umpires, but he's really become one of those.
Standing this week in his 23rd Test match, Nitin Men, 41 years of age, so he'll be around for a long time. Southey's got the 3 slips plus a gully behind Khawaja. All eyes on him. He leaves again in exactly the same fashion with one hand off the bat.
Yep. If you were to go back to Edgbaston, you spoke about contributors. Usman Khawaja batted forever, didn't he? Batted and batted and batted. Didn't score a lot of runs, or didn't score very quickly. But it was that Warner innings that really gave them that early momentum.
He was out there for 318 minutes for 65, but it was a moot point, as you say. It was just about trying to give them something of a focal point in that chase. And yes, he meditated his way to a half century after a ton in the first innings. Henry here, Khawaja off the mark, gets Australia going in their chase. Through mid-wicket, they'll add 2 and he'll think about a third, but not these 2 veterans. 2 without loss in pursuit of 279, having bowled out New Zealand in their second innings for 372.
Be interesting to see just how far Khawaja goes across, because he was, if you remember, he was bowled leg stump in the first innings, and if he gets too far across and exposes that leg stump again, he might be well aware of that and not quite cover that just outside off as much.
Khawaja's waiting for Henry, right arm over. Bowls here. Khawaja defends with both feet in the air from the crease. Is the first over from Henry done? None for 2 for him. That's Australia's score as well. 2:77 to go with Smith yet to score. Khawaja the 2 runs on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce. Keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
Southey to go again. Bowls here, fresh over. Smith leaves alone our coverage for Azeen, the paint professionals use. And Ian Smith jumps in for Bharat Sundaresan for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. G'day, Smithy. On a knife edge here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Colo, actually. And the knife edge is this opening blast from both Southey and Henry, whether they can pick up 1, maybe 2 wickets and set Australia on the back foot with negative thoughts. But Southey's got to pitch the ball up. I've been watching his opening 7 deliveries, just the 1 in the right area for me in terms of length. He's a touch short. I want to let Smith play him off the back foot all the time.
He's got to dig deep. Southey in, bowls to Smith. That's short and wide and a bottom edge that goes into the turf and is dragged down by Blundell. Nothing convincing about the ball or the shot. Smith yet to get off the mark from 8 balls. We need a second look to see where that actually came off. I feel like it was almost the QN, Smithy.
Bottom edge, big,
bottom edge,
thick
yeah.
Bottom edge bouncing. Actually, Blundell's done well.
Really
timed
well.
his jump beautifully there. That was a bonus boundary for Smith to get off the mark. But that is still, again, too short, too wide. He's got to get it up there, probing. He says, I swing the ball. That's why I like to take the new ball. Well, got to give it a chance to swing.
Bunnings trade replay screen. We saw it back on. Southey bowls. Smith shuffles forward and plays through cover. Now he's off the mark. That's more convincing. Not so much from Southey, though, as you point out, Smithy. Back of a length from him. None for 3 Australia. We think it's him, Southey, as the guy who shapes the ball away in that classic new ball fashion and nicks players off to the cordon. You can't do that from where he's bowling so far.
He's hitting that from about a 6th or 7th stump. So, that's whether that's allowing, Southey to go wider and wider still. But, I just think he's showing leg stump every ball.
He's got to catch him mid-wicket for Khawaja. Southey bowls over the wicket, shuffles forward, lets him hit him on the pad. So, in the absence of the pace, he's got to be spot on.
You've got to be so accurate when you're bowling at 125.
Yeah. Game's changed in that respect. There's still room for the 125 an hour guys, I suppose, when you look in the last decade at Philander and Muhammad Abbas. There'll be others as well, but they were perfect at this pace.
They weren't swing bowlers, though, were they?
Probing length.
Yeah.
Probing length.
So 2 slips a gully, catching mid-wicket. Khawaja on 2. Southey to him here, and he leaves alone on length through to Blundell. Just too short to threaten Khawaja, who, as we've described before, is been involved in one of these chases as recently as June last year. Wonder how they'll swing the changes today, Smithy. Might Phillips get a bit of a go early on? Not early in the sense of straight away, but given how much time we got between now and the close?
I don't think so. I think he's the last resort rather than a tactical change as such. Basin was a bonus. Conditions helped him there.
So Southey to finish the over. Kawaja goes back and defends. Still too short, though. Out to mid-off, end of the over. None for 3 Australia. 2.79 the target. Smith 1, Kawaja 2 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Bunnings Trade is here to help you this tax time with 134 Trade. Call 0800 134 872 for on-the-spot product inquiries, fast quoting and on-site delivery. Tax time sorted. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
This session is for Liquorland. Cheers. Choose to drink wise. Here with Resine, the paint professionals use, and it's going to be Henry. First over was a good one. 3 slips behind Smith. His first crack at him. Bowls here beats Smith. That's the line and length where New Zealand need to be throughout the time they have this new ball.
Absolutely. Tim Southey should be looking at that. That is an awkward length, a very awkward length. He's just not bowling a bad ball at the moment. And look where Smith is. He's nowhere. He's nowhere. He's playing wide, well wide, but his feet have gone nowhere. The feet actually don't move till the ball's gone past. That's awkward.
I suppose from a technical perspective, ignoring that we pick our best 6 batters and the mantra Australia have maintained through the last 2 series as Henry arrives and bowls to Smith, who's hit on the pad. Half a shout from first slip, but nobody else. They don't consider going upstairs. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise, all our LB shouts. Just that from a technical perspective, with Smith choosing to go so far across his stumps, how vulnerable he is against the new ball, and thus opening the batting being made that much harder. That be how you see it, Smith?
Yeah. It is so much harder against the new ball. It really is. Everything's got to be a little bit more sure against the new ball.
Smith, desperate to get going here. Facing Henry, edging again. Shout for leg before as well. Bat and pad close together. It's Southey who's leading the charge. Another leg before shout. Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
He's almost playing French cricket at the moment.
It's one of the bonuses, though, isn't it? He's so far outside off stump. You know, you hit him on the pads. It's not really hitting.
Got to hit him on the left pad, on the outside of the left pad to get close to hitting him in line. That's how far across he's going.
So he's negating that mode of dismissal, but in doing so, by playing out there. It's the outside edge. The crowd clapping Henry in. They sense the moment here at Hagley. Bowls to Smith, who clips through the onside, equal to it. The former captain out to the rope for 4, and the Australian fans beneath us applaud the stroke as well. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito to you. Australia none for 7, Smith 5.
And see, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to go so far out that you have to. He wants you to come with him. And that's what Henry did on that occasion. He came with him. And that because he's that far across, he finds it easy to hit through the onside. So tactically, that's the Smith method at the moment. But if you don't follow, if you don't play his game, it helps.
Henry to Smith, who leaves. That's a shorter, wider delivery. Gosh, it's going to be a belter of a day tomorrow. Imagine the scenario. You like scenario building, Jeremy. Get us in balance by stumps. We've got what? We've got 100 minutes left today.
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's 27 overs remaining. If they bowl them all, I would have thought 3 runs and over has kind of been about the run rate throughout the game. So you're talking about between 80 and 100.
Henry bowls, Smith shuffles, then defends down the pitch. That'll be the end of the over. You can work on your notes and give us something when you come back from the ad. None for 7, Australia. 2.72 to go. Smith 5, Kawaja 2 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Need a taxi? Call Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000. Catching up with friends. Entertaining with colleagues and clients. Need a safe ride home after the party? Do it all with one call. 09 300 3000. Auckland Co-op Taxis. Part of Blue Bubble nationwide.
Safe and reliable. So book your Blue Bubble.
Auckland Co-op Taxis. 09 300 3000.
For Liquorland to the cricket, cheers, choose to drink wise. Jeremy Coney with me for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed to you. So what's the perfectly imbalanced score at stumps? That's what we're asking JVC as Southey works away from us. Bowls to Kawaja, 2 slips a gully, pushes to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, there's plenty of time. So if you want it in terms of finishing tomorrow and those sort of things, but I would have thought 25 overs bowled, if that's 75 to 80 runs, I would have thought 2 wickets would be Australia, would still be slightly ahead. 3 wickets, much more even.
So coming back with 200
especially if one of them's Labuschagne, the way he's playing at the moment.
Give you a bite of the cherry there, Smithy. After this Southey ball to Kawaja, leg stump line, helps himself to a single. None for 8, he's 3, down to fine leg.
I'm going to predict Nathan Lyon will be at the crease tomorrow morning when we start. There you go. I'm predicting a wicket within 20 minutes of stumps.
Like it.
Which means Nathan Lyon will be there to bat tomorrow. So I'm suggesting 1 or 2 down. And I'm thinking that Australia will be between 70 and 80. So I'll give them 2 for 75 with Lyon at the crease tomorrow morning. 200 to win.
I like 3 for 80 at stumps. Yeah, 200 to win, 7
3 for
wickets
80
in
is just
hand.
a wee bit more New Zealand's way.
Yeah, I think I like that for
the game.
The game. Imbalanced Southey wider on the crease. Smith drives, square, and spits out. Run out opportunity for to direct hit, maybe, possibly, isn't anyway. Bit of confusion there. This pair have got history on this front. There was a run out in a game we were doing, Jerry, at Gaul a few years ago, where Smith got run out by Kawaja, and there was some remonstrating from Smith about the whole debacle.
Don't mind that length. It's a really interesting attempt at a cover drive that from Steve Smith. It's fraught with danger. It's fraught with an outside edge. If you continue that is a really nice length for Southey to be bowling to him.
Passes umpire Erasmus, delivers to Smith on leg stump again. It's going to be runs there all day, given he's shuffling across the stumps. He'll just be happy with 1. They again sort of consider 2, but I think better Robert Smith 6, none for 9. 270 to go. The most important number on that board right now for the Aussies. As we said, last year 285 was chased down here for victory in the 4th inning, so right around that mark. Different circumstances. We were deeper into the test. Rain intervened. It won't intervene here. Well, not that we're aware of anyway, Smithy.
No, apparently it's forecast. I've just been sitting outside with one of the locals. About 26, 27 tomorrow. Very, very pleasant.
Round the wicket. Change of angle. Southey to Kawaja. Gets him from a full length out to cover for 1 more. So 3 singles in the over. All fairly straightforward for Australia here. None for 10. Kawaja's 4.
Just not quite the venom that you want from a fast bowler to just... That looked very comfortable. It was coming back into the pad slightly, but it's just not at the pace that would beat the inside edge.
I quite like, for some reason, I like Kugelheim. I just like Kugelheim at the moment. And a bit of a hot hand, did well with the bat. Maybe it's, you do have days, don't you? You do have days, you do have a couple of hours. I feel that he's a chance this afternoon, this evening.
Southey to finish the over. Smith leaves well wide of the off stump. Just nothing doing from Southey's end as yet. None for 10 the score. Target 279 with Smith 6, Kawaja 4 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce, keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
Session here at Hagley for Liquorland to the cricket. Cheers, choose to drink wise. Henry towards Kawaja on 4 over the wicket bowls, and he defends out to mid-on. So returning to a point I made yesterday, but I think it's worth noting again, this is a massive test in the context of the World Test Championship for Australia, because their next challenge is India at home, who've beaten them the last 2 times, and I think most would consider India the toughest team in the world to beat right now. And from there, they've got 2 tests away in Sri Lanka. So this could, when you look down the path a little bit, dictate whether Australia can make it to that final at Lords in 18 months, owing to the way the system works with 2 test series, greater weighting given to each result. They're aware of that as well, the Aussies. Henry, round the wicket to Kawaja. He clips it down to fine leg for 1. He's 5. none for 11. And the reverse is true for New Zealand, of course. They need to win their home fixtures. They're off to India for 3 test matches later this year, 5 in the subcontinent all up.
I find it very hard there. New Zealand will find it very, very hard there.
So winning at home all the more important. And then they get England at the end of the cycle at home as well.
Probably only play 2 seamers in India.
Oh, hell yes.
So Southie?
Henry has to play.
Absolutely.
Henry and Southie not having an express paceman for reverse swing makes it hard, doesn't it? I mean, you don't want to pension blokes off, but it does make it hard for Southie.
You find 3 spinners to play.
Yeah.
Could be even harder.
Henry over the wicket to Smith. Bowls here and he leaves alone in that kind of Star Wars lightsaber way that he used to do quite a bit a few years ago. So the pecking order for spinners, if you were going for your specialist, acknowledging that Phillips played in Bangladesh with Sartner.
Oh, they'll pick.
Phillips will play.
Yep. Sartner would be the...
Sartner will play. Then you're looking at a Sodhi type.
Yep.
Or do you trust Ravindra to be...
Ravindra will be there, won't he?
Your third spinner.
Could be your 4th spinner.
Could be your 4th spinner. I mean, England... Probably really can't use England's blueprint, can you? They got hammered, smashed.
Don't forget Michael Bracewell might be coming back at that stage.
Bracewell's another one
He's
too, yes.
turning a good turner of the ball.
Bats as well.
And bats, yeah.
Cricketer Bracewell, yeah.
Yes.
Could end up having 5... If those 2 men warrant a place in the top 6, you could end up having maybe up to 5 spin options, which would be excessive in a way, but spoilt for choice. Henry bowls and Smith defends. I suppose the real question there is... Again, if you've got to pick 2 seamers and one of them needs to be Henry and the other one probably needs to be getting the ball going at a decent pace to reverse it. And Southie's not bowling at a decent clip.
No, but he has put himself at leg gully here, which is interesting. And a very square leg. Right on square.
So they like Smith shuffling over. They think it's an opportunity. Leg gully has been a big part of Smith's life in the last 5 years. Henry bowls and Smith defends from the crease. Doesn't quite squeeze it past Ravindra at point, no run. 1 ball left in the over. As we near 5 o'clock local time, we can play 90 more minutes tonight, which will equate to give or take about 20 overs. Wonder how long before we see a change at our Port Hills end and maybe unleash Sears with extra pace against Smith. Got him out in his first over on day 1. Henry just taking a beat. Crowd clapping him in. Smith 6 from 21. Henry here and he defends into the onside. Bit of an anticlimax there after the pause. End of the over. We're going to have Garth Galloway replacing me after the break at none for 11. That target's 279. Smith 6, Kawaja 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
There are plenty of challenges currently in farming. And with Farm IQ and FarmX, you can trust your gut feeling and make the right decision sooner. How do we know? Our staff use Farm IQ and FarmX on their farms. Farm IQ sorts all your compliance and performance information, and FarmX lets you test decisions before you implement them. What if the payout drops, there's a drought, or there's no space at the works? Let FarmX that. To start recording with Farm IQ and predicting with FarmX, call 0800 327 647.
Welcome back to the Hagley Oval, where beautiful conditions. It's warm, still the breeze has dropped away, and we're watching cricket with Resine, the paint professionals use, bringing it to you on SEN. Tim Southey from the Port Hills end is bowling to Usman Khawaja outside the off stump. He's onto the back foot and pulling us, just coming across and pulling the ball to backward square leg for a single. So Khawaja advances by 1. He joins Smith on 6. It's 12 without loss.
Too comfortable off that length to both batsmen, actually.
Just bowled a bit too short, Southey.
He has. It's a sort of a caution length as opposed to an attacking length on this pitch.
Yeah. Gee, I've just been out for a wander around, and it's really intense out there. People are watching them. They are absolutely riveted in watching every ball. It's fantastic when you're with a crowd that really understands the game. Brilliant. Here's Smith. He gets an edge. It's to third slip. Just dropping there, and not just going along the ground. He pulled his hands away from the ball. It's Williamson fielding in that position, but Smith looked worried by that.
He looked worried, but immediately, just looking at his body language and the nodding and telling himself that it's a line that I don't mind playing at. That's what all of that signified.
It was getting him out in Australia, that, with the extra bounce.
Yeah, but there's not enough pace here.
That exact shot was getting him out at court slip a lot in Australia.
Just playing out in front of his pad. Here he is onto the back foot. That's a lovely shot from Smith, just short of a length from Southey onto the back foot. And it's Henry who chases from mid-off. In fact, it's Kugelheim who's got to the ball. Followed out there by Young. And 3 more runs to Steve Smith. He's 9. It's 15 without loss, 264 to win.
New Zealand need to be careful. There's a little window now of getting Steve Smith out. And if Tim Southey keeps bowling this length at this pace, all he's achieving is he's playing Steve Smith in. I would go Ben Sears or anyone else at this point.
I'd love to see Sears with a newer ball. You know, just get him in as soon as you can, because he's going to bowl with a little bit of pace. Here's Southey going around the wicket. Khawaja lets the ball go. Here's a question for you. Who had more mannerisms at the crease, Steve Smith or Derek Randall? I'd say Steve Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, close run thing.
well, in the field, Randall was very entertaining, wasn't he?
He was.
In that cover point area.
That's what got him through the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
I don't think Steve Smith's entertaining. That's not a word I would use about his mannerisms.
No.
Eccentric, for sure.
Who has more mannerisms at the crease was the question. Yeah. Randall, of course, run out at Lancaster Park. The bowler's end. Some time ago. Yeah, but you and Chatfield. Chat's into folklore as this ball's played by Khawaja into the mid-wicket area.
And a few texts into, we're having this conversation, Garth, just prior to you joining us, about taking spinners to India. And yes, 2 in a row have said, look, are you guys mad? You haven't even mentioned Chase Patel.
Well, best spinner in New Zealand.
Yeah, well. I hate predicting him being in and seeing him left out again, but it's tour of the subcontinent.
There's something. There has to be something.
Got to go.
Can't just be his ability with the ball.
Yeah, I know. Did he not get 10 against India over there?
And 14 in the match. Or this is outside the off stump. Khawaja is coming, but just pushing at that delivery. Blundell moves away to his left and takes the ball nicely. 15 without loss. 7 overs have gone. Smith is 9. Khawaja 6. Back in a moment.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
And welcome back to the cricket, being brought to you on SEN with Resene, the paint that the professionals use. And unfortunately, we've still got just a little bit of that pulsing noise in the ears. Here's Henry, who's going to bowl from the Botanic Gardens end. He's bowling to Steve Smith. 2 slips in a gully. Smith is forward. Call on the pads and appeal by Henry. He's out. Smith's gone. LBW for the second time in the match. He looks down the pitch to Khawaja.
He'll review. He always does. LBW shout, review. LBW shout, review. LBW shout.
No,
LBW shout.
He has. He just in the nick of time. In the nick of time.
I think the New Zealanders are really enjoying that. Henry's laughing away there, thinking, come on, you know you're going to review. 15 for 1.
Yeah, that's the window I was speaking about early on with Steve Smith. He's been moving so far across his stumps.
He's got real problems, hasn't he, now?
He just can't miss these straight deliveries. The position he gets into, that left pad that Ian Smith was talking about earlier, if this is in line, that looks very out to me.
Okay, pace we know batting involved.
It is slightly high.
Line's good, height's the key. But it only has to be clipping, and he's pretty close to his crease line. He's about a foot in front.
Clear gap between bat and ball.
Looks out to me.
It only has to be clipping, but and it's bad news.
You hear him by Goff saying clear gap between bat and ball.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
One of the deliveries of the day, delivering your Macca's favourite straight to your door. Here we are.
Impact in line and hitting wickets. So stay with your original decision.
Matt Henry has done it again.
You're on screen netting signal now.
15 for 1, Smith leaves. IMAR Insurance, a DRS review with IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR. Yeah, well, he walks off and trudges, and that's again, as you say, Henry's done it again, but Smith is making reasonably easy pickings for a player of his quality. Things have changed with him.
Steve Smith has done it again. Just keeps going so far outside off stump. We saw Kemar Roach do this in Adelaide. If you are a quality bowler like Matt Henry is, all you're thinking about is getting one to just straighten a little, go the other way, and beat that inside edge. And he's got no respite, no escape once that happens. There's a time in his career, 2019, when he was at his peak, bowlers would keep targeting his pads and never go past that inside edge. Unfortunately for Steve Smith in Australia, it just started happening a lot more. And now that he started opening the batting, the new ball is just exposing that aspect of his batting a lot more, Ian Smith.
It is. It's crazy because the one thing as a top order player you don't want to do is give the bowlers a helping hand. And that, ironically, is exactly what he's doing with his technique. All of a sudden, he is giving the opening bowlers a helping hand. He's making mistakes. You cannot continue to try and play catch-up when the ball starts to go inside the line of your bat. You're just sort of searching for it all the time, and eventually you're going to miss it. And so now comes, I think, on the evidence of the first innings, this is the partnership New Zealand need to break tonight. This is key.
Labuschagne was the leading run scorer in the first innings. Magnus Benrow getting the leading brands like Fisher and Peichel.
That was significant though, Garth, because when they couldn't chase down 216 against the West Indies, Steve Smith batted through. He batted through that innings.
And it was courageous, wasn't it?
He batted very, very well.
He was battling himself in a way, but he got through it. But he hasn't really built on it, has he? That's the thing. 15 for 1 it is. So the lead to 64. Labuschagne faces Henry forward. Peel for LBW or no? Just beaten an edge. Was it into the pads? I just lost sight of it.
Marnus, a lot of nervous energy around him. No surprises he's worn the long sleeves again. Spoke about how that seemed to bring some luck back.
It's just a nice beaten outside the off stump. Jeez,
neck and crop.
What a ball.
What a ripper first up.
Just drawn into it, wasn't he?
He was.
It's high intensity out there. You can sense when Marnus comes out, he lifts that intensity as well. What you do not want to do is engage him. Don't engage him. Don't smile back at him. Don't laugh at him.
Here's Henry bowling again. Labuschagne's getting an edge. Fielded by Phillips in the gully. Coming forward, pushing at the ball, hits the bottom of the bat and runs to Phillips, who dives to his left.
It's funny you should say that, Smithy. Last year when we were in India, I remember when Marnus walked out to bat in the first innings of the first test in Nagpur. That's exactly what Virat Kohli told the entire slip cordon. This guy will come and speak to you. Do not say anything back to him. Just leave him alone.
Make him sweat. Well, he's got a challenge on his hands now. Henry's bowling beautifully, and this time Labuschagne comes forward. Henry over pitching on the leg stump, and he drives down the ground. There's a chase there for Kugeline it is, and the ball beats him across the boundary at mid-on. So 4 runs to Labuschagne. Suddenly the pressure released, only for a moment. 19 for 1. Boundaries with Azito. Do it with Azito, do you?
Nice shot. Really nice shot.
Controlled, eh?
It was very controlled.
Just going back on the Steve Smith situation, CD's average of 12.75. And the moment he took that decision to start opening the batting, he also gave himself no out, right? He can't slip back into the middle order anymore.
Yeah, that's very true. Places get swallowed up in Australia pretty quickly. Here's a ball which is just short of a length outside the off stump. Good pace and carry from Henry. It flies through to Blundell. 133, but it seemed a bit quicker than that delivery.
Marnus now the 90 in the first innings, and even generally number 3 is his. Cam Green has taken number 4. And then you have the likes of Head and Marsh. So he has to succeed, even if you are Steve Smith, even if you do average 58, even if you are next to Bradman, as they say in Australia, you still have to succeed.
Yep, no one's there just as of right. Here is Labuschagne playing with the ball, which climbs at him uncomfortably. It's played down towards the third man. Phillips dives in front of us and flicks the ball up to Tom Latham, who's there in support, and Latham's throw is over the top of the stumps. 8 overs have been bowled. It's 21 for 1. Labuschagne is 6. Khawaja is 6.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. There's amazing value on our wide range of power tools, workwear, and much more. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Cricket on SEN being brought to you by Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Smith out for 9 in the last over. Sears is going to replace Southey. I think that's a good move, and it really gives Sears an opportunity with Labuschagne new to the crease.
Just gauging the mood around Hagley Oval as well. Just kept an eye on the members.
Tell you what, the mood is intense out there. It's fantastic. I recommend a walk around. It's wonderful. There's this nice shot from Kawaja, who's looked pretty composed and compact. He plays the ball square of the wicket on the onside. He's 22 for 1.
And I don't know whether it's the wine or just the mood overall where New Zealand are in this game.
You mean in the members area?
In the members area,
the wine.
They're just not clapping with, I study body language, Ian Smith. The elbows are moving when they're clapping. That's a sign they're feeling it.
The members are?
The members are. Just that
they're asleep. They're imposters. That's not true, Canterbury.
Oh, there you go.
Here he goes.
They're imposters.
Here he goes.
They don't show emotion unless there's a Canterbury person involved. Matt Henry, I suppose, gets them going.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're not even interested in the game at the moment. There's a Wellingtonian bowling to an Australian.
I'm going to stop broadcasting, in fact. Oh, no, I'm not, because he's been caught at first. Drop.
No.
I thought Mitchell had it diving away to his right. It was a perfect height. Labuschagne just pushed it. It got an edge. It flew at a beautiful height to Mitchell. He had to move to his right. For all intents and purposes, you heard Ian Smith and me, we thought he had it. He's spilled it. 21 for 1.
Oh, let's have a look at this. Comfortable catching height. Comfortable catching height. Oh, my goodness. Tim Southey in the foreground knows this is a huge moment in the match. And what about this kid Sears? Got a wicket in his first over in the first innings. Could have done it again. Smith then Labuschagne juggles it behind his body. Oh, my goodness.
Here's Labuschagne letting this ball go, but his footwork is uncertain. He's wanting to throw his hands at the ball. There's all sorts of action for Labuschagne. He's fidgeting. 136 Ks from Sears. I think you've got to question Mitchell at slip. You really do, I'm afraid. I don't think he's ever been a particularly good one. That's a shocker.
And that's just the kind of delivery that's troubled Marnus for the last almost 2 years. Short of length, quick bouncing. Oh, poor Ben Sears. You have to feel for him.
I mean, this is Labuschagne here. We're not talking about Stark or...
And it's Sears. Oh, he's gone this time. He's got a leading edge. Labuschagne comes forward.
My God.
Big, thick edge, which goes back to Sears, who grabs the ball with both hands. He's going to show the New Zealanders how to catch. 22 for 2. Labuschagne out for 6.
Talk about Pat Cummins first over. How about Ben Sears?
Not bad.
First innings, he gets Steve Smith. Second innings, he has Labuschagne drop. And then, goodness me, you don't want it, I'll have it. Leading edge, straight back towards him. Big, tall, young kid. Accepts it low down about shin height. And that is a moment. That is a moment in this test match. My goodness me. My goodness me. Oh.
Well, that's an I'm loving it moment. Macca's I'm loving it moment. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery. Wonderful.
No, Marnus Labuschagne never looked settled in this innings. Didn't look like someone who had made 90 just a couple of days ago. His feet were all over the place. Was beaten first ball from Matt Henry. Edged that previous delivery to Darryl Mitchell. Closing the face of the bat a bit too early. Ben Sears, what a moment. We were just talking about how his head went down for a second. Not too long, though.
Wonderful. Wonderful for the kid. Memories forever. Only his first test match. He's got 2 of the great memories. He's got 2 of the great players. And he's got 2 of the players that could bat Australia home over a long period of time. They will have no further part in this match.
Green's been, well, the best of the batsmen during the series for them. 174 not out in the first innings. at the Basin Reserve. A magnificent innings. He was the leading run scorer. Magnus Benroe getting the leading brands, and like Fisher and Peichel, well, he's got a job to do now. Australia need another 257 runs. Smith and Labuschagne are back in the hutch, and it's Sears with all the energy behind him as this ball's outside the off stump. Well read by Green. No shot.
And how do you think right now Daryl Mitchell is feeling?
I think the word is relieved. He up to Ben Sears and said, well done. It's poorly played by Labuschagne.
It is league side-ish, to be fair, and he did play so well in the first innings. He's probably entitled to think I just come out and carry on, of course, but you've got to restart as a batsman.
So far ahead of his
He's got
body,
his hands out.
Yeah, his feet never moved in the short innings.
Here's this ball driven by Green and misfielded by Ravindra at mid-wicket, means that Green will have a run. He's off the mark, 23 for 2.
Brilliant.
End of the over. 23 for 2. Well bowled, Ben Sears. He has 1 for 2.
And I'll tell you what, we're going to the end of the over, but he's going to walk down to fine leg, man, and he is going to get some ovation.
He sure is. We'll be back in a moment.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Well, there you are. Welcome back with cricket. Now Ben Sears is studiously signing autographs down on the long leg boundary. That's a lovely sight.
What a great thing that is. You just rip through Labuschagne.
Yeah.
And the first thing you do, you get a standing ovation from the bank and you sign zillions of autographs for kids.
Go and keep the kids happy.
I mean, you can tell it's his debut.
Yeah. Won't be doing that after 50 tests.
No way. Let's hope he plays.
Soak it up.
Hope he plays 50.
Yeah.
This is brilliant now, isn't it?
Oh, it's fun. It's great fun. It's intense test cricket. It's wonderful. Here's Henry bowling. And Green uses a pace, just walks down the pitch towards him and plays defensively. Short leg and now.
A really good move that. Particularly if he's going to do that. He's going to advance down towards Matt Henry. It does bring any deviation, and he is moving the ball back into the right hand as it brings very much into play.
So it's Young under the helmet. Mitchell at first, Latham at second, Phillips in the gully, Ravindra at point. Here is Henry bowling. Down the pitch comes Green again, a short delivery which he ducks under, and it's got to be bouncing pretty high for Cam Green to have to duck underneath it. 23 for 2.
How many people right here and now are feeling too crook to go to work tomorrow? Just well enough to come to the cricket.
There is an infection running through the crowd. You can just see it moving. Absolutely. Just a little tickle on the throat. Look, I'd probably send a text tonight.
Well, you can do it these days.
Not feeling that good at the moment. Here's Green. You can do it these days. Here's Green playing. He wanted to let that go. It hit the edge of the bat, and Phillips diving to his right in the gully saves.
Yeah, I mean, Adelaide and Christchurch are sister cities. It's a public holiday tomorrow in Adelaide for the Adelaide Cup. That could be an excuse that could be used.
Yes, indeed. Sister cities. I haven't been. I'd love to get over there to Adelaide. Adelaide Hills sounds interesting. Where you are?
Yes.
I glimpsed a story about the biscuits yesterday and the poor Labrador who died eating them. Here's Henry bowling to Green. Down the pitch he comes, drives. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. He really is walking towards Matt Henry, trying to upset his length, and Henry over pitches. There's a chase for the fieldsman down there. He gets to the ball and does very well indeed. It's Kane Williamson who chases down to the boundary, picks it up and throws, but there are 3 runs for Green. Lovely shot.
There's a bit of romance about that chase. 2 blokes with 100 tests against their name, competing right down there to mid-off.
Won by the batsman, Williamson.
But isn't this good? Green's come out with a plan, a definite plan, and Henry has got to sit him on his jacksie every now and then, I think. You can't just have him walking at him.
Absolutely. I love the way that Australia are trying to find a place for Green at 4. Very successful in Wellington. And he looks like a composed and a very good cricketer. And lovely with when he's bowling as well as Henry bowls. Khawaja, who we've forgotten about in all the Bedlam, comes forward and Bedlam rather, and drives the ball down to mid-off. Lovely shot from Khawaja, a typical shot of his where he just hits through the line but not with any real extension. 34-2. Khawaja is 11.
Well, with Smith and Labuschagne gone, the rest of this run chase has to revolve around Usman Khawaja, and that was just in his driving zone.
But he's so minimal with his movement, isn't he? Just lovely, effortless shot. Checks it, stops. And a good result for him as well. Henry's coming around the wicket to Khawaja. And this is outside the off stump. No shot through to Blundell. And at the end of another over, 10 overs have been completed. It's 30 for 2, and Ben Sears is racing in to get the ball and bowl again.
Save with PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
The Aussies are back in New Zealand, and the ICC Test Championship winners are set to do battle in New Zealand for the first time in 9 years, thanks to Kubota. Black Caps versus Australia Test Series, powered by Kubota, shaping and building New Zealand.
Chris Harris has come in a very energetic way this afternoon. He's pulling some dance moves. We get a guitar riff in our headphones as we don't hear the ads here. And Chris has responded very well as this is outside the off stump from Green. No shot from Sears. No shot from Green.
I'm excited.
You've had your open country cheese.
I'm just excited because of the situation of the game. And New Zealand in it, obviously. Lots of pressure on Green and Khawaja. And what a start for Ben Sears. Did that in the first innings, his first over, and then to have that catch dropped and then to go back to your mark.
He needs so much heart.
And just keep coming hard. So pleased for him.
It's the energy of Test cricket, isn't it? I'd be, in a way, just love to see Green and Khawaja dig in here for a bit as this is outside the off stump and through to Blundell. It's just the whole package. And it's hard, it's only cricketers who really understand it, isn't it? Like when I was on this morning and taking people through the very unusual fielding position and, behind a cover point, behind square leg, on the 45 angle, all these things that this glorious language that the game has.
Well, we saw it a lot when New Zealand were batting, just how quiet the crowd went, and you can sense that again now. They know how important this is, this stage, this moment right now for this Test match. Everyone watching intently.
Sears bowls. Green is playing well. Just to Phillips at gully. Green's footwork is good.
It is very good, and you speak of glorious language around cricket, but also glorious body language. We were sat right here a couple of days ago when Ben Sears had just conceded a few boundaries to the tail, sipping the same coloured Gatorade or Powerade, whatever it was.
Blue.
And he was in no hurry to drop that bottle and run back to the top of the mark. We saw how he was at the end of the last over. He just took 3 quick sips, chucked the bottle away, and he was charging.
Big fast bowler. Give me the ball. He's bowling to 3 slips and a gully point and extra cover. And Ravindra at just a mid-wicket position. Here's a drive. It's a good drive too, and very well fielded indeed by the New Zealand captain, Southey, at mid-on. Diving to his left. All part of the pressure that New Zealand are exerting at the moment.
What a contrast, though. The way that, for me, Cam Green, that 174, obviously in the first test, you feel as though he's made that number 4 spot his own. He has come out and, for me, looked the most comfortable. He's looked composed. He's got good feet movement. He just doesn't look rushed like everyone else has.
Yeah, I agree. Here's Sears bowling. It's wide outside the off stump. No shot from Green.
Unlike the guy who vacated number 4 for Cam Green, that's what Steve Smith has said. Just treat it out. The verdict isn't out yet, but the jury certainly is. As Steve Smith as opener in Australia, his next test innings will be against India in November.
It was a bold move, wasn't it?
It was.
Because he's got nowhere else to go now.
He's left himself with no out. He has to succeed in that position.
Well, the players decided that Cam Green had to play, and it was the best way, or the only way they could get him in.
Yep, and I think it's a great move as he faces Sears and plays in the timid wicket. Good diving save by Ravindra. New Zealand looked hungrier than any other time in this match. Here's a message that's come in from Australia, which I like very much. Actually, we'll come back to it because we'll take a break at the end of the over.
It's the Black Caps and White Ferns Summer of More. More action, more vibes, more epic crowd energy, more sixes, more catches, more good times with your mates, more culture, more fans, more you had to be there moments. 32 matches, 9 cities, and 6 international touring teams, including the England women's team and the Aussie men's team. Don't miss the Black Caps and White Ferns Summer of More. Get tickets now at nzc.nz.
Welcome back to the Hagley Oval. Cricket being brought to you by Resine, the paint that the professionals use. It's going to be Henry. I think they'll struggle to get the ball out of his hand at the moment. He's taken 8 wickets in this match to go with his 8 in the test match at the Basin Reserve. He bowls to Khawaja outside the off stump. Well, here we are. So, hi guys. I've just told my boss I've got eye trouble. I can't see myself going to work tomorrow.
I think there'll be a lot of that in the city. It's a terrible disease going around at the moment in Christchurch.
It's going around here. You can see it. You can hear people coughing and spluttering and sending texts just saying, just feeling a bit tickly in the throat. And look, I think I'll be in, but I'll just see how it's going.
I'm not sure if this is a change with SENZ at fine leg and also a deep backward square leg for Khawaja. Still the 3 slips, just putting it in his mind that you're going to get the occasional short one.
And he's also gone around the wicket in this over. He's stuck to over the wicket till the last over.
Got him out in the first innings around the wicket.
Henry bowls, Khawaja drives straight to Cougar Lane. Well, I've got Daniel McHardy coming in after this. He's like Ben Sears. He's running in towards the commentary box.
He's
excited.
excited
Wants to come in here. No one loves a moment more than McHardy.
Well, that open country cheese has got him going, hasn't it?
Well, we don't want to get him going like we got him going yesterday. That was a very for a man from Wellington talking about wind. There's a photo on SENZ which evidences the reaction here in the commentary box. It's a brilliant catch taken by Latham at second slip. Diving away to his left. Gee, that's good. Khawaja's out.
I think it's Southey.
It's Southey at third. Absolutely brilliant, diving to his left. Khawaja pushing at a ball which was leaving him. Henry strikes yet again. Australia in real trouble, 30 for 3.
Matt Henry, absolutely sensational. He's come around the wicket, got it right in the area, just on that line where Khawaja has to play. And then a brilliant diving catch from Tim Southey, diving away to his left, holds it up, smile, laughing, absolute delight.
And Australia have lost their pivot. The batter they wanted to bat around in this run chase. The guy who was supposed to be the foundation stone for this run chase is gone. Matt Henry has had the wood over Usman Khawaja throughout this series. He's beaten the bat so many times. This occasion it did catch the edge, and didn't Tim Southey need that? His trousers came down, exposed his red underpants, but it didn't matter. He had the red thing that matters in his hand.
Well said. Lovely, lovely catch by Tim Southey. We've talked to and been a little bit critical at times about his bowling and his batting. That's a hell of a catch and a very important one indeed. Diving to his left, just taking it above the grass.
Well, Ian Smith mentioned that he predicted that Nathan Lyon might be batting tomorrow morning. I think his first prediction was coming in as a night watchman.
Might not be.
But the way they're bowling and the way they've started catching.
Yeah, and the way Australia are batting. Their footwork is so tentative for an Australian side. Henry is really finding them out with
Except
his
for
length.
Cam Green, to be fair.
Yeah, I agree. Looks completely different.
And now you're into the part of the Australian batting lineup which has not fired. Travis Head has had an ordinary series. Mitchell Marsh is coming off 2 back-to-back zeros. Alex Carey, we've spoken about enough. And they've lost the three fulcrums, if you want to call them.
Well, interesting time for Travis Head as well. We know he likes to be aggressive. He'll play his shots.
And that's not going to be easy if Henry bowls the same length as he has to Khawaja. Gee whiz, Henry's running hot for Ream.
Well, he's just one away from a 10-wicket bag, isn't he?
Yeah. Except nothing less than Australia's best. That's Ream. No, he's been magnificent. And he thoroughly deserves it. He's hung in there after years of not being picked in the side, always being there or thereabouts, and in the last couple of years he's very much part of it. He's the spearhead as he bowls around the wicket to Head, who plays, lovely shot from Head, but very well fielded by Williamson at wide mid-on, diving to his left and picking up the ball. No run.
Quite interesting. New Zealand have just run another helmet on too, so we've now got 2 helmets behind Blundell, so I'm not sure.
You just expect Ben Sears to be given the free license to go short at Travis Head, because that's where the second helmet comes in, short leg. Maybe a silly point. Why not? Bomb him. Yeah.
Do you understand one helmet? Two.
Just another thing, a really good move of Sally to put himself into third slip when Kawaja was batting. Change in the field. Here's Henry bowling, and this is Head playing again to mid-wicket, just getting across his stumps a little bit, just exposing them for Henry.
Yeah, just before I step out, worrying signs for Australia. Can't deny there is a batting form slump. Ever since this move has happened, Usman Khawaja hasn't really had a great series. Steve Smith and Manas says he made the 90, but 3 batters really not contributing.
Headers onto the back foot, no real timing as he plays it to Kugelane at wide mid-off. So 30 for 3, 12 overs have been bowled. Australia trail by 249. Green is 4, Head has yet to score, and after this break it will be Daniel McHardy.
The hallway with dated wallpaper. Yeah, some people might call it chic, but to you it just looks tired.
What's the easiest way to remove old wallpaper though? Are you putting off your decorating project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all you need on the best wallpaper, prep and hanging techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
SENZ Test cricket with Resine. The paint the professionals use. Ben Sears at the top of his mark from the Port Hills end with 3 slips in a gully, bowling it to Green, who deflects the ball round about thigh height into the square leg region. There will be no run. Australia set 279 after New Zealand's second innings came to an end at 372. And through 12 overs, they are running hot for Ream. Accepting nothing less than Australia's best. Hello, Harry.
Hello, Daniel.
Party atmosphere.
Oh, it's a magnificent start by the New Zealand bowling unit. 3 for 30. Henry went away from a 10-wicket bag.
Yeah, hazy skies above, the sun fighting through, New Zealand fighting on as Sears, and again, that's a nasty bounce, and it goes over the back of the shoulder, the left shoulder of Green, who just got out of the way. Australia's lost Steve Smith, LBW to Henry for 9. Labuschagne caught and bowled Sears for 6. And Usman Khawaja brilliantly caught by Tim Southey, low and to his left in the cordon off the bowling of Henry for 11. Wickets falling at 15, 22 and 30.
Well, the good news for Australia is that Matt Henry's bowled 6 overs already. Generally, his longest spells are 7 max.
He bowled 8 in the first innings.
I think he has once this Test series.
Anticipation growing by the second. Crowd right into it, full wide of off stump, no stroke played.
I feel like you've got 2 options with him. You can bowl him another 2, 8 overs, which means he probably can't come back.
Tonight.
I'd almost rather he had maybe 1 more, and then possibly 2 at the end, 3 at the end.
55 minutes of play remaining before we hit 6:30 local time.
It's more about just giving him enough of a rest.
16.3 overs.
Which we won't get through.
Again. Says top of his mark. Would have Labuschagne. Just a couple of balls after Mitchell had dropped him at first slip, probing into that front pad, but Green quickly forward, turning to Ravindra at mid-wicket. No run.
It's good pace though, isn't it? And Sears bowling a terrific line. That was a great bouncer early in the over that Cam Green for the first time looked a little bit rushed since he's been out there. Duck took his eyes off it but did get underneath it. And then that quicker full one just looked a little bit more rushed with his footwork than he has so far. I think that's more of an indication of the pace that Sears is bowling.
Just checking Coney's not giving you a 2-finger salute in the back of the box. Big positive is Sears. And again, from over the wicket, pushing forward and just rolling the wrists a touch. Taking the ball through square leg for a single as Green goes to 5. It's 31 for the loss of 3 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Even the kids have wandered in from playing around the venue.
It's been quite a knowledgeable crowd throughout this Test match, hasn't it? Every time there's a...
Very knowledgeable people in this part of the world.
Well, I don't know about that, but every time there seems to be a key moment, the crowd just... It's just a silence around the ground. Interested to see this field for Travis Head. 3 slips, gully, backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg, deep fine leg. Pretty orthodox.
Says from over the wicket will continue bowling full and dug out with a lot of bottom hand. Awkward looking stroke from Ed. Can look awkward, but he's been very effective for a long time. A beaming smile across his face as he looks back to Ben Says. The end of the over, 31 for the loss of 3 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Matt Henry will continue. Chris Harris from the Botanic Gardens end, but the major talking point here is Tom Blundell has grabbed the helmet and he is standing up to the stumps. He did this to Tim Southey when Labuschagne was wandering down, and it really did alter how Labuschagne played. So Green is going to have to respect that. He's in his crease and he waits for Henry. He pushes to point and there's no run. New Zealand will remain with 3 slips of gully, a point, a mid-off, a mid-on, square leg and a long leg. A little bit sharper, Matt Henry, than...
Yeah, I was going to say it's been more challenging, but I absolutely love this from Tom Blundell. We know that Cam Green's love to walk at Matt Henry because he knows if he can get him off that length, it's going to hit the stumps. It reduces his chances of getting out. Now that he's got to stay back and Henry can be fuller, it brings in a lot more modes of dismissal. This is great play from Tom Blundell. Gutsy.
Green leaves alone. Blundell doesn't take cleanly, and that's a stinging blow on the left hand, and they'll get it by, and oh dear, he's looks in a spot of bother. Add a single to the total, 32 for 3. Throws the helmet away in frustration because he'll go back to his traditional position with Travis Head.
I like it because it's positive, but there's a bit of conjecture because I think the best chance of getting him out is outside edge, and they're just concerned that if he's up to the stumps, might drop it.
He goes back. He's ready, Blundell. Henry around the wicket to Head. Holds full, but leg side, and it's tucked away neatly back with a square. Long chase for Sears around to his right. He'll scoop it up with one hand, but they'll come back for 2. Head is off the mark. 34 for the loss of 3. I'm looking forward to this counter punch. You know Head's going to play his natural game.
I think it's his best chance. We know how well he plays when he's positive. There's been so many innings where he's come in, and Australia have lost early wickets and he's counter-punched, and it's been impressive. New Zealand will be aware of that. I'm sure in the back of the mind they'll know that there's a very high possibility that he may give an opportunity, and they've just got to grab it, got to be ready.
Waits with the bat raised, nice and high, gets a short lifting delivery, plays it nicely, and then the ball straight down onto the onside. Just looking at Henry, who's now got 9 for the match, of course, on the cusp of his first 10-wicket haul in Test cricket. Khawaja was bowled, Green was bowled, Marsh LBW, Cummins LBW, another LBW in this inning. So
9 for 89 so far.
Very full, very straight. Keeping Green back in the crease keeps Head in play surely, but we'll wait and see, because there'll be no run here as that Head can work the ball to mid-wicket and there's going to be no run. I'm loath to talk about the Christchurch conditions after torrents of abuse I've received for actually mentioning a 50k wind yesterday being quite strong.
I like this.
But its lights pretty good. It was a bit gloomier this time yesterday, and they switched on the lights, didn't they? On the cusp of the drinks break, last ball of the over, square leg has gone back. Henry goes back over the wicket, and it's driven straight into the pitch, bouncing up to Henry, sort of underarms. It has a big smile. Him and Travis Head exchanging pleasantries. The end of the over. What an outstanding 14-over burst with the new ball for New Zealand. Matt Henry to the fore, opening up the door, picking up 2 wickets, that of Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja. 1 LBW, 1 caught at third slip. Marnus Labuschagne, the other to go. Caught and bowled Sears. Smith 9, Khawaja 11, Labuschagne 6. Green is 5 not out. Head is on 2. Australia chasing 279 for the win. 34 for the loss of 3 wickets. It is time for an open country drinks break, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps. Thanks to Open Country. We will be back shortly.
Need to buy or...
Day number 3. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. The fans are. They're on their feet. They've stolen Chris Harris's party playlist. They're having a right royal good time. Our coverage with Resine quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. Let's just remind you what the state of play was at tea, Harry. 345 for 6. 7 wickets have fallen.
The game's moving quite quickly.
And there's still an hour to go.
And it's not a bad playlist either. I saw you moving and bopping.
Oh, mate. With hips like these.
Yeah, I thought there was a key moment when Sears started his spell with an absolute beautiful delivery that just nipped away, caught the outside edge from Labuschagne, and Mitchell looked like he grabbed it, and as he hit the ground it popped out, and you thought, is that the big moment, the big opportunity that New Zealand have missed? And then 2 balls later the caught and bowled. Oh, that was obviously a huge moment. And since then, Matt Henry has just been sensational throughout this test match. Obviously saw him remove Smith LBW, and then a terrific delivery to get rid of Khawaja, and an equally good catch from Tim Southey, diving away to his left and taking it in his left hand. Brilliant catch from the New Zealand skipper. So New Zealand very much in top at 3 for 34.
279 is the target, of course. 3 slips and a gully. His play about to resume. Ben Sears was ready to go. He was running in, but umpire Rasmus had his arms out, just telling I think the DJ to shut up. It's 5 penalty runs against the DJ. Right, play to resume. How dare the cricket break out. Green forward, defending Sears to the onside. Interaction. We love getting it, whether it's in New Zealand on 8833 or 043398 116 in Australia. I'll go to the Australian messages first, Harry.
Yes, please.
We've got unnamed texter. Put your name to it. Love to know where you're texting from too. It's a new ball wicket. Get through 10 to 25 overs and I think we'll be okay. Ross, who's on the mower. We'll get off the mower. Push it. Come on, Ross. Push it. Oh, it's probably one of those fancy ones with an engine. Yeah, I'm jealous actually of you, Ross. I'd love one. Oh, bowled! Sears has done it again! Absolute blistering delivery, and green goes. It's dreamland for New Zealand. 34 for 4. Green gone for 5. Sears has 2 for 3, Harry.
What a delivery from Ben Sears. I'm pretty sure Cam Green was trying to get the bat out of the way. Late withdrawal.
Oh, yes.
It hit right on the full face of the bat, straight down onto the middle stump. He is absolutely devastated, and Ben Sears absolutely delighted. What a dream start to the second innings of his test career. Brilliant for New Zealand now. 4 for 34.
Well, whatever happens from here, Harry, stranger things have happened in this world. Let's just remind, New Zealand was 107 for 7. Day number 1. The energy around this place was pretty miserable. Here we go again was the thought. Here we go again. But they have fought ever so hard, and now well and truly on top. The Harrier meter ticking up.
Well, interesting talking about that text, whoever's mowing their lawns. Absolutely right. It is a new ball wicket, and New Zealand is making the most of it, because inside 15 overs, they've got 4 Australian wickets.
Well, New Zealand mowing through the top order. Another one from Mouse. Right, Steve Smith making 10,000 test runs. Doesn't look good. Thanks very much, selectors. I don't believe for a second that Smith wanted to open. Right, Mitch Marsh. He's out there. 3 slips in a gully. Wait.
We know the plan from these two. They'll be extremely positive.
Marsh just adjusting his gloves. Couple of ducks in this series. That rings out. Sears away from us. Port Hill's end. Bowls over the wicket. Into the pads. Glorious flick to the boundary for 4. That will just make him feel a little bit better. And a little burst of applause from our Australian touring party in front of us. Way to the boundary. 38 for 4.
That's getting close to the loudest I've heard the crowd so far this test match. Getting right into the atmosphere. For the first time they'll feel as New Zealand very much on top, and they want to be a part of it.
Cam Green gone, who's been very impressive in this series. He's in such good touch, even when he plays on, it's off the middle of the bat.
Well, there was a previous ball from Matt Henry where he looked to play and then withdrew late and he hit it and it ran down to slip. So he's done it a couple of times.
Says 2 for 7 on debut. Goes past the outside edge of Mitch Marsh, who holds the pose for the photographers. Says tail up.
Just tremendous areas, isn't it? Just under 140 Ks. It's around 5th to 6th stump and it's just shaping away, and it's that length that you have to play early because you're not sure if it's shaping the back or away. It's just a great area.
Well, he's sharp enough, and he has added this outswinger to his armoury in recent times.
3 slips in the gully. There's some talk perhaps it's worth a 4th slip.
Why not? 38 for 4. 241 runs away. Says shorter, wider of off stump, left alone by Marsh. 3 slips of gully, point mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg is Matt Henry. Someone else asking, is the Steve Smith Shuffle on the DJ's playlist? Quite a good song title, isn't it? Colo's mind's working overtime. Jerry's cover band might have to come up with one. Sears to finish the over, left alone once more by Marsh. The end of an over that saw the departure of Cameron Green, bowled by Sears. Australia 38 for the loss of 4 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins to join Chris Harris after this.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Ben Sears beneath us. Sears make that, receiving a round of applause from the New Zealand fans. I shuffle into position here. Adam Collins joining Chris Harris for a zine the Paint Professionals use.
Not too many claps from the tour group in front of us, though.
No, yes, there's the division between the bays outside our window. Sears, 2 wickets in a hurry to keep his composure after having Labuschagne dropped, and 2 balls later taking him in his follow-through. What a moment on debut. Then knocking over Cameron Green with pace.
For such a young man, the ability to hold it together.
Back to Henry, long spell, 8th over. 2 wickets for him as well. Into the onside goes Travis Head for 1. Just behind square, gets a single. He's 3. 4 for 40. Jeremy Coney jumps into the expert chair as well. Hello, Jerry.
G'day, Adam. Well.
Exciting back there, Jerry.
We were saying, what were we saying? 3 for 70 or 80? 3 to 70?
I think we said parity meant 3 for 79 at stumps. We agreed. 200 to get. Well, we're beyond that now.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. It's New Zealanders be very pleased with the way things are going. We're down to the 2 attacking batsmen, aren't we? These are both players who like to play shots.
The old Winviz has got 90% New Zealand now. You like to hear that as well. Here's Henry. Shuffling forward is Marsh, deflecting for 4 through the cordon, using the pace and steering it. Good batting. Marsh to 8. 4 for 43. Knew what he was doing. Watched it all the way onto the blade. That's a shot he makes a lot of runs with.
Sure, I'm not sure if New Zealand at this stage are worried about runs. I just feel of the amount of balls that have gone through that area. Do you not think it's worth a 4th slip just with
from square leg?
Well, yeah, that's the risk you take. Just particularly for Henry, just because he's been so disciplined with his line.
I think they need the 2 men saving a single outside off. It looks as though
here comes the lead.
This is the lid for the keeper to stand up to Henry. So they're trying to keep Marsh in his crease, and so that Henry can bowl, kind of a decent length, the Henry length that he likes.
He is the attack leader. They're clapping him in every ball. Marsh on 8 goes back and defends. Henry's taken 58 wickets at 22 since the start of 2022. And you look around the world, the only bowlers with better numbers than that are Bumrah, Bharat and Hazlewood. So it gives some flavour for just how well he's led this attack since being the main man post-Bolt.
He's in great company, isn't he?
Yep.
Oh, he's
been impressive.
That guy Rabada has been manufactured in some sort of warehouse. He's a brilliant bowler.
Henry bowls to Marsh, who defends wide of mid-wicket. There won't be a single there.
I'll tell you what, Boomer's not far behind either, is he?
No.
Wow.
They're both.
You think about I'm certain where the conversation's going to go in Australia. It's going to be straight to Stephen Smith. I saw that text come in about 10,000 runs. He's 315 runs away from that, Smith, now. And this is an arbitrary number, but it's the first time his average has dropped below 57 since 2015 today with that dismissal. So he is on the decline, objectively. Again, Henry here to Marsh, steering for the second time in the over. The other side of Gully, Phillips herring after it as he does the sliding relay effort with Ravindra. They add 2 more. Marsh to 10 from 8 balls. 4 for 45.
Well, with that Steve Smith situation, there's nowhere else to go from now, is there? With that 174 from Cam Green, you feel as though he's cemented number 4. So he sort of felt to fit into this Australian side, he has to open.
The complexity is that last year he played 2 crucial innings, right? The World Test Championship century and the Lord's 100 that Jeremy was there for as well. He scored the 3rd most runs in the world last year as the overs complete here by Henry, and Marsh through cover. Off the back foot, stand and deliver. Ball has work to do to reach the rope. He's timed it well enough to get within a couple of yards, but it's just dragged in. Kane Williamson out there. They'll add 3. Marsh will keep the strike. A busy over for Australia. The West Australians 13, heads on 3. They might check it upstairs, but it'll be 4 for 48 once they've done that on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
It's Canterbury Biltong. Bowling to Jerky. Coming in from the northern end. Pitches this one just outside off. There's a loud appeal for caught behind. And they're taking it upstairs. Let's look at Snacko. There's certainly a faint edge. Jerky's nicked it. And it's another wicket for Canterbury Biltong. No denying Snacko. A beaut of a delivery from Canterbury Biltong.
Canterbury Biltong. Air-dried beef and venison snacks. Available nationwide or at canterburybiltong.co.nz. Explore your limits.
Here with Razine, the paid professionals use, just to finish that point. So procedural fairness would suggest that Smith's got as much credit as almost anyone's ever had. But to the trained eye, opening the batting, moving ball, the aforementioned shuffle from before I jumped on that Daniel McHardy was joking about, it just feels like, what's that old expression about going broke? How did that happen? It was slow at first, then in a hurry. Maybe so it is for Smith in terms of his ability to be productive at this level. I'm not sure. What do you think, Jerry?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Are there plenty of replacements that are obvious replacements?
I think it's less about that and more about... That's a fair point. It's a fair question. Who would come in? There's never a shortage of batters to walk into the Australian Test side due to the strength of domestic cricket, I suppose.
You've got Renshaw here, I guess.
Renshaw's the next man in. Sears bowls here. Marsh edging through the cordon 4, through the 4th slip region that Chris Harris was talking about last over. So that would have been, I reckon, catchable too. 17 for Marsh, 50 up for Australia. Let's get a second look. A genuine outswinger, attempter, tried to pop it over cover. First replay's not conclusive. Hopefully this, no, still unclear. Went over the top of
it. It probably did, but just particularly for these 2 players that are very aggressive and go hard at the ball, it's going to go to that 4th slip. I just think instead they put out a deep square leg.
Yeah, certainly there's goodish movement, isn't there, from Sears? He's getting it to just shape away from the right-handed batsman, so it brings those slips into play. If he's too wide, then it gets a wee bit more of a gamble to even go 4th, as we saw there. You know, if you throw your hands hard at it,
which we know Marsh is going to do.
He's going to. It can easily clear them. So he's just got to start the ball a little bit straighter, not too much.
Yeah, these 2 men so well suited to the counter-attack. That's their game. That's their game. Here is Sears into Marsh, who leaves alone, a ball on length.
I'm going to jump on the Smith one really quickly, Jerry, and then you can come in behind me. Those 2 big innings you're talking about are in the middle order, and I think that is the place that suits his style the best. personally just felt since he's come up to opening with the new ball moving around a bit, for me it feels like he's moving more to cover that movement, and he's moving so much that he's actually on the move and he's getting himself in a really bad position and finding it hard to play from there.
It also moves a bit faster, doesn't it? So sometimes in the middle order you've got time to adjust, and he's got very good hands.
Marsh waits for Sears, pulls it down, and he goes on the back foot and pulls himself. Gets one to Ravindra, the sweeper. 18 for Marsh, 4 for 53.
So it beats the inside edge, and it's beating the bat and hitting him on the pads.
Both of you men have been middle order players. It's been a lot made of the best 6 Australian batters and kind of worked the order out later, right? That's been the rationale, getting Smith up to opening. Is it not the case that opening is a specialised position for a reason? I mean, it's very rare. I mean, not very rare, but going from 4 to 1, as Smith has done, this deep into his career, so deep in.
Yep, hard to do. There, I'm sure the counter argument would be he's one of the best players in the world. He can cope with it. He'll find a way.
One of the best ever. He was often in very early. Sears bowls here and head nibbles at one through the cordon. Not convincing 4 runs. That was a hang the bat out, try and place it through the cordon. Lucky his placement was spot on. 2-2-2 to win, head 7. 4 for 57, but living a wee bit dangerously out there.
Again, that 4 slip might have been quite handy.
Yeah. Too right.
Well, they've got a deep backward square and a fine leg and a mid-on. So it has to be one of those, I think. That has to, if you want a 4 slip, that's where you've got to come from. You need your fine leg in case he just loses his line a bit. They're putting in, by the look of it, a leg gully, aren't they? That's interesting.
You see that a bit for Travis Head.
Yeah. That's the way the ball is moving with the left-hander.
And the pace that Sears enjoys. Away from us, bowls to Head. Back of a length down the leg side, and Blundell dives to his right. You can see the cordon pondered. Maybe he's tickled that, but he hadn't.
I quite like this field, though. You feel they know with Head, if he does go with the surprise short ball, deep square leg, deep fine leg, and the leg slip, they're thinking, right, at 4 for 57, if you're going to take us on at this time of the day, we're happy to give away a few boundaries. If we think there's a chance of getting you out, we're going to bust this game wide open with 5 Australians out. I think they think it's worth the risk, and I'd have to agree.
Does feel like this is the partnership. Next man in is Carey, desperately out of form. Then into the bowlers, Sears. Last ball of his 5th over. Approaches and delivers, and Head goes back and works it out to deep square. Might be 2. No, they walk a single instead. Head retains the strike. He's 8. 221 to win from here with Australia. 4 for 59 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Dreaming of falling asleep quickly and having the best rejuvenating sleep you've had in years? A Temper electric adjustable bed from Bedpost is the ultimate lifestyle enhancement. Its preset 0G position that will transport you to the perfect relaxation zone with a flick of a button, positioning your body at 0 gravity, meaning you'll enjoy relieved muscle tension, improved circulation and breathing, all for the best night's sleep. Find a store near you and discover these amazing beds and mattresses at bedpost.co.nz.
This pair scoring principally in boundaries so far for Azito. Do it with Azito, do you? Can their counter-attacking efforts get them to the close, which is 28 minutes from now?
I've seen a lot at Hagley around this time where that lights come on. All of a sudden the lights are on. Interested to see if it has an effect. It hasn't earlier on in the first couple of days. But New Zealand will be loving this.
Henry, 9th over in the spell. Being back to the hilt by his captain.
Yes.
One more.
I think it's based on we're near the end of the day and you've got a night's rest to get over it.
Around the wicket, bowling to Travis Head. Head plays defensively, out to cover, no run. So after this, I wonder what they'll do, because obviously it's improbable Henry will bowl to the close. So who do they throw the ball to, just for a little speculative one?
I wouldn't mind having a couple of overs from Cougar line.
Okay.
He's held the bat quite nicely today. He'll feel much more part of the team, I think. And sometimes you get a transference from, bat to ball or the other way round.
Here's Henry. Delivers wide on the crease. Head gets inside the line and whips it away for 4. Gets it nice and fine. Helped on its way. Another boundary for Azito. Travis Head to 12, Marsh 18, 4 for 62. Not quite right there from Henry.
Just a little bit straight. That's just searching towards the end, just searching for another wicket, just going a little bit too straight. We know how strong Head is off his pads, but I think you make a great point. That innings from Kugelheim, that will give him some confidence. Feels like he made a contribution. I absolutely think he's worth a couple of overs.
Yeah.
It's what he's been picked to do.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. And so I think Southey to Head, I'm not so sure I'd like that sort of matchup quite so much.
Maybe tomorrow.
Henry delivers, Head defends. Out to mid-wicket, Ravindra Fields.
I think Kugelheim's more likely to get through or into the pads or just a wee bit sharper, certainly, than Southey. But I do think that I wouldn't be surprised that Southey takes it. He only had 4 overs. And so he might just feel, I'm after Henry up that end.
Yeah, the camera zooms in on the captain. He is warming up. It's on the Bunnings Trade replay screen. It's likely to be Southey next. Henry bowls here. 2, Head, rides the bounce to where short leg isn't, gets 1. Head 13, 4 for 63.
I'll let you into a wee secret. The guy next to him's warming up as well, Glenn Phillips. I'm not sure if he's warming up because he might be bowling, but it's just, don't forget about me, skipper.
Got the golden arms, takes his test wickets at 16, Glenn Phillips. I don't know, I think that's not the worst shout.
Left arm, a left-hander in.
Yeah.
Going away from him, skipper. Worth a look. Maybe from Henry's end with the wind.
Love the way Glenn Phillips goes about it.
He just wants to be involved.
Yeah.
He's not batting, he wants to field the house down. If he's not fielding, he wants to be bowling.
So keeper up to the stumps for Marsh. Henry bowls to him here. He goes back and defends because Marsh really wants to get forward shimmying, but that's not possible now. Blundell cut the option off, and when he did this yesterday, that's when Phillips was in the game at backward point, snaffling Labuschagne on 90.
A little bit more challenging for Henry though, just that little bit of extra pace, and you just worry that a little outside edge.
That's the thing.
The gloves and come straight out.
How do you balance those two thoughts up? Is it better for me to be back and take the edge?
Last ball here, Henry to Marsh, and he drives, but straight to mid-off. No run. He's 18, Heads 13, 216 to win Australia. They're 4 for 63 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
It's no secret there's challenges in farming right now. But with Farm IQ, you've got your farm at your fingertips for easy decision-making. Farm IQ staff and thousands of Kiwi farmers trust Farm IQ on their own farms to better understand their operation, improve performance and meet compliance. Freshwater farm plans are here and Farm IQ have your back with a brand new freshwater farm plan tool to simplify the process, guiding you through step by step. To get started, call Farm IQ on 0800 327 647.
Coverage with Rosine, paint professionals use. Matt Henry goes off the field at the end of the over, which would suggest that the superb spell has come to an end. I welcome Ian Smith back. Well, they would give for one more here. Have a look at Alex Carey before Stump Smithy.
Well, would it be Alex Carey or would it be Nathan Lyon?
Quite right.
Possibility
Quite right.
to protect Alex Carey, but they've got to get that wicket first.
Message in here, selectors treat us like we're stupid. Opening is a specialised position and Cam Bancroft should be doing it based on his last 18 months. He is the scapegoat and has been blacklisted from Mouse. I don't think it's quite as straightforward as that, Mouse. I understand where you're coming from. As Sears goes again, his 6th over, Travis Head drives, collects it in his follow-through athletically up in front of his face.
So if Smith is replaced by an opener, which is I think what the caller is saying, where does Smith go to?
Well, this is the point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no room in the inn unless they drop someone else.
Right. And who would that be, would you say?
Acknowledging there's no cricket until like late November, so there's a lot of stuff.
Would it be Head?
Between now and then? Wouldn't have thought so.
No, would it be...
Head's the vice-captain. There is no obvious candidate to leave the side, so they've backed themselves into a little bit of a corner with Smith now. Sears bowls over the wicket. Head pushing through square leg for one out to deep square it is. A sweeper there. He's 14, 4 for 64. The other point, of course, is that Smith carried his bat 2 test matches ago opening. It's not a clear-cut thing. It is not open and shut. It's complex shades of grey. It's judgment.
Other than his first innings in this test match, Marnus was a candidate there for a moment or two, but I don't think he is anymore. Look, it's a massive call to finish Steve Smith's career.
Yeah.
It is, I mean...
An all-timer.
An all-time great. To just finish his career, it doesn't seem right to me, and I don't think it's going to happen that way.
No, nor do I. I don't think it'll play out quite that way. Sears bowls and Marsh defends into the onside no run, but I do think they've got themselves, as Jerry asks there, who comes out. I don't know whether there is a a do-si-do, a switcheroo before the India series. I just don't see them doing it. They've been pretty clear they don't want Labuschagne opening. So I just don't know what the fix is. And Smith did volunteer himself for this position. That's the other point to make in all of this. So they've got 5 crucial test matches against India in a World Test Championship context, and just the very fact that they've not beat them at home for a couple of series. So, yeah, these are tough times for the Australian top 6. Make no mistake.
Top 7. Alex Carey.
Top 7, yeah, quite right. Here is Sears bowling to Marsh, who swings over the top, a point for 4. Doesn't mind situations like this, Mitchell Marsh. When he needs to go at the ball and he needs to make the running, that tends to be where he's at his best. 22 from 16, 4 for 68.
And this is going to test Tim Southey's captaincy here as well. And, you know, it's all very well when you're 4 for 30-odd and all of a sudden there's a counter-attack and you have to respond to that counter-attack. You can be patient. You can think, I'm going to outlast this counter-attack. I've got enough runs. Or you can counter it yourself by just going a little bit more defensive, making a bowling change or two and just trying to pull things back a wee bit. These two Aussies, they love the momentum in the game.
Sears bowls to Marsh, middle stump line, defended out to cover, or to mid-off, I should say. 138 kilometres an hour. If this is Sears' last over and they get a chance to have a little go with Cougar Line Southie, maybe Phillips.
It's 2 days left on this test. Yep. It's like tomorrow's the last day or anything. Tim Southey's got time on his side and he's got 6 wickets to get. He doesn't have to force the issue here. He has to play smart.
2-11 to win. So the test will end tomorrow one way or the other, you would say. Sears bowls, Marsh leaves. Outside the line of the off stump, left it early, left it confidently. End of the over, there'll be a change in commentary after the break. Garth Galloway coming in and taking us through to the close. Australia 4 for 68, 2-11 to win. Marsh 22, head 14. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
When it comes to farming, some things are easy to control. Oi, get back in there. But when it comes to climate change, it's a whole different beast. Overseer FM is a high-tech software tool that's designed to put farmers in control, to drive change by creating sustainable farms. In other words, it helps save the environment and your back pocket by taking the guesswork out of farming. Find out where your farm is at Overseer FM, and together we can help drive your farm forward. Overseer, choices for farmers.
Welcome back to the Hagley Oval, where it's the sun is setting away in the west. The music is just dying as another over is about to begin. We've got 20 minutes remaining in the day's play, and it's been an absorbing session. 68 for 4, Marsh 22, headers 14. The counter-attack is underway, and it's Southey who's going to bowl from the Botanic Gardens end and replacing Henry at long last, who's had a long spell. 68 for 4 it is. The first ball is into the off stump and played off the back foot by Travis Head. Smithy, what a session, eh?
Oh, it's been a great session of cricket. How many wickets fallen? 7,
and
8, 9?
And the one before was pretty good too.
But I was listening back to Chris Harris and making the point about Cougar Line. That's what he's picked to do. Now's a great time to be bowling for him, I reckon.
Here's Southey bowling, headers onto the back foot, playing into the onside.
He got confidence from his innings, and how vital might Cougar Line's runs be in the end of this test match?
Yeah, and good on him, because, you know, it was when he hit that 6 down here at long on, you know, it just seemed like he'd given up on defence, and he was. And sometimes it just takes something like that, doesn't it?
Maybe he's going to bowl from the Sears end. Maybe Sears is going to have a breather here. Southey's brought himself back at that far end.
Well, Sears has had 6. That's about right.
Well, he's done his job. He's done his job.
Don't want to overbowl him as Southey bowls. He's across the stumps and pushing to cover. Young is fielding there. New Zealand, understandably, very enthusiastic indeed. In fact, it's Nichols who's on there.
Yeah, Nichols is on for Henry. Yeah. Matt Henry left the park, and I don't think he'll have another role tonight, so I just...
put the feet up?
Well, not necessarily put the feet up, but take a breather. Maybe pop out so you can still operate tomorrow morning, is it? I don't know what the rules are these days, Jerry, I really don't.
I don't know how you just wander off the field.
I know.
Yeah. Well, as he has, we see Head playing to mid-on, where Ravindra's.
Santner's out there too, is it? Who else is off?
Yeah, Santner's out there.
So we're either fielding 12 or there's 2 off.
Well, Henry's off, as you say. Now, who's the other one? We've got
Williamson off.
Yeah.
I think Williamson might be.
He is.
I wonder about when Williamson chased the ball down to.
It caught the knee.
Yes,
he
he
did.
did.
Stop it.
Yeah.
He is. Ravindra's at mid-on.
Knees aren't good. Williamson and knees are not good at the moment.
Head faces Southie short ball, and a good one, which just hurries up head a little bit. He ducks underneath it. It's through to Blundell. 68 for 4. 211 is the difference between the teams.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Well, the thing is, Smithy, and Jerry, is, the crowd's basically remained here. They're still here. Usually at this time, you're seeing quite a few people starting to disappear. But there's an intensity out there. And they're quite quiet as well.
Would you bowl Phillips tonight, Jerry? Would you give him 1 or 2?
Southie over the wicket bowls. Head is playing into the onside. He'll pick up a single. It's gone to mid-wicket. Head is 15 at 69 for 4.
I think it's Kugelan next.
You've got to have
with the new ball. With the newer ball.
Well, they're going to give Sears one more, aren't they? It looks like anyway. Hang on. He's striding in purposely and then stopped. His second over.
Phillips straight away. It's Phillips without Kugelan.
Well, they're just looking for a little bit more magic, aren't they? But that, again, tells you a little bit about how they see Kugelan's bowling.
I don't mind it in the sense that these two players might see that as an opportunity to make a late statement with the bat, maybe hit a 4 or 6 or 2. They might see that. I mean, because they're both power hitters, and they might think that they're a chance here just to have the last say in the session with a quick 20, bring the asking down to under 200 coming into tomorrow. But this is it's a gamble. A lot of decisions in cricket are gambles.
Of course they are.
But this is an interesting one. It was,
and there's a left-hander there.
Yeah.
You might get a little edge, or you might get an outside middle, and it pops up to backward point or to cover or something like that. So that can happen as well.
Head's an aggressive player. I like it. He's
they both are. Both these players.
He's no shrinking violet. And Phillips is one of those players, isn't he, with that X factor. Things just seem to happen for him. 5 wickets at the Basin Reserve.
2 short covers.
Yeah. And a first slip. It's Mitchell who's there. Southie is a short cover, and looks like Henry as the ball is floated up and pushed forward.
Sort of an in-outfield, isn't it? You've got a long off-in position. You've got someone deep on the sort of square cover boundary. You've got a backward square on the boundary. Mid-on's relatively deep. Have a go if you want to.
2 covers, really, isn't there?
Yeah.
Young and Southie.
Almost side by side there.
Latham at mid-wicket. And Phillips is bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Head, flat and fast and outside the off-stump. Any turn there?
Bounce.
Yep. But just above bail height, taken by Blundell. Seeing if there's any turn. 82 kilometres an hour the speed, just a little bit.
Yeah,
nice bounce for him. Might bring Mitchell into play at first slip.
Ooh.
Yeah. I was wondering if you're going to say that. Oh dear. Here's this ball. Latham fields at mid-wicket nicely. Full delivery from Phillips. The reason we're saying, oh dear, we've just seen Mitchell dropping a couple of catches, dropped one today. Should have been taken, but he was fortunate. It didn't cost anything, as his ball's outside the off stump and well outside the off stump. No shot from Head. Lights are on here at Hagley. You can hear just a little bit of song from one section in the crowd. Just incredibly quiet, very quiet in front of us. The Australian tour group with Merv Hughes. Here's a run forward Head as he plays square of the wicket into the onside. They just amble through for a very easy single, and that brings, does it? No, 1 ball remaining and Phillips is over. So Head is 16, Marsh 22, 70 for 4.
I think with the gamble, to bowl Phillips now and try and perhaps buy a wicket to one of these hitters, I don't think you need to go as defensive as he has.
You mean Phillips
with his
line?
With his field?
Yeah. Oh, with his field. Oh, okay.
I don't want to have mid off and mid on White back on the rope here. I don't want to have a deep cover and a guy going all the way back to the. To me,
that says you're worried about
really bad,
runs,
really bad batting if you get out to that.
Sanders going all the way back to deep backward square leg. Now there's a long on and a long off. Here's Phillips bowling to Marsh, and he comes forward and drives, and he'll pick up one down to long off. 71 for 4 it is. Marsh is 23, the end of the over.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is bigger, brighter, bolder and louder than ever. LoveRacing.nz, together with TAB, brings you New Zealand's top 20 thoroughbred racing events. Celebrating all the action and entertainment, both on and off the track, at the biggest and best race days across the country. Featuring headline acts Sir Dave Dobbin, Peking Duck, the Black Seeds, Zed and more. Eat, drink and get racy at New Zealand's ultimate thoroughbred racing festival. It's one hot ticket. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
Moving.
And welcome back to the cricket on SEN 71 for 4. The sounds of Dr. Hook reverberating around the Hagley Oval.
Should have put a Dr. Hook in the DJ, I reckon.
Yeah, there you go. Here's
Hook one into the DJ.
Oh, goodness me.
Onto the back foot as Mitchell playing to covers.
Well, he held the batsman up just a couple of overs ago.
Is the cricket not good enough? Is it just sorry? Sorry, Puff, whoever you are.
Do this in Australia? Do they interfere in Australia in this way?
Can't remember it, not to be imposing like this.
Non-stop. And they announce every batsman comes in. It's Mitchell Marsh, player number 433.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. You 15,000 that have turned up today to come and listen to my music.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll play some cricket in the meantime. Selfish.
It does. I think it really spoils the atmosphere in Test cricket. Here's this is played away from the body by Marsh. Chase for Satner, who's sprawling down in front of us. Does well. And his throw excellent to Blundell. 2 runs, though, for Marsh. 25 for him. 73 for 4. 10 minutes remaining in the day's play.
Danger, danger. You sleep on... If these two are there overnight, it won't be an easy sleep.
I agree.
For anyone.
I agree. And these are that they love, as you've talked about taking the game away from the opposition. They're aggressive players. If they put in a partnership of, 75 tomorrow or whatever, it's going to get pretty nail-biting. Australia not out of it by any stretch as Southey bowls. And here's a shot drive from Marsh. He's looked better in this innings. No real timing on that occasion. I always think, just looking at Mitchell Marsh, his resurrection in Test cricket has been remarkable, really.
Allan Border medal winner.
Yeah.
He got the Allan Border medal winner ahead of Pat Cummins.
Incredible.
And Pat Cummins is the World Cricketer of the Year with the Garfield Sobers medal. That's how much value it is in the media, and people respect Mitch Marsh in these situations.
I just think it's fantastic. Lovely to see players who have been down and out succeeding as Southey is bowling outside the off stump. Blundell standing up, takes the ball nicely. No shot from Marsh.
I think I'm happier with Blundell standing up to Southey than I am whether he, rather than Henry, who nips it about a wee bit more and a little bit more pace.
Bit more predictable, isn't it?
Yes, and you can see it from the arm a wee bit more. So, it's an easier job for the keeper standing up, I think.
Well, he's unlikely to get a stumping because Marsh is going to bat from his crease, right? His only method of dismissal is the nick, and I'm talking a nick, just a feather.
Southey bowls, Marsh comes forward, no nick there, it's off the middle of the bat into the offside.
Anything that deviates is going to be very, very hard to glove. You're just going to, it's straight out luck.
Yeah.
So what am I thinking right here and now? I'm probably thinking in this light, I'm thinking I'm going to stand back. And if he wants to walk at Southey, good luck.
Yep.
Good luck if he wants to walk at him.
He's got to walk straight towards him, really. He brings that.
I'd like him sometimes I think that's not a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, Southey's not quick enough. He's at 127 or so. I could see a player like Marsh doing it. Perhaps not tonight. Here's Marsh facing Southey. He comes forward and he drives to mid-off and the end of the over. So probably 2 overs remaining in the day's play. We can just carry on chatting here. 73 for 4 it is. Marsh is 25. Head is 16.
So we were talking about 80 for 3. It's now 73 for 4. So New Zealand just slightly ahead here because of the wickets column. There's no doubt about that. And we've reached really... we're coming towards the end of the batting. Let's be fair. I mean, yes, there's Carey, absolutely. But these two are a danger. and they can certainly, they both can get hundreds. They're capable of doing that, and they've done it before. Still 200, over 200 to get.
Is there a twist? Is there one more twist
there might be. Who
on
knows?
a twisty day?
Yeah.
Southey's just moving Young at that second cover position a bit wider. He's the finer of the two as Phillips bowls and head pushes to Southey, who's just a little bit straighter than Young.
Is Header down the wicket, man? Have you noticed, or is he more of a stay at home and hit from there?
From memory, Travis Head stays at home and hits from the crease.
He loves to give himself a bit of width, giving himself room and hitting through the offside.
I like this. Bringing up Kugelin into a more orthodox mid-off. Enticing to hit over the top. I like it.
See, Ravindra's he's 30 metres in it long on. That just seems, it's halfway house really. I'd get him up and say, if you want to have a go, here's Southey in the action again at that cover position.
Well, that's a single. If he beats the bowler, he's coming round the wicket. There's quite a simple single to mid-on there, really.
Yeah, we're going to put Will Young under the helmet on the offside, perhaps, for Travis Head. Ball turning across him.
Yeah.
If it turns, on the offside.
So just almost a silly cover, isn't he? Not an orthodox silly mid-off position. He's squarer than that, and now he's coming into a silly mid-off. He's been straightened up there by Southey, and Southey's gone to his right. So it's Young in under the helmet, and it's Phillips bowling. It's wide outside the off stump. That's not good from Phillips. Too wide when you've got a man in there close. He's pushed that through a bit faster, 86 kilometres an hour. Interesting the sort of speed that we're seeing with these spinners, and what's the optimal speed on this pitch?
Well, Lyon was bowling in the 85, 86.
Yeah, he was. He's just player being
Nichols
moved up. It's Nichols who's so we've got a silly mid-off, cover who's about 15 metres from the bat, and then a cover point where Nichols is. His head comes forward and plays the ball to Nichols now. You can hear lots of excitement. Don't read too much into that.
Well, that's where they want him to be defending into that area. So that's what they like about it. He found a good length, and that's why they get encouraged about it. And defending quite wide, I might say, too, which brings the outside edge into play, and Mitchell at slip.
73 for 4, 2 balls remaining in the over, and then one more over after this. Here's Phillips going around the wicket, heads onto the back foot, and he's cutting. It's Nichols who just misfields in that position at cover point. He dives away. There's probably always going to be one run there. Head is 17. 74 for 4. The difference between the two sides, 205. One ball remaining in this over from Phillips. It'll be his last of the day. Marsh is on strike on 25 not out. A runner ball for him. He's looked good, Marsh.
Bring him up. Bring them up.
Why? And the person Smithy's talking about is Cooper.
Both of them.
Long on.
Both of them. Mid off, mid on. If he wants to hit at 6 at this stage and take a chance, good luck to him.
Absolutely. 3 men around the bat is Phillips bowls, and Marsh is not going to hit a 6. He's just going to drive and take the easiest of singles down to long off where Ravindra fields. 23 overs gone, 75 for 4. Marsh 26 at a runner ball, Head 17, and Phillips 2 overs, none for 4. That seems like a real waste, just allowing him to tick over in that way. It's going to be Southey who'll bowl the last over of the day. So we'd say New Zealand's day again.
Yes. Clearly.
But Australia not out of it.
No.
You'd be mad to rule them out of it.
No, there's all sorts of scenarios we can dream about overnight. We could probably have a glass of something and discuss it.
Well, we're going to go up to my place. It's all set up. A curry was made last night, Smithy.
Was it?
Yeah, nice aromatic Thai curry.
Oh, very
chicken
nice.
Coming up. We had chicken at lunch, unfortunately, today, but you'll get it again tonight.
Yours will be better.
It will be, and I've got. I'm confident about that. Coney sipped it. Coney was sipping it this morning at about 7:30. He was trying the
hard
curry.
in the morning, coriander and a wee bit of tiny
hot
bit of
pepper. Here's Southey bowling, and Mitchell plays into the onside. He'll have one run.
Our first name basis now, Mitchell. You and Mitchell Marsh, your first name.
I won't be the first person to have called him Mitchell. Oh, Mitch. No, Mitch. Sorry, Mitch.
Is Mitch coming tonight too? Mitch, where's he going?
Look, he was invited, but he said he's thinking about his batting. 76 for 4.
And how do you think Travis is going to handle this now?
I don't know, Ian, but I'll just wait and see. Jeremy, have you got any thoughts on that? Well, we're on first name terms, aren't we, in here? Look, I was getting excited about the food. I've got a dozen bottles of DB Export Gold, Smithy.
Have you?
That'll keep you happy.
I was going to call in at the mart on the way past.
Don't worry.
Too.
I've never bought it before. It's the first time. Here's a ball short and bouncing over the left-hander.
Well, I've got a dozen bottles of DB Export, please. Mr. Galloway, really? Mr. Galloway, really?
Are you lowering your standards that far, Mr. Galloway?
I'm going to, do you know what I've done? I've hidden it in the car. I'm going to smuggle it into Kashmir this evening. I've got a rug over the top of it. And I'm just hoping that no one will see me.
Like a kid, you've kidnapped a bottle, 12 bottles of Export.
I paid for them, but it feels like a kidnapping.
What's the ransom?
Actually, more expensive than it should be. Oh, here's head beaten outside the off stump. Lovely ball from Southey. He's a bit unlucky. 76 for 4, 3 balls remaining.
Very lucky there, Travis.
No, well, look, it'll be good fun. I had to ring Louis Herman, one of the SEN people, just to say, look, what sort of DBX? What is it that Smithy likes? The low calorie stuff. He said, don't get him that stuff. No, get him the real one.
Okay,
absolutely. 76 for 4. 4 balls remaining in the day's play. 3 balls remaining in the day's play, and it's Travis Head on strike. Lovely delivery from Southey that beat him in the last delivery. Here's Southey around the wicket again, and this is a good one that sees Head playing to cover. For the game's sake, I know this doesn't sound, we're of course neutral, but great if these two are in overnight. Then there's a lot of things that we can think about for tomorrow.
He's just defending at the moment, isn't he? He's just looking for the end of the day.
It is the end of the day too. He's got to 6:30, but he's got a couple of deliveries to get through here.
It doesn't look like a natural game for him, though, does it?
No, it's not his thing.
The ball
it's not his thing.
No.
He'll about face tomorrow, I would be imagining.
Yep. Crowd getting into it. Southey bowls, and Head is playing to Ravindra at mid-on. Ben Sears down here at long leg, just in front of us, hands in his pockets, just reflecting on a lovely day of Test cricket. It must be feeling so good with himself, picking up the wickets of Labuschagne and Green. One caught and bowled, and the other bowled.
The impressive thing for me was that he's actually getting it to just swing away from a right-hander slightly, which is excellent at his pace.
Last ball of the day, Southey getting plenty of encouragement from the fans. Still a big crowd in here in Christchurch. It's been fantastic, and I hope they get a few in tomorrow to see how this test is going to end. Here's Southey bowling to Head, and he's playing into the onside, an anti-climax for the crowd as he has a run just to playing square of the wicket. In fact, it's a leg by. So the day's play has come to an end. The security guards run backwards onto the field, making sure that no one is going to get on there and cause damage. 77 for 4 it is. Marsh 27. Head is 17 not out. And it has been New Zealand's day with Australia still trailing by 203 runs. We're just saying goodbye to our Australian friends down in front of us. They've become quite good mates, the Australian tour party. They're a knowledgeable crowd, and they'll go away, and I'm sure that they will think that their team is not out of this match at all. 77 for 4 it is. Smith was out for 9. Kawaja made 11. Labuschagne 6. Green 5. So all struggling a little bit, and now Head 17. Marsh is 27. 77 for 4. Southey 7 overs 1 maiden, none for 12. Henry 9 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 37. Sears in his first test, 6 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 22, and Phillips bowled a couple of overs at the end and took none for 4. The players leaving the field, and I have to say, Smithy, it's been a really absorbing, wonderful day of Test cricket.
Heck of a day of Test cricket. It's, I'm almost ashamed to say I got him for nothing. I'd have paid. Honestly, I'd have paid to watch this. This has just been riveting stuff from ball one. New Zealand, I think, take ownership of the day because they're now the best chance of winning the test. And at the start of the day, perhaps they weren't. It was more on a balance. But now, because of that really good fighting performance with bat in hand, with a number of individuals standing up, including one hopefully that we're about to talk to, Garth, I just think, and the devastating spell towards the end, it's been great cricket.
Here's Daniel McHardy handing a microphone to Ravindra. Daniel.
Yes, I've got Rachin Ravindra alongside me. I know it's a young test career that you're getting through, but what a heck of a day.
Yeah, I mean, it was good for us to, I guess, continue on the partnership with Kane and Tommy and start that and have a significant contribution with Daryl was pretty pleasing.
What was your mindset going into today? Because you got through quite a testing sort of 20, 30 minutes before stumps last night.
Yeah, it felt quite difficult out there. I think Kane and Tommy made it look a lot easier than what it actually was. But, I mean, it's testament to their bowlers, the way they bash the wicket for long periods of time. They're obviously incredible bowlers. So I guess it was just sort of playing straight and, working with my partner. And, luckily for me, I'm a player who plays the shots, I guess, and plays with that tempo. So if they miss, then maybe I could sort of score.
Do you struggle finding that balance against such a demanding sort of relentless attack? Because you do still want to be assertive, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like the first inning sort of got out driving, and I think it was just a time of pick and choosing when against a very relentless bowling attack. Guys, even if they miss balls, it's not really a miss. It's still hitting your stickers, and they've taken a bunch of test wickets between them, so it's always going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, and they're going to counter punch, and they pick up 3 quick wickets. Pat Cummins' ability to start a spell, it's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he scratched me off with felt like quite a good ball, but I think that, again, testament to his test bowling, the amount of wickets he's got, the way he bashes the wicket, has the wobbler, can swing it as well away from the lefty. So, I mean, it's just all different things that you handle and, you take in your stride.
Did you identify a number you feel comfortable with setting them? And did you reach it?
There was a bit of chat that, we thought 300 would be awesome, we'd be very happy with. We said sort of 270-ish is about par. We got to that, which was good, and obviously the boys bowled really well to get a few scalps overnight, just before night. So, I mean, we'll go in tomorrow with a bit of confidence.
How's it playing out there, the pitch that is?
Yeah, I think it's all right. Like, obviously, it's got that steep bounce that their bowlers showed. It's just the way they bowl when they bash the wicket. New ball definitely has a bit, it showed with their second new ball how they're able to, take a few quick wickets. But, I mean, overall, I think it's a pretty good wicket, and I think if we just stick to our plan for a long period of time, we'll be sweet.
Matt Henry, now 9 wickets for the test, 9 over spell. Wow. What can you say about it?
I think Tez is like the epitome of, the team first and the Black Caps environment. He gets around guys, such an absolute legend of a bloke, but wears his heart on his sleeve in the field and, does the work. 9 over spell, just before some night is unbelievable to lead us towards that. And also Sezi as well, 2 huge wickets. I think his energy was great too.
Yeah, let's get some Wellington bias in there. He seems to evolve like quite a nice little outswinger, Ben says.
Yeah, I think I've been sort of there and being able to witness his journey and how he's improved his game over a period of time, and I think his ability to swing it at high 130s without really going at like a good tempo, he's got that mid 140s in him, which is quite cool. So I think the control that he's showing is brilliant, and even though he went for a few boundaries there and they're all sort of edges, so I think it's a good sign the way he's bashing the wicket.
I'll wrap this up. I know some fine players out in the middle at the moment, it's a big session tomorrow, but how much are you loving this full house? Crowd seems on the edge of their seat, full of energy. It's sort of what you dreamed of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Mitch and Travis, both very, very good players. We've got to be at our best to get them out early, but I mean, Hagley, what a place to play cricket. I mean, we said that about the Basin too, full house, and the crowd's been amazing and sort of supporting and stuff like that. I think there's no better thing in New Zealand summer than having fully packed crowds against Australia.
Good on you, Rachin. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Daniel.
Well done today. Rachin Ravindra, we can head over to Adam Collins and Bharat as we continue our post-game wrap.
Thank you, Daniel. We've got Andrew McDonald, the Australian coach, with us. You're a long way ahead in this test match, 94 runs to be precise on the first innings. Feels very different now, losing 4 wickets in that session. How are you seeing it?
I think it's still evenly poised. I thought New Zealand batted reasonably well today, and the wicket got a little bit flatter after that new ball challenge. And we saw with the second new ball, we're able to impact with that as well. And clearly New Zealand tonight were able to impact with that new ball. And just towards the end there, you sense as though things were getting a little bit easier. The seam was sort of dying down. So we look forward to tomorrow with an older ball and 6 wickets in hand, being able to track those runs down.
279, the target. You made a pretty big strategic call only a month or so ago, bringing Steve Smith to the top of the list. I know he carried his bat at Brisbane, but hasn't worked out in this series. I mean, where do you see that at this stage? What are we now, 4 test matches in? Yeah,
I think that's more a conversation for post the test match. At the moment, we're looking forward to what we've got and the players to come in the order in Alex Carey and Cummins and Stark and navigating through the challenges here. But I'm sure that that'll be discussed on the outside, but at the moment we're not discussing it. We're looking at this game of cricket and well, I suppose once it ends, then we'll look forward to what the next challenge may be and what we do then.
Pretty big test match in the context of the World Test Championship as well. The 2 test series always carry more weight with the way that's worked out with percentage and all the rest of it. Mindful of that, because if you don't win this, it's a pretty big series against India. Well, it is anyway, but even bigger. You'll need to just about beat them 4-1, 5-0.
Yeah, that's reality for us. So this is a big game, and after dropping the last game against the West Indies at home as well. So, yeah, we feel as though this is a big game and important to what happens next in the World Test Championship. We've got Sri Lanka on the back of the Indian home summer. So, yeah, we've got 8 opportunities, including this one. So points are at a premium, as they always are.
Just on this, the way this pitch is played, the new ball seems to have done a lot of damage. Andrew, does that give you the confidence that, like you said, you're still in the game, but say if these two can drag it, as deep as they can, you could even get on top at some point in the first session tomorrow?
Yeah, I think if these two are able to, let's theoretically say they put on another 50 runs, I think then it starts to shift back into their change room. There's no doubt we had to absorb a little bit there when we went 4 down early. We're not going to see a second new ball in this game. That's one thing we know. So the new ball challenge isn't so real anymore. But yeah, the games can ebb and flow and they can shift really quickly, and there's going to be a lot of pressure tomorrow on both bowling and batting, and it's in fourth innings runs are hard to hit and attain, and that's the risk we took at the toss, and we felt like that was the right decision at the toss, and we got ahead of the game, and New Zealand fought back into it, and clearly they took a bit of ascendancy today.
How big a day would it be for Alex Carey, Andrew?
I think every day as a test cricketer is a big day. No doubt he hasn't had the performances that he would like, but we've got full confidence in him, and that's why we pick him, and look forward to seeing what he's able to do tomorrow. And he's a player that can change momentums of games in terms of the way that he can attack and counter-attack. So we've got 3 of our best counter-attacking batsmen to come.
The Gabba didn't go your way, but in the last 12 months or so, there have been some narrow run chases that you have got over the line. Do you take confidence from that?
I think you take a little bit of confidence, but every test match is slightly different in the challenges that it does present. But those players that are to come in the order have been there and done it, and I think that's something you can draw upon in those key moments and under extreme pressure, and we look forward to that challenge tomorrow.
Since taking over as coach, you've enjoyed quite a lot of success under your tutelage. Feels like at the moment you are under, not you personally, but the team is under a bit more pressure than it has been the case for the most part. How do you deal with that as a coach? What's the sort of approach you take to the dressing room when things are a fraction harder?
I think you've got to take the pressure off players, and that's the key as a coaching unit, and be consistent in what we do. Whether it's a good day or a bad day, we know the players are going out there and trying their best, and how we take the pressure off them and how we prepare them ultimately. And we've seen some great success stories in terms of the fast bowlers being able to navigate through to 7 straight test matches in their preparation. We've seen some great performances with individual batters at certain times, and there's no doubt as a collective we want to function better as a top 7, and that's no doubt the noise that's on the outside. But the way these guys are working at their game, we've got full confidence that will turn, and you've got to ride the ups and downs of test cricket. But for us as a coaching group, take the pressure off them and remain consistent.
All right, with Marsh and Head there, you're still in the scrap tomorrow. It could be a thrilling finish. Enjoy it and good luck.
Yeah, I'm sure I will enjoy it at some stage. Hopefully I'll look the right side of it, but thanks, guys. Cheers.
Cheers, Andrew McDonald joining us down on the ground. We'll throw back up to the commentary position to wind out our coverage.
Excellent insight there from the Australian coach, Andrew McDonald. Enjoyed that interview with our SENZ Australian team. We'll take a break now and then come back and have some thoughts with Jerry Coney and Ian Smith. In the ground is just being put to sleep, and it'll wake up again for another lovely day tomorrow. It's 77 for 4. Head is on 17. Mitchell Marsh is 27, and a couple of very interesting interviews as well there, particularly with Andrew McDonald, I thought, who was talking about the pitch and the fact that there won't be another new ball. My impression was, well, he might not be right there, but my impression was that the sting did come out of that pitch again after about 20 overs. It just seemed to me that batting was getting just a little bit easier. But the pitch, I think it's been an excellent Test cricket pitch.
It has. I mean, if you look at the quality and the drama that's been produced in 3 days, I mean, you can't complain about the stage on which it's been performing. It's just been great. I mean, some people will say it hasn't spun enough, but for goodness sake, we're only on the 3rd day here.
That's the point.
On the 5th afternoon, we won't know what it might have done because we won't be here. But to me, I just think it's been a fantastic cricket pitch. If you listen to Andrew McDonald, he thinks it's pretty even Stevens.
Yep.
I think New Zealand have got a rather large nose in front, to be perfectly honest. But that's just differing sides of the coin. I can't complain about the pitch. I think the atmosphere has been second to none. The outfield is great value for money. It's just been perfect for me, absolutely perfect. And the commentator in me says, whatever happens, I hope we see quality tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the New Zealand side of it thinks, well, I want to see a lot of quality, but just a little bit more from New Zealand, if you get my drift.
I do.
But, hey, look, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic test match from a New Zealand side who has shown and surprised me with the steel that they've found and what we're discovering about a youngster by the name of Sears. We saw a little bit more maturity from a fellow by the name of Ravindra. These are the guys that, you and I and Jerry are going to be sitting in a rocking chair at some stage hoping to watch. We might be seeing the start of something special in this.
It's been a very settled side for a long time, and it is exciting to see these players coming through. One of the things that we notice when we have an afternoon as intense as we did this afternoon is that the messages keep coming through, and some fantastic ones. And here's one, Jerry, that you might just be able to help with this one. Guys, I'm bloody nervous. We saw Aussie struggle with the bat and ball, and these two are very able to blow us away before 80 overs. Great start, but I would have liked one more before tonight.
Well, you always want one more, don't you?
Can you offer any comfort?
Yeah, well, of course, we'd all like to have had one more, but it only takes one ball in the morning, doesn't it? And it's a break in their innings, so they have to restart again in the morning. The bowlers are a bit more fresh. The captain has time to think of things as well that he might possibly do that he didn't quite do today. So they're all things, that you get at the start of a new day. So, it's not all over. New Zealand have got 4 wickets, and that's I think you've got to feel that that's pretty good for the time that we had and for the bowling attack that we have right now. And there are some good signs in that bowling attack, I think. In the Sears is particularly, he's right up the front up there for me. I just wondered about the new ball. It was a shame of it that we lost the last 3 or 4 wickets so quickly.
Yeah.
If we had had 20 more runs, that would have given us a second new ball towards the end of this particular innings. It's going to be quite hard to get. There was 58 overs to go till the new ball. So, and, even at 3s, you're quite close to the target. So that's the issue there that we have with the second new ball, and a few more runs would have been handy.
I totally agree, Jerry. I look at the wickets that we've got, and when I say this is very parochial, that New Zealand have got. They've got the 3 players who are prepared to bat time to win a test match. They've got rid of Kawaja and Smith and Labuschagne. They're the 3 key guys who are prepared and done it before to bat long periods of time to earn a test match victory. They're gone, no longer part of the game. They're now left with players that tend to hit their way to victory, and that's a whole different ballgame.
Yes, it is. And if you bowl well against those people and have your field well set, you might just get a half or a 3/4 chance. And if the guys are on their toes and they're really into this match, you get yourself that half chance that you take.
And we've talked quite a lot about Sears, and rightly so, because he picked up Smith and Green, and it was a wonderful performance from the young bowler. But Matt Henry's now picked up 9 wickets in the match. He has 2 for 37 in this innings, and he just continues to flourish in this series.
Well, the way that he was used says to me that Southey feels he's so important. He's got to bowl him for very long spells, and he gives them their best chance, even though he's just past his best in a spell. And he needs to, but he's going to have a night's rest now. So he's just got to watch him a bit more in the morning, I think, because he might be needed to come back as well.
Smithy, your thoughts on Matt Henry? Another impressive performance, and he really is spearheading the New Zealand attack now.
Has been for a little while.
Yeah.
New Zealand, I go back to the World Cup. When Matt Henry broke down in Dharamsala, New Zealand's chance almost disappeared. Yeah. That's how good he was in terms of dominating the bowling attack there. He is, again, dominating, and, we're talking red ball cricket here. He's a star, an absolute star. We've had some very, very good bowlers over the years. We've had one great bowler. Matt Henry isn't at the great stage yet. He's got a long way to go, but by God, he's a very good one.
He's
very,
doing well.
very good one.
And the thing you see with him, and thanks Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney as we come towards the end of our coverage, the thing that you see, and I think many of us admire so much about Matt Henry, is that he has, he struggled to get into that New Zealand Zealand side. He had to hang around and he's had to show a lot of character, and here he is now in the last year really leading the attack and doing a great job.
He's carried more drinks than you're going to tonight.
You bet. Yeah, absolutely. DB Export coming up for you, Smithy, and that'll keep you happy. I'll pull it out from under the rugs, and hopefully again no one in Cashmere will see it. For our Australian listeners, it's a very run-of-the-mill lager, and I've got some craft beers for the rest of us. So 77 for 4 it is. We'll leave you here in a moment, and Smithy's excited. New Zealand out for 372. Australia, well, they're 77 for 4. They trail by 202 runs. 202 runs they need to win the match. They are 4 down. In at the crease at the moment is Head on 17 and Mitchell Marsh on 27. We're going to have a very absorbing day's cricket in Christchurch, and the good news is that the weather forecast is fine. So we'll join you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock from New Zealand. Have a very good evening.